September 2010. The bright and warm sunlight spilled over the earth, and a dark-skinned, yet spirited young black-haired man, with a ball, repeatedly performed the monotonous dribbling pole training. Although he seemed a bit unsteady, the young man still performed each move with seriousness. 973. 974. While training, the young man kept counting under his breath. However, on the sidelines, a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were secretly pointing and whispering as they watched the black-haired young man practicing alone. Where does this guy get so much energy? The final evaluation is coming up, and he's definitely out. Why bother training? Alassian country people are good at table tennis, but football? He doesn't even know why he's so serious. With no talent at all, what's the point of training? I have to say I kind of admire this guy. At least in our team, he's the most hard-working. Haha, Steven, stop it. Even if he trains until death, he won't have half your skill. You are the most talented player in our Dortmund U18. Maybe you'll even play in the Bundesliga this season. That's right, Steven. When you go to the Bundesliga and sign a professional contract, don't forget us. Exactly. Steven, when you sign, you have to treat us. The flattered blonde-haired young man smiled, but didn't answer. However, the upturned corner of his mouth revealed that Steven was very pleased. He shifted his gaze to the Yen Country trial player. No, the Yen Country youth who had paid to come to Dortmund for a gilded experience. At that moment, the Yen Country youth on the field was still desperately practicing the simplest dribbling pole drill. 997. 998. 999. 1000. As the last pole drill ended, the youth stood still, exhausted, and began to rest. Hey Sue, are you done? Go bring us the water. Seeing the Yen Country youth stop training, the group sitting on the sidelines started ordering him around again. Even though they knew the Yen Country youth would definitely not obey, they still teased him mockingly. However, as the youth turned around with a fierce glare, Ham, who had been grinning in the crowd, immediately shut his mouth. He seemed to recall something. Ham, are you crazy? Don't provoke that madman. Did you forget that Friss was hospitalized last time? Exactly. That kid's football is terrible, but his fists are pretty good. Friss and James together couldn't withstand his wild punches. Indeed, all Yen Country people know Kung Fu. Ham, shut up. If you get beaten, we won't help you. Scolded Ham, immediately quieted down. The youth's name was Su Bai. He was a native of Yen Country. His coming to Chariot Country was entirely due to some cooperation project by the Yen Country Football Association, which selected 10 youths nationwide to go on trial at 10 European giants. The term was 3 months. The outcome depended entirely on the club's decision. Of course, for the selected youths to go to the youth teams of top clubs was nothing short of a disaster. In the training match, Su Bai was substituted by the head coach in less than 5 minutes. From basic skills to awareness, even the most basic positioning, Su Bai, who had never received systematic training, was simply not on the same level as the others. Since then, Su Bai had become an invisible man in the Dortmund U18 team. Apart from the club providing him with meals, Su Bai was completely ignored. Today was the last day of the 3 months. All the U18 players were waiting for their head coach to come let Su Bai play symbolically and then announce that Su Bai was out. After finishing training, Su Bai sat quietly on the sidelines. With his eyes closed, he looked as if he was asleep. The so-called teammates saw his appearance and snickered secretly. However, what no one knew was that Su Bai at that very moment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing 1000 basic dribbling pole drills. The Pro Evolution Soccer system has been successfully activated. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving a newcomer gift pack. The live attribute panel has been opened. In fact, the Su Bai in front of him was strictly not the Su Bai of this world. Originally, the Su Bai at home was watching the Winter Olympics when he saw Korea commit a foul and get penalized. Excited, he jumped up but slipped and fell and died on the spot. After waking up, Su Bai had become the current Su Bai. As a transmigrator, Su Bai possessed a system like all transmigrators. However, the system was locked when it appeared, and it would only unlock after completing 1000 basic pole drills. This had tormented Su Bai. During these 3 months, Su Bai practiced the most basic pole drills day and night. Finally, on the last day, he completed the 1000 drills, and the system was unlocked. Su Bai hurriedly opened the attribute panel. Attacks 69, dribbling 64, passing 63, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curve 66, speed 80, kick power 75, jumping 74, a physical contact 72, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65, overall rating 67, age 17. Damn it. After seeing the attributes, Su Bai's heart sank. With this, not to mention Dortmund's U18, even if he tried out for the Chinese Super League or China League One, he wouldn't make it into their youth teams. This was purely a piece of trash. Su Bai instantly lost all confidence in playing football. Newcomer gift pack has been delivered. Please check it, host. However, at that moment, the system very humanely started to comfort Su Bai. Su Bai calmed down a little. That's right, isn't there still the gift pack? Maybe opening it would grant max level all attributes, and then he could dominate the world football scene. Torture Ronaldo, trample Messi. Thinking of this, Subai quickly opened the gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have received a max level attribute card. You can raise any one of your attributes to the maximum level. Subai was dizzy with excitement. Still, he quickly looked at his attributes. Shooting. If that's maxed, he could destroy everything. Shoot without hesitation. With that thought, Subai hastily used the attribute card, aiming at shooting. However, at that very moment, the Dortmund U18 head coach arrived. He called Subai several times, but Subai remained with his head down. The assistant coach grew impatient and walked over to push Subai. This push made Subai exit the system. As luck would have it, Subai accidentally clicked not on shooting, but absurdly on passing. Subai looked around blankly at the gaze of everyone present. At the same time, the system sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your passing attribute is maxed. Training points unlocked. Subai was dumbfounded. He was a striker. What use was this useless passing? Looking at Subai's bewildered expression, Norse George was also full of annoyance. This guy Subai was nothing but a trouble foisted upon him by the team. The first team had taken money from the Yen Kingdom Football Association, but the task of taking care of this useless guy in front of him was handed over to him. Over these 3 months, although this guy had never even made the squad list, let alone participated in team training matches, at the end of each month reporters would come to film how popular Subai was at Dortmund. Well, it was just a superficial effort by those disgustingly commercial clubs to make more money in Yen Kingdom. Although Norse George loathed a talentless amateur like Subai. But Norse George glanced at the reporters on the sidelines and put on his most charming smile, saying to Subai, "Su, your trial at our Dortmund U18 is almost over. Today is the last trial match specially prepared for you by the club. I sincerely hope you can pass the assessment and stay in our Dortmund family." Subai looked at the hypocritical head coach and smiled. He knew his own level. This old man only put on that fake smile because of the reporters. 3 months were up. His only hope, shooting, had been mistakenly assigned to passing. At this moment, Subai had come to terms with it. With the system, staying or leaving Dortmund didn't matter to him. Besides, with his hot temper, he had already fought with these Dortmund guys several times. Staying was meaningless. Ding dong. System mission triggered. Obtain your first apprenticeship contract within 7 days. Mysterious reward. Just as Subai was about to leave, the system unexpectedly chimed. Apprenticeship contract. Subai was dumbfounded. Honestly, with his current level, he had no hope of getting any apprenticeship contract at Dortmund. They clearly wanted to get rid of him. Tempted by the mysterious reward, Subai grit his teeth and stayed. There was still the last match. Maybe he could get the mission reward. Norse George watched Subai actually decide to play the last match and nodded. With his level and all the reporters around, what a shameless young man. If it were him, he would have directly declined, at least saving some face. Norse George signaled to the assistant coach. Soon, the players of both U18 teams stood on the field. Subai also stood in the ranks. Divide into Team A and Team B. Basically unchanged. So you go to Team A as striker. As for Steven, you go to Team B. Norse George quickly divided the teams. As the U18 captain and Dortmund's young genius striker, Steven was assigned to Team B, the substitute team. But the players didn't mind. They all knew this was just a show match to entertain the reporters on the sidelines. They would pass to the Yen Kingdom kid a few times to let him get a touch. That was it. After all, it was the last match. But then Ham, the main defensive midfielder who had just been glared at by Subai, raised his hand. "Boss, I want to go to Team B too." Norse George looked at the suddenly stepping forward Ham, nodded, and turned to go to the sidelines. Ham glanced back at Subai, then looked at the cameras on the sidelines and smirked. Damn Yen kid, making him lose face earlier. He would teach him a lesson on the pitch. He wanted to show him that football wasn't for the Yen people. Subai naturally knew why Ham had voluntarily gone to Team B. But since the guy wanted to get him on the pitch openly, there was nothing he could do. Soon the assistant coach split them into 2 sides. Norse George watched expressionlessly from the sidelines, then nodded to assistant coach Jeffrey. Beep. With Jeffrey's whistle, the farewell match specially organized for Subai began. Many reporters on the sidelines raised their cameras and aimed at Subai. Most of these reporters were local hirelings of the Yen Football Association. They knew Subai's level well. If they had invited CCTV, 5 of those reporters wouldn't have come. They still needed to report the expenses of this event. Without final footage from reporters, they could not proceed. So for the money, many reporters tried hard to aim their lenses at Subai on the field. Just as the Yen FA official had said before coming, try to make the shots look good. They were to be posted on the website. But soon reporters helplessly noticed. The Yen kid on the field really did play terribly. As a striker, he didn't know how to position. His dribbling was trash. In 5 minutes, he ran around like a headless fly near the penalty area. He was completely on a different level from the Dortmund youth players. Subai on the field was also suffering. Although he tried hard, every run was either too early or too late. The head coach on the sidelines signaled to pass him more, but he couldn't receive it. After 2 mistakes, Su-bai became invisible on the field. Especially Ham, who was marking him from Team B, looked at Su-bai with a mocking expression. With this level, he wanted to stay at Dortmund. What a joke. In the 6th minute, Ham intercepted a diagonal pass from a Team right winger House before Su-bai could get it, and then sent a long ball to Team striker Steven, who was sprinting forward. Steven controlled the ball with his chest while sidestepping, and before it hit the ground, volleyed fiercely. The football shot like a cannonball straight into the team's goal. Beep. The assistant coach, acting as temporary referee, blew the whistle. Team B 1-0 Team A. The reporters on the sidelines all turned their cameras to the Dortmund genius Steven, who had just scored a brilliant goal. Su-bai stood despondently in the front field. Ham, who had provided the assist, walked past Su-bai with a cold smile. And House, who had just passed to Su-bai's side, and said nothing. That pass was fine. It was completely the Yen kids' overrun. House shook his head helplessly and returned to his own half. After that, Team A started their own attacks. Su-bai was completely abandoned. For a full 10 minutes, Su-bai didn't touch the ball once. Instead, Ham dropped his marking task and pushed forward to attack. Seeing himself useless up front, Su-bai reluctantly moved to midfield to participate in defense. Norse George on the sidelines watched Su-bai's performance and shook his head helplessly. This guy was truly a talentless waste. Su-bai was terrible at defense. Even in midfield, he accomplished nothing. The reporters on the sidelines, seeing Su-bai couldn't even touch the ball for over 10 minutes, grew anxious. They exchanged helpless glances. How could they take good photos if this guy never even touched the ball? But at that moment on the field, Su-bai, who had been fighting hard, unexpectedly received a pass from a team defensive midfielder Montari. The moment Su-bai touched the ball in midfield, it was as if a current had spread through his entire body. He pulled the ball back and turned. Before Su-bai's eyes, a bizarre scene appeared. At that moment, it was like countless lines had appeared in front of him, and each line came with a success rate index, as if precisely calculated. Almost instantly as he turned with the ball, Su-bai moved. His right foot struck the bottom of the ball fiercely. The ball flew toward the team's backfield with tremendous spin. Spinning fiercely, the ball traced a bizarre arc in the air. Like a rainbow, it sailed directly over the entire team defense line. It landed between the goalkeeper and the 2 central defenders of Team B. And the moment the ball hit the ground, a Team right winger House magically appeared there. Without stopping, House pushed the ball with his right foot to the far post. The ball drilled into the corner of the goal. 1-1. Team A had equalized. Su-bai assisted. Many reporters excitedly turned their cameras to Su-bai. Finally, they could get some shots. The reporters marveled at his luck. A random kick had somehow earned him an assist. But among the reporters, a white-haired old man suddenly looked seriously at Su-bai, who was still standing dumbfounded in midfield. His eyes showed a hint of amazement and even a little confusion. Of course, all this went completely unnoticed by the others. Even Dortmund head coach Norse George on the sidelines glanced at his watch boredly. He knew exactly what Su-bai was capable of. That pass was pure luck. The 30-minute intra-squad scrimmage concluded swiftly. Aside from that one assist, Su-bai had accomplished nothing. As a forward, his 0-shot statistic unsurprisingly drew North's. George offered a few words of consolation. Watching the Dortmund U18 players drift off the pitch one by one, Su-bai could only turn helplessly and walk back to the sideline, silently gathering his jersey and boots. He had arrived at Dortmund with this very bag. That morning, before heading to the training ground, he had already packed his passport and everything else together. The dormitory was inside the club grounds. It was a fair distance away, but the training pitch was right by the main gate. Su-bai had long anticipated the outcome, so he didn't plan to return to the dormitory. Just like Uncle Lee from the Football Association had arranged, his return flight ticket had been purchased the night before. The empty training ground was left with only Su-bai. He stripped off his Borussia Dortmund jersey and even his shorts, although he was slinking away in shame. He didn't want to take anything that wasn't his. He couldn't even be bothered with the jersey. Slinging his backpack over his shoulders, Su-bai, still wearing the boots he had brought from home, slowly ambled out of the lavish Dortmund club. The guard at the gate didn't even spare him a glance. Su-bai took a piece of bread from his bag and took a large bite. He washed it down with bottled water, savoring it with relish. Perhaps without the system, he might have felt some disappointment. But ever since the system activated, he had no worries. Dortmund not wanting him was not his loss. One day, he would make Borussia Dortmund regret it. However, he hadn't gone far. A strange old man blocked his path, leaving just like that. The old man spoke in perfect English. Su-bai looked up puzzled. What? He didn't know this old man, but it was absurd. Su-bai initially ignored him, stepping around the old man to continue eating his bread. Say, would you be interested in trying out for Schalke 04? Schalke 04. Su-bai finally turned around and observed carefully. The old man wore worn-out clothes, but his hair was impeccably combed. His leather shoes were polished to a shine. What do you mean, old man? Seeing Subai finally show some interest, the old man smiled. Going back to your country in disgrace like this? What else can I do? The ticket is already bought. If I'm late, I won't even be able to go home. What time is your flight? 7 in the evening. The old man checked his watch. 10:50 in the morning. There's still plenty of time before 7. Want to give Schalke a try? Subai hesitated. His mind was consumed by his mission. The reward was incredibly tempting. He wondered if it would be another max-level attribute card allowing him to finally boost his shooting stat, which he desired most. I don't know anyone there. Would they even give me a chance? And I have no money, so don't expect any finder's fee. And don't even think about scamming me for my organs, though I know Kung Fu. Subai wasn't naive. There were many swindlers who preyed on young people. He wasn't as young as he looked in his past life. He was a formidable internet troll. The old man was amused by Subai. Haha, don't worry, it's free, and I don't want your organs. Do I look like a swindler? Hard to say. The old man laughed. My car is over there. Schalke 04 is very close. Their training probably isn't over yet. Why not come and give it a shot? Without waiting for Subai's response, he turned and walked toward his vintage car, parked by the roadside. Subai looked at the bread in his hand, wrapped it up, wiped his hands, and followed. For the mission reward, he was all in. If things went south, he'd knock out the old man with a couple of punches first. But as soon as he got in the car, Subai felt relieved. There was a camera in the back, and the old man's press card was lying on the seat. You're a journalist? Yeah. Sort of. An amateur journalist and amateur scout. How should I put it? An amateur at everything. The old man pointed to the glove compartment and told Subai to open it. Inside was a scout certification. Subai was dumbfounded. This old man had nerve-poaching talent right under the nose of their city rivals. Haha, being a journalist comes in handy for a scout sometimes. Looking at the smug old man, Subai was speechless. The car, like the old man, crawled along slowly. Subai stared out the window board. Having grown accustomed to the era of smartphones suddenly arriving in 2010 was a bit jarring. No doing to scroll through, no live streams. As an internet troll, Subai's only hobby was playing Pro Evolution Soccer. But the PS of this era was still the 2010 version. Used to high-definition graphics, Subai couldn't even muster interest in gaming. Have you always played as a forward? Seeing Subai a bit bored, the old man asked. Yeah, in Yen on my school team, I've always been a forward. Subai knew his skill level was lacking. When he transmigrated, he was already at Dortmund. He had no idea how this Subai had managed to be selected among the 10. From his memories, it seemed this guy's father was just relatively wealthy. No wonder. You've never had any formal football training. The old man wore an expression of sudden realization. His words made Subai sigh helplessly. At 18, there was no hope for basic skills. But then he thought of the system, and Subai perked up again. It seemed there were training modes and such later on which would definitely improve him. With that thought, Subai sat up excitedly. Have you ever considered changing positions? Playing in midfield as an attacking midfielder or something? The old man's words frustrated Subai. What's fun about passing? I love the feeling of shooting and scoring. Passing the ball for someone else to score. Suddenly, Subai recalled the assist he had just made. It seemed that after maxing out his passing stat, his passes were different from others. Everyone said that pass was a fluke, but he knew he could replicate it indefinitely. Actually, I feel you have more talent in midfield than in other positions. The old man had sharp eyes. Everyone said Subai's pass was luck, but a pass like that with that angle and technique. Try to fluke that. This kid wasn't unskilled, he was playing the wrong position. If he could make passes like that again, the old man had struck gold. With that thought, the old man excitedly floored the accelerator. Vroom, vroom, vroom. But his vintage car didn't appreciate such rough treatment. It roared in protest, but showed no sign of acceleration. In the end, the old man resignedly continued at his leisurely pace, slowly, making his way toward the Schalke 04 club building. Schalke 04. Subai leaned against the car window, staring blankly ahead. Damn it, Halem, did you use all your strength on the woman's belly last night? Pass the ball faster. You better run 10 laps. You damn fool. I told you to stay wide when receiving the ball. What the hell are you doing in the center? The training ground of Schalke 04 U18. A burly man with a bushy beard was yelling furiously. Despite the torrent of curses from the bearded man, the players being scolded behaved like obedient quails. Talk back. Impossible. Who dares to argue with the fierce coach Gialasi Daniel? Unless they want to risk their lives. As the head coach of the U18 youth team, Gialasi Daniel had been in this position for 5 years, no one dared to speak against him. However, just as Gialasi Daniel was cursing at the performance of his players, the assistant coach approached. Boss, old Jez is here. Hearing the assistant coach's words, Gialasi Daniel frowned. Old Jez is no ordinary person. That old fellow is a well-known scout for Dortmund. He has served Dortmund for nearly 20 years and has produced more than 10 talented players. As a result, all teams treated old Jez with great courtesy. What is he doing here? I'm in the middle of training. Asian. Gialasi Daniel was somewhat surprised. After all, old Jez is an experienced scout. He usually wouldn't bring someone directly to the field. Initially, Gialasi Daniel planned to meet him later, but after some thought, he decided to let the assistant coach take old Jez into the training ground. Gialasi Daniel's gaze immediately fell upon Su by scanning him from head to toe. At a height of 1.8 meters, Su Bai appeared somewhat slender with poor physicality. This was Gialasi Daniel's first impression of him. However, Gialasi Daniel didn't mind. After all, players from the countries of Fusan and Gaoli in the Bundesliga are quite similar. Hi, Daniel, I heard you cursing from the entrance. Old Jez didn't give Daniel any face. Nonetheless, Daniel extended his hand to shake old Jez. A person who has fought for the club for 20 years deserves respect. What brings you here? Did you bring me another talented player? You bet. Give this kid a try. He just got kicked out by Dortmund, but we might have struck gold. With that, old Jez pushed Su Bai in front of Daniel. Hello, sir. My name is Su Bai from Yin country. When Su Bai revealed his nationality, Daniel was somewhat surprised. He knew about players from Yin country. After all, there was a player from Yin country in the first team named Hao Juanmin, but that guy had only played a few matches. He heard that the player was already the best in Yin country. This kid has good passing. Shall we let him play? Old Jez straightforwardly stated Su Bai's strengths. However, hearing old Jez introduce him like that made Su Bai feel a bit frustrated. Passing. Damn, he was supposed to be a striker, and now he was being made to pass. Passing. Daniel also became interested. He didn't lack strikers or fast players, and he was indeed looking for someone who could pass well. The very player he had just cursed at was his main attacking midfielder, Hailem O'Shea. Aside from being physically strong, his passing was truly abysmal. What position do you usually play? Daniel asked while looking at Su Bai. Striker, sir. This response made old Jez facepalm. All his efforts to advise this guy, and he still calls himself a striker. But Daniel just laughed. You a striker excel at passing? Looking at Daniel's smile and thinking about his tempting system rewards, Su Bai helplessly changed his tone. Sir, actually my strongest position is in midfield. Being a striker is my dream. Daniel wasted no time. He stopped the two teams' practice match. You go on the field, Hailem O'Shea, get off and give your vest to this kid. Shouting at Hailem on the field, Daniel raised his voice. Hailem O'Shea heard his coach's words and quickly got off the field, handing his vest to Su Bai while giving him a grateful look. Su Bai was also taken aback. He took this guy's position, yet he looked so thankful. Ben, tell this kid about the tactics. Just then a young man with stylish blonde hair approached. Hello, I'm Ben Kasai. We are now temporary teammates. Su Bai shook hands with Ben Kasai. We are Team A. Do you see the tall black guy in front? He is our right winger Joey Frankie, fast and strong. And the bald guy over there is our striker Wit Benny Dick. I play as an attacking midfielder, and we are set up in a 433 formation. I will pass the ball to you later. You are responsible for organizing the attack. Ben Kasai seemed experienced, quickly explaining the player's characteristics and tactics to Su Bai. Clearly Ben Kasai understood the coach's instructions. It was just a simple trial. They would see the kid's level. If he did well, someone would contact Su Bai. If not, he would soon be a stranger. Old Jez at the sidelines silently observed Su Bai while Daniel maintained a blank expression. Su Bai stood on the field, but to his surprise, perhaps because he had maxed out his passing skills, various lines and numbers seemed to appear around him. Was this system visualizing passing routes? Is this system really that impressive? Beep. With the referee's whistle, the internal practice match that would determine Su Bai's future began. Ben Kasai was an old hand. He wanted to quickly get rid of this Yin country kid who didn't seem promising, all while glancing at his coach. So with the whistle, Ben Kasai received a pass back from striker Wit Benny Dick and directly passed the ball to Su Bai in front of him. However, the pass came a little too suddenly. He didn't expect that this Yin country kid would fail to receive the ball. It wasn't that he completely missed it, it was just that he awkwardly stopped the ball 2 meters away from himself. What kind of garbage basic skills are these? Not only Ben Kasai, but even head coach Gialasi Daniel looked speechless. He turned to the scout, old Jez, beside him. Old Jez's face also showed signs of embarrassment. However, after so many years in Schalke 04, he calmly turned his head. This kid is probably nervous and he played a match this morning. He must be tired. Gialasi Daniel smiled brightly, but said nothing. What does tired mean? This clearly shows he just can't play. At this level, he's just an amateur. How can he play professional football? At this moment, Su Bai also felt a bit awkward. However, he had thick skin and a big heart. Although the ball was stopped a bit far, Su Bai quickly rushed forward and managed to regain control of the football before the B team forwards could close in. Looking at the approaching B team players, the passing lines in front of Su Bai were almost all turning red. Without hesitation, Su Bai pulled the ball and turned. He passed the ball to the defensive midfielder behind him, Lloyd Ancairo. Lloyd Angelo watched Su Bai pass the ball to him without any extra thoughts. Receiving the ball, he turned sideways and pushed it with his right foot. Lloyd Angelo then passed the ball to left back Sidney Parker. Team as attack began from the flank. On the sidelines, the head coach watched Subay's first touch without any particular expression. However, old Jace forced himself to stay composed and continued watching the field. Could he have misjudged? From what he had seen so far, even old Jace himself was uncertain now. Perhaps the guy was really just a rookie and that kick at Dortmund was pure luck. But no, that couldn't be. No one could pull off a shot like that by chance. On the field, the match continued. Subay was scrambling around in midfield. Having never played in that position, he honestly didn't have a clue about positioning. In the following 3 minutes watching Subay fail, even at the most basic positioning, Ben Casey lost interest. He started launching attacks on his own. Seeing Ben Casey move forward, Subay followed. But as he ran forward, Subay was astonished to find the lines before him shifting and changing. Moreover, as he moved, the values on each line kept fluctuating. It seemed the threat level of those passes was also changing with his positioning. This system was too powerful. Just then, Ben Casey received a lateral pass from the left midfielder preparing to lob the ball into the box. But suddenly he heard a shout. Here! The voice was unfamiliar, but Ben Casey quickly recognized it as the black-haired youth calling for him. Ben Casey turned and saw the guy standing behind him to the side waving for the ball. He initially didn't intend to pass, but then he remembered this match was meant to test the lad. Casey pushed the ball with his left foot, sending it to Subay behind him. The ball rolled swiftly towards Subay. On the sidelines, Giles. Daniel was a bit surprised that Subay actively called for the ball. After all, based on the past few minutes, the guy seemed completely amateur. He wasn't even among the best in amateur circles. But his daring to ask for the ball was notable, especially for a player from Yin Country. Daniel knew that even the Yin Country international from the first team, Hao Juanmin, played timidly and never dared to demand the ball. At that moment, the most nervous person was old Jace, who was pacing unsteadily on the sidelines. He figured this might be the last chance for the Yin youth he brought. If he messed up the trap again, Daniel probably wouldn't have time to practice his trapping. In the blink of an eye, the ball rolled to Subay's feet. Team BS defensive midfielder rushed toward him to intercept. But just as everyone expected Subay to trap the ball, Subay unexpectedly struck the ball with the outside of his foot, though the force was somewhat weak. A shot. Daniel shook his head with a smile. The guy was truly amateur. With a charging midfielder in front and center backs in the box, there was almost no angle for a shot. Such a forced attempt was a waste of an opportunity. He turned to look at old Jace beside him. Sure enough, seeing Subay take the shot, old Jace's face showed disappointment. Perhaps not just disappointment, but even a hint of embarrassment. Daniel was already thinking of how to console old Jace. After all, the old man meant while seeking out talent. But this time he had simply misjudged. Beautiful. Suddenly, old Jace in front of him jumped up like a madman. Daniel was puzzled. What happened? Judging by the old man's reaction, had the Yin kid scored? Daniel quickly turned to look at the field. Not a goal. A pass. In Team BS box, forward Whit Benedict was already charging at the goalkeeper with the ball. Without any surprise, Whit Benedict pushed the ball with his right foot into the far corner. The ball rolled straight into the net. 1-0. Team A scored the first goal. The joyful Whit Benedict walked towards Subay, who stood at the arc of the box. Yin kid, that was a beautiful pass. Not just Whit Benedict, but even Ben Casey, who had passed to Subay, was full of admiration. As for Team BS defensive midfielder who had tried to intercept, he stared in shock at the black-haired youth before him. He still couldn't understand how the ball had gotten through. Team BS defense was solid. Though he had spread his legs too wide and got nutmegged, there were still two center backs behind him. How did the ball end up in the box? Team as attacking players gathered around Subay, patting his head in celebration. Daniel turned to his coaching staff in confusion. What just happened? Hearing their head coach's question, a bespectacled middle-aged man stepped forward. Boss, that Yin youth didn't shoot. He delivered an excellent outside curve pass. The ball went through Beasley's legs, skimming the grass initially, then zoomed past both of Team BS center backs. After it landed, due to heavy spin, it curved toward the advancing Whit Benedict on the right. Daniel was stunned. Impossible. That guy seemed to know nothing. How could he pull off such a difficult outside curve pass? Among all passes, the outside curve was the hardest. In today's football world, no one could guarantee success, with every outside curve pass highlighting its difficulty. Having missed Subay's pass, Daniel was now genuinely intrigued. I told you he was a passing genius, haha. Daniel, you've struck gold. Old Jace's earlier embarrassment had vanished, replaced by pride and smugness. Daniel didn't respond. He turned back to the field. Give the ball more to that Yin kid, he shouted. The match continued. Daniel's shout wasn't even necessary. Subay's assist had already earned his teammates' trust. On the field, Subay had finally learned how to use the system. He didn't need to trap the ball, he just passed it first time. Thanks to the system, every passing route was clearly marked with success rates in front of him. Gradually, Team A's attack began to flow smoothly. With Su Bei's one-touch passing, the Schalke 04 U18A team was playing at the speed of a Bundesliga side. Whenever Ben Casey got the ball, he passed it to Su Bei, who then distributed it according to the system's routes with one-touch passes. Su Bei was also holding his own in tight spaces. Receiving another lateral pass from Ben Casey, a bright red passing route appeared before him. Bright red meant an assist. Su Bei didn't trap the ball, he struck it hard with the outside of his foot. The ball drew a beautiful rainbow across the Schalke 04 training ground. It sailed over Team B's midfielder and both center backs. Forward Whit Benedict, who had been testing a run, miraculously appeared at the ball's landing point. Another unknown with the goalkeeper. Whit Benedict received the ball and pushed it with his right foot. The ball slipped into the net past Team B's goalkeeper. 2-0. Su Bei had a brace of assists. Daniel saw this one clearly. Jace, is this guy under contract? Where's his agent? I want to sign him. Immediately. Right now. On the field, Su Bei smiled at his double assist. But on the sidelines, old Jace laughed even louder. As the head coach of Schalke 04's U18 team, Daniel had been worrying himself to death lately. Although the U18 team was currently ranked 4th in the German 3rd division. However, as the reserve talent pool for the first team, his squad had failed to produce a single player for the senior side for 2 consecutive seasons. Many within the club had begun clamoring for Daniel's dismissal. This unnerved him, for although he was merely a youth team coach, Schalke 04's salary was not to be sneezed at. Leaving here would cast his future into uncertainty. At this moment, he gazed excitedly at Su Bei on the field. Just how did Dortmund miss this guy? With a pass like that, there's no way Dortmund would let him go, right? Old Jess turned to look at the excited Daniel. I wouldn't know either. Probably too many talents at Dortmund. Old Jess was naturally unaware that Su Bei's performances at Dortmund had been truly abysmal, and his system had only just activated. Hence, Dortmund remained oblivious to the fact that they had overlooked a player with such extraordinary passing ability. With the second goal, the match on the field came to a temporary halt. However, everyone's gaze towards Su Bei had shifted. From initial mockery to the present solemnity, Su Bei's performance over a mere 20 minutes had earned the recognition of these Schalke prodigies. Su, what a pass! The Schalke striker Whit Benedict, who had scored the goal, quickly approached, extending his hand with a smile. For a striker, a midfielder like Su Bei was a dream come true. Looking at Whit Benedict's outstretched hand, Su Bei smiled and shook it. Look, the boss is getting anxious. He probably wants to sign you right away. After speaking, Whit Benedict winked at Su Bei. Not only Whit Benedict, but also Ben Casey, who had coordinated well with Su Bei, walked over. Su, those 2 passes of yours were truly brilliant. Facing Su Bei's passes, Ben Casey did not hold back his praise. On the football pitch, strength always speaks. Su Bei had long understood this. Compared to the indifference at Dortmund, these Schalke lads seemed far more agreeable. At the very least, he hadn't sensed the same overbearing arrogance head felt in Dortmund's youth team. Hey, Su, come over here. Old Jess by the sidelines called out to Su Bei as the match concluded. Su, see, I told you to give Schalke a try. Interested in signing with Schalke 04? Old Jess said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Bei felt a sense of relief. After all, the mission in his system was still pending. If he left the land of chariots dejectedly, who knew when had ever completed? Schalke 04, at the very least, counted as a Bundesliga giant. Though there was a gap compared to Borussia Dortmund, it was still acceptable. Old Jess had expected the young lad to be thrilled at the prospect of signing, but instead Su Bei remained utterly composed. This was Schalke 04. Wasn't he even a little excited? Daniel, standing by, was equally astonished by Su Bei's calm demeanor. After all, players of Su Bei's age were a dime a dozen in the Chariot Nation. Countless would kill for a chance to join Schalke 04. Su, do you have an agent? Daniel asked. Though puzzled, he was eager to secure Su Bei's signature. Such a promising talent, once he left this door, other clubs would be frantic to sign him. No, sir. How could a novice like Su Bei possibly have an agent? All right, Hank. Daniel turned and called for his assistant. Hearing the head coach call, a young man with blonde hair ran over. Take him to sign the contract. Got it, boss. Which type? At this moment, Daniel was uncertain. After all, Su Bei had only delivered 2 passes. His other aspects were truly lacking. Signing a formal professional contract seemed hasty. Moreover, he lacked the authority to sign a formal contract that required the club's manager, Janice. An apprenticeship contract was within his power, but if he signed an apprenticeship contract, any other club could easily poach Su Bei. Then he'd have nowhere to cry. He'll call Janice. Seeing Daniel's dilemma, old Jess smiled and pulled out his phone. Old Jess' words instantly relieved Daniel, who knew the relationship between old Jess and Janice. The 2 old timers had started their careers together as scouts. However, Janice was more adaptable, and over the years he had climbed to the position of manager. Stubborn old Jess, on the other hand, remained a scout to this day. Although his salary was much higher than other scouts, his title was still just a scout. Soon old Jess dialed the number. Within seconds, the call connected. Hey old man, what's the occasion? Did you blow all your money on those old ladies again? Janice's first words left many speechless. Who would have thought that the white-haired old Jess had such a hobby? Damn it, when have I ever liked those old hags? I've got serious business. I found a promising talent and want to sign him. I don't bother with youth team matters. Go to Daniel for apprenticeship contracts. I'm with Daniel right now. It's not an apprenticeship contract. I'm talking about a formal player contract. Old Jess' words evidently surprised Hartmut on the other end. In recent years, despite old Jess' continued efforts to find suitable players for Schalke, the rise of the internet had posed significant challenges to traditional scouting. The advanced network had stripped talented players worldwide of their mystery. The era of scouts traversing the globe to discover superstars was long over. Even if they found a gem or two, they'd usually just make a brief appearance in the youth team and then fade away. But a direct call requesting a formal contract like today was rare. This piqued Hartmut's interest. Who was it to make old Jess go to such lengths for a formal contract? In short, a truly rare talent. Trust me. Hearing Jess, certainly Hartmut chuckled. Formal player contracts came in various types with differing terms. Considering old Jess' stubborn nature, Hartmut decided not to press further. All right. Your eye is still sharp. Have Daniel bring him in to sign. He'll make the arrangements. Hearing Hartmut's agreement, old Jess' face lit up with joy. After hanging up, Jess winked at Subai. Daniel too felt a wave of relief. All right, congratulations. Young man, you're about to become a member of Schalke 04. Subai smiled, but said nothing. He was eager to complete the mission and discover what the reward would be. Though old Jace mentioned it was a professional player contract when the contract was placed before Subai, he felt no surprise. A weekly wage of €175. This was undoubtedly the lowest contract in the entire team. Of course, as a newcomer, Subai found it acceptable. Daniel, who had brought Subai here, showed no particular reaction. However, old Jace, standing nearby, felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had personally called the club's general manager, yet that old fellow had offered Subai the lowest possible contract. To be honest, this contract was hardly different from the apprentice contract Daniel had mentioned earlier, the only distinction being that the apprentice contract had no penalty clause, while Subai's contract included a €5 buyout. This is just the beginning. Don't be discouraged. As long as you get to play and perform well, Schalke will surely raise your weekly wage soon, right, Daniel? Old Jace turned to glance at Daniel beside him. Yes. Don't worry. For Daniel, who urgently needed a midfielder capable of passing, the most important thing now was to keep Subai at Schalke. However, Subai seemed utterly oblivious to the two men. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The task of obtaining your first apprentice contract within 7 days is complete. Completion rating SSS. System reward golden chest. Exceptional task completion triggers a random high-level reward. At this moment, Subai was already thrilled by the system's reward notification. If not for these two individuals, Subai would have immediately entered the system to see what marvelous item it had bestowed upon him. This was a random high-level reward for exceeding the task. A golden chest which sounded incredibly powerful. Hey, don't be discouraged. Seeing the young man from Yen country seemingly stunned with disappointment, Daniel grew somewhat worried. Having finally found a promising talent, if he ended up losing his mind, where would Daniel go to cry? Oh, it's fine, sir. I'm quite satisfied. Seeing Subai finally snap out of it, Daniel breathed a slight sigh of relief. Exiting the office building, old Jace departed. Yet before leaving, he handed his phone number to Subai, urging him to train hard and call if he encountered any difficulties. Watching the receding figure, Subai felt a touch of gratitude. This stubborn yet warm-hearted old man from the War Chariot Nation was in truth his benefactor. Had it not been for his sudden appearance, Subai would likely be at the airport now, preparing to slink back home. Come on, kid, let's head to the training ground. Daniel shrugged with a smile, urging Subai to return. Mr. Daniel, I don't have a place to stay yet. The dorm at Dortmund probably won't take me tonight. At this point, Subai was preoccupied with his golden chest. Training could wait. Haha, don't worry. Everything will be arranged soon. It's almost time. Let's eat first, and I'll have someone take you to the dorm. By the way, this afternoon is the physical test. You came so hastily that we haven't even done the fitness assessment. Pointing toward the cafeteria, Daniel then left. Watching Daniel depart, Subai shouldered his bag and ambled toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, the Schalke staff who had just completed the signing found themselves perplexed by the contract. Such a low-tier professional contract hadn't been signed by Schalke in nearly 5 years. The last one was a teenager from Africa who had left in disgrace after less than half a month. Should we announce this on the official website? Maybe not. A Yen country native. How could he possibly stay? Haven't you heard that Hao Junmin is about to be demoted to the reserve team? How could that be? Coach Magath still thinks highly of him. Another country player has arrived stronger than Hao Junmin. Now Coach Magath is in a bind. Oh, country players are indeed better than those from Yen country. Forget it, this kid won't amount to anything anyway. Why waste time? With that, the staff tucked Su Bai's contract into a drawer and left for the day. Meanwhile, Su Bai had just strolled to the cafeteria entrance. Upon entering, Su Bai froze. Something felt off. He spotted a familiar black-haired figure sitting by the door. Wasn't that third brother? As Yin country's finest midfielder, Hao Junmin had played until 2022. In his memory, Hao Junmin had become the national team captain by then. At that moment, Hao Junmin, who was eating, also noticed an Asian face. Black hair, black eyes. Third brother. Su Bai couldn't help but speak. Hearing familiar Chinese, Hao Junmin immediately stood and approached. You are? Hello, third brother. I'm Su Bai. I just signed with Schalke. Hao Junmin was pleasantly surprised. This was a Bundesliga team after all. To be here, this kid must have signed indeed. Yet he had never heard the name Su Bai before. Which club did you transfer from? The warmth of meeting a fellow countryman abroad instantly excited Hao Junmin. Having been at Schalke for half a season, though he had limited playing time, he still managed to get some minutes under Magath. This allowed many Yin country fans to see their own player on TV each week. At that time, he was the only Yin country player in the top 5 leagues. How could Hao Junmin not be thrilled by the sudden appearance of a compatriot? I didn't have a club before. Su Bai indeed had no club. He had come through a grassroots selection. He had never received formal training when, in essence, it was something the Football Association had cooked up. What? Then you are? This left Hao Junmin puzzled. No club. Was he a war chariot nation-born Chinese? I just signed a professional contract, but it's for the U18 youth team. Though somewhat disappointed, Hao Junmin still encouraged him warmly. U18. The youth team is good too, at least in the top 10 of the 3rd division. Keep it up. By the way, why are you here? Seeing Su Bai with a bag, Hao Junmin assumed he was lost. Mister, Daniel told me to eat first and pointed this way, so I came to eat. Well, but this is the first team's cafeteria, Xiao Bai. The U18 cafeteria is downstairs. It was then that Su Bai noticed Hao Junmin was seated with Drool, the legendary Real Madrid star and the club's greatest number 7. Also Huntelaar. And there was War Chariot Nation International Metzelder. Holy crap, these were genuine superstars. Su Bai was dizzily pulled by Hao Junmin to sit down. Although Su Bai had gone to the wrong place, Hao Junmin still took him by the arm and guided him to a seat. Soon Hao Junmin brought a delicate lunch and handed it to Su Bai. Eat up. We'll have a good talk after you finish. Su Bai had played 2 consecutive training matches since morning and was genuinely hungry. After devouring the meal in a whirlwind fashion, Su Bai finally lay back, patting his stomach in comfort. Apart from Hao Junmin, no one else paid him any attention. Su Bai was merely curious about those star players and didn't foolishly approach them. Seeing that Su Bai was full, Hao Junmin left his phone number with him and then turned to follow his teammates away. He had originally planned to have a proper chat with Su Bai, but the old man Magath had already gotten into the habit of holding tactical lectures after meals. Thus Hao Junmin could only bid Su Bai a regretful farewell. After eating, Su Bai picked up his bag and went to find Daniel. That guy had been in such a rush, pointing him toward the first team dining hall. If not for Hao Junmin being there, Su Bai might have been thrown out by the staff. Going downstairs, Su Bai soon spotted a familiar face. Hi. Su, go eat quickly. Why are you so late? Ben. Kessie greeted Su Bai with a smile. Oh, thanks, I've already eaten. Where is Mr. Daniel? Su Bai was eager to get his dormitory issues sorted. After the entire morning, he was truly exhausted. Hey, Su, I told you to come eat earlier. Why didn't you? At that moment, Daniel emerged from the dining hall. Seeing Su Bai still carrying his bag, he asked curiously. Sir, you told me to go over there, and I absent-mindedly ended up in the first team dining hall. Su Bai was speechless. Haha, my fault. You haven't eaten yet. Go get some food. I've already eaten. All I want now is to find a bed and lie down for a bit. Seeing that Su Bai seemed genuinely tired, Daniel didn't waste words. Ben, Kessie, take Su Bai to the dormitory. Hell, room with you. Haven't you always been alone? Hearing that Daniel had assigned Su Bai to his room, Ben, Kessie nodded. As the captain, his dormitory had seen the most frequent roommate changes in the entire youth team. It was inevitable. Whenever a new player arrived, the sociable Ben was the team's go-to. At the very least, with him there, he could explain the characteristics of each team member to new teammates right away. Of course, not everyone had the strength to stay at Schalke 04. That season alone had already had 2 roommates. But now they had both packed their bags and left. He wondered if this kid from the Yin Kingdom, who had seemingly dropped from the sky, could hold his ground at Schalke 04. Well, it should be Schalke 04 U18. The first team. That was too far off. Even he himself hadn't made it there yet. The stubborn old man in the first team was set on winning the Bundesliga title that season. The club had sold 12 players and brought in several strong reinforcements like Metzelder, Houds, Uchida, Raul, and Escudero. Thinking about this, Ben Kessie shook his head helplessly. Though everyone called him a Schalke youth prodigy, he knew all too well how much water that reputation held. Let's go. Seeing Su Bei's tired face, Ben Kessie didn't delay. Su Bei nodded and followed him. Schalke 04's grounds were vast, but most of the facilities belonged to the first team. Of the 12 training fields, the best 4 were for the first team. The U18 team, because they were playing in the 3 Liga, was allocated 2 decent ones. As for the dormitory building, compared to the luxurious single rooms of the first team, the U18 dormitory was merely passable. It was a somewhat dilapidated 3-story building with a huge Schalke emblem on the front, though it was so dirty, it was barely recognizable. It's a bit rough, don't mind it. I don't usually stay here much, Ben Kessie said as he led Su Bei into the building. Fortunately, despite the shabby exterior, the inside was brand new. Mr. Daniel specifically asked the club to renovate it this season. The old environment was so bad, even a dog wouldn't come in. Here it is. Ben Kessie's dormitory was the first room on the 2nd floor. After guiding Su Bei inside, he quickly left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Su Bei to make himself at home and ask if he needed anything. After Ben Kessie departed, Su Bei finally let out a long breath and lay down on the bed. The room was tidy. Ben Kessie's bed looked barely used, suggesting he was a local. Closing the door, Su Bei excitedly entered the system. He hadn't had a chance to open his golden treasure chest yet. He wondered what surprise the system would give him. Upon entering the system, his pathetic stats appeared before him. Except for passing, which was highlighted in red, everything else was a dismal grayish-white. Yet behind those gray stats lay a gleaming golden treasure chest. How do I use this? Staring at the chest, Su Bei quickly asked. The host can open it directly. Reward unknown. The system was as concise as ever. Su Bei couldn't wait any longer and tapped the golden chest with his right hand. The moment he touched the chest, the entire system space was bathed in golden light. The spectacle startled Su Bei. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden star skill card X1. A golden skill card. Su Bei was overjoyed but sounded incredibly powerful. Whose would it be? Ronaldo's dribbling, Maradona's solo run, or Zidane's volley? Su Bei excitedly opened the skill card. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary star Iniesta's La Croqueta. The skill card has been automatically bound to the host. The moment the card bound to him, a current seemed to surge through Su Bei's body. Scenes of Iniesta using La Croqueta in matches flashed through his mind like a slideshow. Is it over? After the slideshow ended, Su Bei asked. But the system seemed to have gone back to sleep, offering no reply. Seeing no response, Su Bei lost interest and turned his attention to his training points. Since the system had just activated, the training points were at 0. Su Bei had no idea what the training points were for. When he asked the system, it ignored him, and it seemed he would have to figure it out gradually. Leaving the system, Su Bei lay on the bed and closed his eyes for a nap. But he hadn't dozed long before Ben Kessie called him to the training ground. Daniel's training sessions had no room for a lunch break. To prepare for the weekend's 3 Liga match, Daniel had given his players no rest for days. Su Bei splashed some water on his face and quickly put on the uniform Ben Kessie had brought him. Number 38. He hadn't chosen it, it belonged to the previous occupant of the dorm who had been cut. Dressed, Su Bei hurried downstairs. At that moment, the first team's tactical lecture had just ended. Hao Junmin couldn't wait to call Su Bei. After all, he was a fellow countryman he wanted to look after. Hi Hao, where are you going? Just as Hao was about to leave, someone called out. Turning around, he saw it was Roll. Oh, Gonzalez, I was thinking of going to check on the U18 team. For some reason, since arriving at Schalke, the only person Roll could really talk to was Hao Junmin. As the Real Madrid legend Roll, Gonzalez had come to Schalke in the twilight of his career. To be honest, Roll felt little about Magath's obsessive desire for a title. He had won enough trophies, a Bundesliga championship held no real appeal for him. Is it that little guy from lunch? Is he also from the Yen Kingdom? During lunch, Roll had noticed Su Bei, but he assumed he was Hao's relative. He hadn't expected him to be a U18 player. I've got nothing to do anyway. Want to go together? Hearing that Roll was interested, Hao Junmin smiled shyly and nodded. You need to be more confident. Stop just smiling. When playing in Europe, you have to assert yourself. You need to start learning that in daily life. Seeing Hao's shy demeanor, Roll said with a smile. Still, he put an arm around Hao and walked out of the room together. Perhaps what drew him to Hao was precisely that shyness and humility. He certainly didn't care for the muscular brutes on the Schalke team. Ahem. That attraction was purely normal. The U18 training ground was some distance from the first teams. They walked for a while before arriving. Control the midfield. Watch the ball at your feet. Hear him, oh say you damn fool, can you keep the ball? Stop passing it blindly. Look where you sent it. Benedict, stop running aimlessly. Do you think Hiram can actually pass it to you? As soon as they reached the field, Daniel's booming voice reached their ears. Seeing the furious Daniel, Hao Junmin was speechless. Were all coaches in the chariot country like this? Magath also had that kind of voice on the training ground, but he was slightly more civilized and generally avoided profanity. Where's your little brother? Seeing nothing interesting on the field, Roll asked. How scanned the area but didn't spot Subai. After a closer look, he found him warming up on the sidelines. It was clear that even the U18 team had no place for Subai. Is that Roll? Wow, really, Roll came to our U18. Is the first team here to poach someone? Damn, it really is him. I didn't hear they needed players. What's going on? Roll and How, standing by the field, quickly drew the attention of the players. After all, Roll's reputation preceded him. Daniel also noticed them. Mr. Roll. He walked over and greeted him. Hello. Is this visit on Mr. Magath's orders? Obviously, Roll's arrival led Daniel to a misunderstanding, one that filled him with joy. After a whole year, Magath had finally come to see his U18 team. Though he hadn't come in person, having Roll here carried even more weight. Sorry, I came with How to see his fellow countrymen. But it seems that guy hasn't played yet. Roll glanced at Subai on the sidelines and smiled. Hearing this, Daniel looked at How Junmin beside Roll and quickly caught on. Haha, he just signed today. I'm having him warm up, we'll put him in shortly. The seasoned Daniel naturally understood what Roll's words implied. The fact that Roll would accompany this fringe first-team player clearly meant he wanted Daniel to look after Subai. Besides, he had already planned to let Subai play, so he gladly accepted the favor. Having said that, Daniel turned around. What are you staring at? Su, you're in. Replace Hiram. Hearing Daniel's order, Subai immediately stepped onto the field. But this time the substituted Hiram showed no excitement. Everyone knew why Roll was here. At such a critical moment, being replaced by the newcomer. Muttering under his breath, Hiram shot a glance at Subai and walked off the field. Thank you, Gonzalez. How Junmin knew that Subai's quick entry was thanks to Roll. So he quickly expressed his gratitude. Haha, let's see what your fellow countrymen can do. Roll smiled and turned his attention to the field. How understood that Roll didn't want him to feel indebted. Still, he was deeply touched. Su, remember your task is to pass the ball to that hothead up front. As Subai entered the game, Daniel shouted an instruction. The moment he stepped onto the field, the passing routes appeared before his eyes once more. Glancing at How Junmin cheering him on from the sideline, Subai smiled faintly. Schalke 04. I'm here. The Schalke 04 U18 team had a large roster. Counting those on apprenticeship contracts, there were at least 35 players. That was far more than the first team. Thus, during every internal training session, aside from the dozen or so players in Team A, who symbolized the starting lineup, everyone else was crammed into Team B. At least Team A players had formal contracts with weekly wages enough to support themselves. The apprenticeship contracts, however, were miserable. Many of those apprentice players had to take part-time jobs just to get by. After all, Schalke 04 wasn't wealthy. The club simply didn't have much money to sustain a dispensable U18 team. When Subai bypassed Team B and moved directly to Team A upon Roll's arrival, many substitutes waiting on the sidelines for their chance looked on with envy. They had seen Subai's fundamentals before. He was purely an amateur. He had only managed a couple of decent passes by luck, yet now he had soared to prominence. Jennings, the defensive midfielder for Team B, watched Subai move into position in front of him with simmering resentment. He glared at Subai, his eyes brimming with jealousy. As Subai took his place, the training match officially began. Having played once before, Ben Kessie knew Subai's traits well. At kickoff, he didn't pass the ball to Subai for dribbling. Instead, he charged forward with it himself. Subai stayed close by Ben Kessie's side, ready to offer support. Strangely, though, the one with the ball was Ben Kessie. Jennings, the tall defensive midfielder from Team B, moved to mark Subai instead. After all, Daniel aimed to train Team as offense, so during the split, Team A was set up with dual attacking midfielders, the 433 formation they often used in the Regional Liga West. On the other side, Daniel arranged Team B in a 451 formation. With two wide midfielders and two defensive midfielders, it was clearly a defensive setup. The attacking midfielder Subai replaced Jaime Roche had often been criticized for failing to pass the ball. But back then, Team B had placed all defensive pressure on the technically skilled Ben Kessie. Watching Subai being man-marked off the ball, Daniel on the sidelines quickly realized it was because the Team B player was feeling resentful. However, Daniel didn't bother to intervene. He was curious to see if Subai could still pass the ball while under pressure. It seems your little friend has made an enemy, Roll whispered to How Junmin, observing Subai being targeted on the field. The seasoned Roll saw through the situation instantly. I wonder if he can pull through. Watching Subai get marked by a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, as soon as he stepped onto the field, How Junmin couldn't help but worry. Seeing Subai's slender frame, he knew that if that giant got too close, it would be tough for Subai to make any impact. How Junmin couldn't help but think of his own predicament in the Bundesliga and let out a helpless sigh. On the field, Subai was feeling a bit exasperated as he faced the Team B defensive midfielder pressing against him. This guy was really annoying, blocking the passing lane between him and Ben Kessie. With no other choice, Subai moved around him and approached Ben Kessie to receive the ball. Seeing Subai come over, Ben Kessie quickly passed the ball horizontally to him. By now, Ben Kessie was already feeling the heat. Although his footwork was decent, Team B had started double-teaming him. Not only the other defensive midfielder, but also the right winger from Team B was closing in. Holding onto the ball under such pressure was no easy feat in Germany, a country known for its rough play. So Su Bei's arrival was a relief. However, the moment Ben Kessie passed the ball to Su by the right winger, and both defensive midfielders from Team B charged at him all at once. Su Bei gently tapped the incoming ball with his right foot, but the touch was a bit rushed. The ball nearly slipped out of his control. On the sidelines, Hao Junmin shook his head in dismay as he watched Su Bei face a three-man tackle on his first touch. Seeing Su Bei's somewhat clumsy footwork made him even more uneasy. This was the common flaw of Chinese players: poor fundamentals. Even Raoul, who had been enthusiastic, frowned at Su Bei's first touch. Truly amateurish. That was Raoul's assessment of Su Bei's initial touch. Accustomed to the exquisite technique of Spanish football, Raoul clearly wasn't impressed. Raoul glanced at the embarrassed Hao Junmin and patted his shoulder reassuringly. A three-man siege. For Su Bei, at that moment, panic set in. His basic attributes were abysmal. Dribbling and offensive awareness were far from professional standards. So as the three players rushed at him, Su Bei was at a loss. Ben Kessie, who had just passed the ball, grew anxious seeing Su Bei surrounded. He quickly moved to support Su Bei, but unfortunately the three Team B players had no intention of giving him that chance. They perfectly blocked all passing lanes between him and Su Bei. Seeing Su Bei about to lose the ball, Ben Kessie didn't hesitate to sprint back to prepare for defense. Today was different from usual. Raoul was watching from the sidelines, and this was the perfect opportunity to shine. Just as everyone was convinced Su Bei would lose the ball, Su Bei, trapped in the middle of the three, made the first move. He swiftly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot. That clever move dodged the outstretched left leg of the first charging right winger. Then in an instant, Su Bei used his left foot to nudge the ball back to the right. But it didn't end there. After evading the interception of one defensive midfielder, he nudged the ball left again in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei performed an improbable ballet amidst the three-man siege. Then with his left foot, he poked the ball forward, slipping through the gap between the two defensive midfielders of Team B. La Croqueta. This wasn't just a simple nudge. Everyone knew that move. It was the signature technique of the super midfielder from Barcelona, Iniesta, who had used it countless times to dominate all the top clubs. In an instant, Su Bei astonishingly freed the ball from the three-man trap. Hao Junmin on the sidelines was stunned. Not just Hao Junmin, but even Raoul, who had been about to comfort him, was frozen in shock. How was it possible? In Schalke 04's U18 youth team, there was a player who could execute the croqueta with such precision. This was in the rough-and-tumble Germany. And Su Bei's performance wasn't over yet. After dribbling past the three, he didn't hesitate. Seeing his forward wit Benedict making a run up front, Su Bei struck the bottom of the ball hard with the outside of his right foot. Daniel on the sidelines was already eagerly anticipating that familiar rainbow. Su Bei had already seen the familiar red line in front of him before making the pass. A success rate of 87 appeared next to the red line. With maxed out passing attributes, every movement of Su Bei seemed as precise as a computer's calculations. The moment the ball touched his foot, it shot up like a cannonball. This ball was hit with all his might. Moreover, looking at the direction of Su Bei's pass, it was clearly aimed towards the left winger. On the sidelines, Raoul was somewhat surprised by the direction of the ball. He had thought that Su Bei was going to shoot directly. It was a distance of 40 meters. He had expected Su Bei to execute a beautiful long-range shot. However, seeing the flight of the ball, Raoul felt a bit disappointed. It was standard, even somewhat mediocre. A good midfielder wouldn't pass the ball so quickly when there were no defenders. This pass clearly had no chance for an unknown opportunity. He should have charged forward with the ball. However, Raoul soon changed his mind. Although the ball initially flew to the left, it suddenly changed direction rapidly at its highest point. Furthermore, he was shocked to discover that the ball was spinning violently as well. Just as the ball reached its peak, the ball suddenly began to descend rapidly, and its downward trajectory was right at the edge of Team B's penalty area. The A-team's forward wit, who had just been near Team B's center back, Benedict, charged out like a wild horse. Unquestionably, the moment the ball landed, Benedict shot with his right foot without any interference. Beep. The temporary referee on the field blew the whistle for a valid goal. In that moment, the previously noisy U18 training ground fell silent. Except for the excited Benedict turning around to give Su Bei a thumbs up, everyone else was staring in shock at the black-haired young man standing in the center circle. U18 head coach Daniel was also dumbfounded as he looked at Su Bei. It was astonishing. A fried meatball maneuver past three players, followed by a stunningly beautiful curved pass with the outside of the foot. This is too exaggerated. Even in training, this is just too much. Is this guy really his player? In that moment, Daniel suddenly felt confident about winning the championship in the German third division. With such a powerful midfielder, how could those weak teams compete with his? The originally jealous substitutes from Team B also lowered their heads one by one. They had to admit that this newcomer from Yin country had the ability to play in Team A. Wow, this guy is amazing. Raul swallowed hard, suddenly blurting out such a statement. Indeed. Indeed. Unlike Raul, Hao Junmin was genuinely stunned at that moment. He knew the level of players from Yin country. Even if he were on the field, he wouldn't be able to execute that series of actions. He was currently the strongest midfielder in Yin country, although he was placed in the fullback position by Magath. However, he had always played as an attacking midfielder in Yin country. He had played in the Yin country Super League for 5 or 6 years, and not a single high-paid foreign player could deliver such a splendid performance. At this moment, Hao Junmin suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps in less than 2 years, Yin country would produce a super midfielder. The 2014 World Cup. That distant dream might actually come true. Hao Junmin noticed a staff member on the sidelines holding a small camera. He quickly walked over. Did you just record that? Yes, right? It's recorded. Can you make me a copy? This. Hao Junmin excitedly wanted to keep a video of Su Bei's astonishing performance. This Mr. Daniel said that our training videos are confidential. However, the stubborn staff clearly did not give Hao Junmin this courtesy. At that moment, Daniel walked over. Give it to him, we have plenty of footage of Su Bei like this. Seeing a first-team player wanting the video, Daniel was thrilled. This was the best opportunity to showcase his work. What was the video for? It was to show it to Magath from the first team. Although it was unlikely for Su Bei to make it to the Bundesliga now, at the very least, it would make Magath realize that his U18 team still had players who could contribute to Schalke 04. In the end, Hao Junmin joyfully obtained the tape of Su Bei's long pass. With Su Bei's assist, the training match became dull. After a while, Daniel called off the training match. After all, in the afternoon, many players had part-time jobs, so Daniel didn't plan to waste time and directly announced the end of today's training. Su Bei hurried to Hao Junmin's side. Kid, you did great. Seeing Su Bei come over, Hao Junmin praised him. This made Su Bei feel a bit embarrassed. Just now, when facing 3 defenders, he didn't know why he suddenly felt that his whole body seemed to move on its own, and the fried meatball maneuver was executed effortlessly. Thinking back, it should be the effect of the system. This made Su Bei extremely excited. This was just the first card. As long as the tasks kept coming with the continuous skill card bonuses, he would be unbeatable. What are your plans for the afternoon? Looking at the time, it was only 3 o'clock. Hao Junmin asked. Training. It's still early, I still have a lot to improve. Hao Junmin nodded in satisfaction at Su Bei's response. With talent and such hard work, this kid's future was truly limitless. Keep it up. He'll invite you to dinner in a couple of days. By the way, if you need anything, remember to call me. After saying this, Hao Junmin prepared to leave. After all, tomorrow was the Bundesliga match day, and he didn't have time to delay too long. Training time with Magath was about to start. Good luck, Su. I look forward to you joining the first team. You have to make such beautiful passes for me too. At this moment, Raul smiled and patted Su Bei on the shoulder. Raul's words were not just perfunctory. Su Bei's performance had indeed shocked him. A 17-year-old boy with such a strong talent for passing. Joining the first team really didn't seem impossible. If Schalke 04's midfield had such a passer combined with his strength in the penalty area, it seemed that Magath's dream of winning the Bundesliga wasn't too difficult after all. With this thought, Raul's extinguished heart seemed to show signs of reigniting. Raul and Hao Junmin were gone. Watching them leave, Su Bei also planned to return to the training ground. He still hadn't figured out the training points in the system, but it seemed they must be related to his training. He didn't have much time to think about other things right now. As for Raul's mention of joining the first team, that was purely a joke to him. Su Bei knew his own limits well. Even playing in the U18 team of the 3rd division might be difficult, let alone the vastly different Bundesliga. Daniel saw Su Bei turning around and called out to him. Hey Su, where are you going? To train, sir. Don't call me sir, just call me boss. Hearing how awkward Su Bei's address sounded, Daniel made him change it. Yes, sir. Moi. Yes, boss. This time Daniel was finally satisfied. Don't go to training. Even though you've signed, you haven't done your medical yet. Go for the medical first. Wycliffe, take this kid for his medical and test his other data. After saying this, Daniel leisurely returned to his office. The medical center wasn't far from the training ground, and following the assistant coach, Su Bei arrived quickly. Even though Su Bei was in the U18 team, Schalke's medical center was open to them. However, compared to the first team, the services they could access were limited. Wycliffe led Su Bei into the building with ease. House are you in? Got work, Wycliffe called out softly. Soon a middle-aged man in a white coat with a full beard and a fierce look emerged. Glancing at Su Bei, the man named House frowned. Newcomer. Yeah, recommended by old Jace, just signed, but we're short on time, no medical done yet. Take care of it. After hearing Wycliffe's words, House nodded. Looks quite frail. Not sure if he can handle the 3rd division games. With a build like that, he probably can't take a single hit. Though he muttered under his breath, House quickly prepared the equipment. Take off your clothes. He pressed a few buttons skillfully and turned to Su-bai. Take off my clothes. Seeing the door open, Su-bai felt a bit awkward. He had never undressed in front of two grown men before. But with House staring at him expectantly, Su-bai reluctantly took off his clothes and lay down on the machine. This guy's body is really underwhelming. Look at his muscle mass, nowhere near professional player standards. And his muscle strength is lacking too. He definitely hasn't been watching his diet. How did old Jace find someone like this? That old man usually has good judgment, doesn't he? House kept rambling, but Su-bai heard none of it. Don't be fooled by his frail appearance. His passing is incredible. You don't know his passes are beautiful. And he's only 17, his body can still be developed, but passing instinct, that's innate. Hearing House dismiss Su-bai, Wycliffe quickly stepped in. After all, this was the talent their boss planned to nurture. House was known throughout the club for his big mouth. If Wycliffe didn't correct him, by evening everyone in the club, even the cleaning lady, would know that Coach Daniel had signed a useless player without a medical. Really? House looked skeptical. Dr. House, here are the latest medical data from the first team. Should I send them over now? At that moment, a young female doctor with glasses and blonde hair walked in. Coincidentally, Su-bai's examination had just finished. With a creaking sound, the testing machine opened. Su-bai, completely naked, was exposed right in front of the young female doctor. Aunt! A scream erupted, but not from the female doctor. It came from Su-bai. These two old men made him strip and then brought in a female doctor. How would he ever show his face again? What are you yelling about? The female doctor glanced at Su-bai, nonchalantly dropped the file, and turned to leave. Su-bai helplessly put his clothes back on. This scene had Wycliffe and House in stitches. Lisa is still as composed as ever, ha. Lisa. Su-bai now knew the name of that blonde girl. She was the first woman in this world to see through him, literally. Meanwhile, Lisa, who had just left the room, stood against the wall. She took a few deep breaths to compose herself before turning into another room. Clearly her calmness was all an act, not that Asian's. Thinking of those awful magazines, Lisa's face flushed red. That kid was actually quite handsome. Leaving House room, Wycliffe took Su-bai to the physical testing room. After a full hour of busy work, Wycliffe finally left the building with all of Su-bai's data satisfied. After bidding Su-bai farewell, Wycliffe knocked on Daniel's door with the data. The data is out. Seeing Daniel lounging in his chair with half-closed eyes, Wycliffe placed Su-bai's file on his desk. Let me see. Hearing Wycliffe, Daniel immediately sat up and began reviewing the data. 100 meters in 14 seconds. That's slow. And the shuttle run. Sighed. After finishing Su-bai's data, Daniel looked helpless. He thought he had found a bargain. But looking at the numbers, he realized Dortmund had let Su-bai go for a reason. Though at 17, there was still time to improve these stats. No matter how talented, one couldn't improve much. Especially seeing Su-bai's muscle strength. At that moment, Daniel felt somewhat disheartened. With a body like that in the rough third division, he worried Su-bai might be too afraid to even catch the ball after a collision. Don't be too pessimistic. His passing is truly top-notch. Seeing his boss' disappointment, Wycliffe quickly offered comfort. True, these can still be improved, but his passing talent is extraordinary. All right, Wycliffe, from now on, keep an eye on him, especially his diet. Don't let him eat greasy Chinese food. He'll talk to House and get Su-bai a meal plan. Saying this, Daniel sat up and picked up the phone. Seeing their head coach care so much about Su-bai, Wycliffe smiled and left. Though he said nothing, the assistant coach's special attention spoke volumes. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Wycliffe was packing up to leave for the day. The best thing about the U18 team was the flexible schedule. Players had plenty of free time in the afternoon, and so did the coaching staff. Leaving the building, Wycliffe heard someone still on the training ground. Usually at this time, the training ground was empty. Turning around, he saw a figure with black hair on the field. He was dribbling the ball tirelessly across the wide field, doing shuttle runs with the ball. This kid, he really was giving it his all. But who knew if this was just a fleeting burst of enthusiasm? From 4 to 7 o'clock, a full 3 hours, Su-bai trained alone in the empty training ground, pushing himself to the limit. During his time in Dortmund, the team had their own afternoon training sessions, but they never included him. Thus, Su-bai had long grown accustomed to this solitary training. Watching the sun set, he packed up his belongings and prepared to get something to eat. However, when he reached the cafeteria, he was disappointed to find it already closed. With no other choice, he turned around and headed back to his dorm. Starving, Su-bai opened his bag as soon as he returned to the dorm. Fortunately, because he had to catch a flight, he had stashed quite a few loaves of bread in his bag. Washing it down with water, Su-bai hastily finished his dinner. Only then did he have the time to check the system. Lying in bed, Su-bai opened the system again. The attributes were still as pathetic as ever. He immediately turned his attention to the training points. To his surprise, the training points, which had been completely empty, now showed a small segment of green. System, what's this green stuff? Seeing the change in training points, Su-bai excitedly asked the system. Training points can be converted into system attribute points. The host's current overall attributes are too low. Training points are calculated based on time. For every 10 hours of training, the host can obtain 1 attribute point. 10 hours. Subai was overjoyed. It was exactly as he had thought. This training value was a godsend. 1 point every 10 hours meant he could gain an attribute point roughly every day. Looking at his pathetic attributes, Subai suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. What he needed to improve most now was his ball control. Although he had the skill card for the fried dough twists, his current ball control attribute was far too low. As long as he increased his ball control attribute, things like ball trapping and dribbling would all improve. With high-level ball control and maxed-out passing, he could definitely secure a firm foothold in the U18 team. Carefully measuring the proportion of the green segment, Subai suddenly leaped up and rushed out of the room. Just 4 more hours and his training points would be full. He couldn't wait to see how the points would be allocated once it was full. Daniel yawned, then closed his notebook. The first round of the 3 Liga was this weekend. Although the afternoon was off, training had to continue tomorrow. With only 4 days left, he had finally settled on his tactical approach for the new season. The starting lineup for each position was also confirmed. Glancing at the moon already rising outside the window, Daniel closed the door and slowly headed downstairs. Like Wycliffe, as soon as he reached the ground floor, Daniel heard someone on the training ground. He checked his watch. 11 o'clock. Who could still be on the training ground at this late hour? Besides, the club had long turned off all the lights. Who would be out there? Curious, Daniel turned and walked over. Soon, under the moonlight, a black-haired youth appeared before him, covered in sweat. Even in the darkness, the moment each droplet fell to the ground was clearly visible to Daniel. Was this that Yin country youth, training so hard? At that moment, even the experienced Daniel was stunned. It was 11 o'clock at night, training so hard in the dark, especially seeing the kid practicing the most basic dribbling drills. Daniel didn't know what to say. After thinking for a long time, he silently turned and left. At that moment, Subai was silently counting his training time. 11:04 p.m. Enough. 10 hours. Sure enough, as the time was up, the system let out a crisp ding. By now, Subai was completely exhausted, lying on the ground. But that crisp sound still brought a smile to his weary face. Packing his things, Subai dragged his almost immovable legs back to the dorm. Collapsing onto the bed, he quickly entered the system. It was the familiar interface. However, the experience bar under the training points was now full, and behind the experience bar, a yellow plus sign had appeared. Subai quickly tapped it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 free attribute point. Now a green plus sign appeared next to each of Subai's attributes. Without hesitation, Subai tapped on ball control. In an instant, it felt like a jolt of electricity passed through him. His body, which had been completely exhausted moments before, was instantly restored. Feeling full of energy again, Subai was thrilled. System. Does adding points also relieve fatigue? Each time the host adds a point, the system resets. A system reset can clear all of the host's negative statuses. Indeed. A bold idea flashed through Subai's mind. Since training for 10 hours would reset his status, why not? The status reset can only be triggered once per day. However, the system quickly poured cold water on his plan. He had thought about exploiting a loophole to train non-stop and gain 2 attribute points a day. But it seemed the system had already anticipated such exploits. Resigned, Subai had to abandon his bold idea. He checked his updated stats. Offense 69, ball control 65, passing 100, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curve 66, speed 80, kicking power 75, jumping 74, physical contact 72, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65. Overall rating 67, age 17. Subai dejectedly exited the system. Aside from his stamina, his attributes were still far too pathetic. There was a long road ahead. However, what Subai didn't know was that on the Yin Country Football Forum, an anonymous account had suddenly posted a thread. The exquisite passes of a young Yin Country player. Beneath the thread title was a video link. Clicking on the video, it clearly showed Subai's stunning fried dough twists move and rainbow pass during the Schalke training match. In 2010, all before smartphones became ubiquitous in Yin, online forums were the sole refuge for netizens. How Juanmin, lounging at home, chuckled to himself as he glanced at the post he had just uploaded. What are you up to, honey? You come home and just sit there grinning at the computer. At that moment, How Junmin's wife approached carrying a plate of fruit. Unlike other football stars who preferred models, How Junmin's wife was his junior high school sweetheart. They had been together since those early days. Their unwavering bond over the years earned the admiration of many. After How Junmin joined Schalke 04, his newlywed wife Li Qian quit her job to accompany him to the land of chariots. A young kid from our Yin joined the team today. He's really talented. I posted a video on the forum. There you go again with the forum. Every time you browse, you end up down for days reading all those insults about you in the national team. Why do you even bother? Hearing this, Li Qian sighed and handed a piece of cut fruit to Hao Junmin. Oh, it can't be helped. Our national team is truly hopeless. It's been 8 years since that zero-score disaster in 2002, and now even qualifying for the top 10 is a struggle. We absolutely have to make it to the 2014 World Cup. With the Football Association like that, what do you expect? Didn't you say? Enough, don't say things you shouldn't. Seeing his wife about to speak out of turn, Hao Junmin frowned and cut her off. Who cares to talk anyway? No fruit for you. With that, Li Qian snatched the fruit right out of Hao Junmin's mouth and stormed off downstairs in a huff. Even Li Qian's poodle barked furiously at Hao Junmin before scampering after her. Helpless, Hao Junmin shook his head and sighed as he watched her retreating figure. She was so sweet back then. How did she become so irritable after marriage? He muttered under his breath before turning his attention back to his post. To his surprise, the post had been pinned to the top of the Yin Football Forum. In less than 5 minutes, it had already garnered over 300 comments. Holy crap, those La Croqueta moves are insane. This guy is no ordinary player. Damn, he's on par with Iniesta, especially those outside off-the-foot passes. This is terrifying. Are you sure he's from Yin? Doesn't look like it. Black hair, such delicate footwork. Feels more like someone from Fusang. Stop assuming delicate footwork means Fusang. Who says people from Yin can't have finesse? Besides the national team, I think there are plenty of skilled players in Yin. Oh yeah, name one. Ahem. Well, forget I said anything. Honestly, that play was incredible. His vision and passing are top tier, and his ball control is Barcelona level. This kid has limitless potential. Hao Junmin never expected his casual post to cause such a stir. Though he frequented football forums, he usually just retorted when someone insulted him. Today, he posted simply to show those who constantly praised Fusang's football that Yin also had its prodigies. To his astonishment, the post was immediately pinned. And amusingly scrolling through the comments, not a single one insulted Su Bai. That was a rare sight in Yin. Remember, even the 2008 Olympic men's basketball team faced criticism for being useless. And what happened? Years later, when Yan's team couldn't even qualify for the Olympics, everyone realized that the 2008 team had already reached their peak. Brimming with excitement, Hao Junmin stayed up late reading comments before reluctantly shutting down the computer. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai's alarm rang. He got up, washed up, and within 10 minutes, he was ready and out the door. The system state reset left Su Bai feeling no fatigue. Although he could only reset his stamina once a day, there was no limit to how many times he could gain training points. Back in his dorm last night, Su Bai had devised a plan: wake up at 5 every morning, train from 5:30 to 8:30 for 3 hours. Team training during the day would total about 5 or 6 hours, and he would use all his free time in the afternoon for extra practice. That meant up to 12 hours of training a day. Though demanding, Su Bai's base stamina was an impressive 88, more than enough to sustain this routine. In just 5 days, he could earn 6 attribute points. The thought filled Su Bai with confidence. In September, the weather in the land of chariots had already turned chilly. The training ground was deserted. Su Bai began his solitary practice once more. The rhythmic thuds of the ball echoed across Schalke 04's pitch at dawn. A young man full of dreams tirelessly honing the most basic drills. Over and over again. As the U18 head coach, Daniel had always been an early riser. His home was right next to the Schalke club. After an early breakfast, Daniel strolled to the club. The security guard greeted him with a smile. As usual, Daniel lit a cigar and ambled toward his office. A cigar followed by a cup of coffee. That was Daniel's morning ritual. But the thudding sound shattered the tranquility. So early. Who could it be? Daniel turned toward the noise. There on the training ground, a black-haired youth was drenched in sweat, relentlessly practicing shots. Him again. Daniel checked his watch. 7 o'clock. In all his years at the club, he had seen diligent players, but they usually started at least half an hour later. 7 o'clock was unheard of. He had only seen kitchen staff preparing breakfast at this hour, never a player training. And that Yin boy had still been at it at 11 last night. Daniel paused to observe Su Bai closely. His movements were amateurish, especially his shooting. Even without a goalkeeper, he missed the goal 5 times out of 10. Diligent as he was apart from his passing, the kid was still utterly hopeless. Daniel shook his head and returned to his office. Yet, even in his office, Daniel found himself occasionally glancing out the window at the solitary figure on the training ground. It's 7:50. Despite Su Bai's high physical fitness of 88, the continuous training on an empty stomach for over 2 hours had left him somewhat exhausted, and his stomach growled. Su Bai reluctantly halted his training. Last night, he had only eaten bread, and although the system had cleared the negative effects, the feeling of hunger could not be eliminated. Glancing at the time with only an hour left until the training session, Su Bai hurriedly gathered his belongings, intending to head to the cafeteria for something to eat. Just as Su Bai left, other team members began to arrive at the training ground one after another. Ben Kasai looked at the empty field and thought of his roommate. He quickly picked up the phone preparing to call Su Bai to remind him to come to training early. Their head coach despised lazy players the most. His previous roommate, who was not fond of training, had ultimately been dismissed. Once the call connected, Su Bai on the other end promised he would be there soon. From the sound of his voice, it seemed he was still eating. Checking the time, Ben Kasai frowned. Having breakfast so late might cause him to be late for training. Anyway, he had already made the call. Ben Kasai decided to stop worrying about Su Bai and began warming up on his own. At 8:30, over 30 team members were already lined up neatly on the training ground. Daniel entered the training ground with a confident stride alongside Wycliffe. Wycliffe began checking off names from the list. Ben Kasai looked around and sighed helplessly. As expected, that guy still hadn't arrived. Soon Wycliffe confirmed that the team was just missing Su Bai. Wycliffe informed Daniel of the situation. Just then Su Bai rushed into the training ground. Noticing everyone was watching him, Su Bai felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed that the bread he had last night had gone bad in his bag, and early in the morning, he had an upset stomach. Thus he was late for the first training session. This guy will probably get scolded again. Damn it, I hope it's not 10 laps for the whole team. No wonder football in Yin country is so poor. This guy has some talent, but being this lazy, he probably won't achieve much. Look at Mr. Daniel's glare. He seems ready to devour this guy, and we better not get caught in it. It's over. Punishment runs are a certainty now. Damn Yin country, Brad, it's all your fault. At this moment, even Ben Kasai glanced at Su Bai with some concern. He had already called, so how could this guy still be late? Hurry up and get in. Young people should work hard, but don't wear yourselves out. Typically acting like a raging lion, Daniel surprisingly said something like this. Countless people were stunned. Even assistant coach Wycliffe widened his eyes looking at their head coach. What's going on? He's clearly late, yet he's told not to work too hard. Not only Wycliffe, but many team members also cast envious glances at Su Bai. This guy is really favored. If it weren't for the difference in skin color and hair, they might suspect Su Bai was Daniel's illegitimate child. Su Bai, returning to the group, joined the training squad. After all, this was just U18. Daniel didn't delve into any profound tactical analysis. After leading the players in warm-ups, they continued with a scrimmage. However, this time Su Bai was not placed in Team A. Fortunately, Daniel put him in the middle of Team B. This time Su Bai became the sole attacking midfielder for Team B. I can't understand. Looking at Su Bai, who often made mistakes yet occasionally pulled off remarkable plays. Daniel shook his head in confusion. Not just Daniel, even Wycliffe beside him was starting to find it hard to comprehend. This guy looks like a master when controlling the ball one moment, then like an elementary student the next. Which one is he? As he spoke, Su Bai once again executed that stunning move in the crowd, followed by a cheeky over-the-top pass. Unfortunately, the striker from Team B was too slow. A well-placed assist turned into a splendid clearance by the defender. The striker, getting up sheepishly, gave Su Bai a thumbs up. Su Bai smiled back in response. You still pass beautifully, buddy. Ben Kasai, matched up against Su Bai, had witnessed that pass firsthand. The placement and speed were absolutely perfect for an unknown opportunity. But the useless striker from Team B was just too slow to react. If it were Wit Benedict, that ball would have definitely gone in. Boss, how about letting this kid have a shot in the weekend's league match? Seeing Su Bai's brilliant performance, Wycliffe couldn't help but suggest. The first round of the regional league. Just let this kid play. Although he was somewhat tempted, Daniel felt it was still a bit too early. After all, this kid had been with Schalke for less than 2 days. There were still less than 3 days until the weekend's league match. 5 days. You want a newcomer who has never played a match to step onto the field of the regional league. That's a bit too outrageous. While there may not be many spectators, at least the old men from the neighborhood will come to watch. Those guys will say anything. How's this kid's mental resilience? He doesn't even know that if he chokes when he steps onto the field, what will happen. At this moment, Daniel appeared like a first-time mother sending her child to kindergarten. Boss, I just meant to let him have a few minutes at the end to feel the atmosphere of the regional league. This won't affect the team at all. Moreover, haven't you always wanted to transform the team? If he can execute tiki-taka in the regional league, perhaps other teams from the second or first league will approach you. Seeing Daniel's somewhat resistant expression, Wycliffe added more fuel to the fire. He knew that their head coach's long-held dream was to be a true head coach. Even a team in the second league would be good. He wanted to lead a team that belonged to him, not just sit at Schalke as a kindergarten supervisor. Fine. Keep an eye on Su Bai these days. You can leak a bit of news to him, so he can prepare mentally. And tell him not to push himself too hard in training. We don't want him to be too exhausted when it's time for him to play. Wycliffe nodded. It was then that he realized that Su Bai's fervent training yesterday was noticed by more than just him. Their head coach had also seen it. At this moment, Su Bai, still entangled with the 18 midfielders on the training ground, was completely unaware that due to his diligence, he had already secured a spot to debut in the first round of the regional league this weekend. For 3 whole days, Su Bai was like a robot, mechanically following a routine of training, eating, training, and sleeping. His life had become monotonous to the extreme. Even when Ben Kessie invited him out for a drink, Su-bai politely declined. Now his mind was consumed with how to improve his ball control skills as quickly as possible. Moreover, attributes like attacking awareness and speed also required improvement. In short, for Su-bai at this moment, aside from training, he had no desire to think about anything else. On Friday morning, Su-bai as usual started his training at 5 in the morning. After Ben Kessie inadvertently learned from an assistant coach just how hard Su-bai was working, he also joined Su-bai in training. What puzzled Ben Kessie was that Su-bai had been tirelessly practicing the most fundamental skills these days. He even spent time practicing juggling the ball. This left Ben Kessie a bit bewildered, as these were skills he had practiced in his childhood. Although they were roommates, Ben, whose home was in Gelsenkirchen, rarely stayed in the dorm. So to be honest, he wasn't very familiar with Su-bai. Although Su-bai's diligence had prompted him to wake up earlier, the two barely interacted on the training ground. Each trained independently. At 8:30, Su-bai and his teammates stood quietly on the training field awaiting Daniel's arrival. For this season, today was a special day. The first match of the three. Liga was scheduled for Saturday, and today the head coach would determine the starting lineup through intra-squad scrimmages. Right on time, Daniel and Wycliffe walked into the training ground. The players' guesses were correct. Wycliffe held a black notebook. That notebook would decide the 18-man roster for tomorrow's game. After all, Schalke 04's U18 team had a full 32 players. This roster essentially represented the final list of players who would be part of the rotation for the season. If one wasn't on this list, then unfortunately Schalke 04 wouldn't need them for the season, and they would have to find their own path. This was especially true for those on apprentice contracts. Everyone stared intently at the notebook in Wycliffe's hand. Many were even trembling. They didn't want to leave in disgrace. Tomorrow afternoon is our league opener. Last season we finished 4th. A decent result, but our main striker and attacking midfielder have also left. They are now playing in the Bundesliga. If you can perform well, even if there's no place for you at Schalke, the club will definitely send you to a team that suits you. Even if you're not on the roster, don't be discouraged. As long as you keep working hard, your future will be bright. Daniel's words sounded grand, but no one listening truly took them to heart. What is professional football? Where is the guarantee that hard work leads to a bright future? That's just fooling the naive. Without talent, even if you train until you drop, your fate is to be kicked out. After his impassioned speech, Daniel turned and walked to the sidelines. As the head coach, it wasn't his duty to read out the names one by one. With Daniel's departure, Wycliffe opened the notebook and stood in front. A staff member pushed a cart full of yellow vests beside him. Wycliffe looked up at the group and began reading the names from the notebook. Bobby Edgar, a tall, expressionless player standing over 1.9 meters, stepped forward and took a yellow vest. As last season's starting goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar had worried about his position from the start. Esther Scott, the team's main center back. Webster Jeffrey, another main center back. Morton Jim, the starting left back. Sidney Parker, the starting right back. Lloyd Angelo, the starting defensive midfielder. Hardy Hunt, the left midfielder. Wheeler Angelo, the right midfielder. Ben Kessie, the attacking midfielder. Halim O'Shea, also an attacking midfielder. The striker Whit Benedict. The 11 starting players were announced. Those whose names were called stood opposite the remaining group. Of the 32 players, only 21 remained. Now came the most brutal part. Only 7 of these 21 could make the matchday squad. The rest could stay or leave. With luck, perhaps someone among the 18 would get injured or lose form, opening a spot. But they would have to wait. Wycliffe adjusted his glasses. He looked up at the remaining players. He had seen this scene too many times. There was nothing to lament. Smedley Leaf. Upon hearing his name, Smedley Leaf clenched his fist tightly. The flush on his face revealed his immense excitement. As a goalkeeper, making the squad meant he still had a chance to play for Schalke 04 this season. In contrast, another goalkeeper, Hancock, lowered his head in disappointment. Already 20 years old, despite his hard work, his height of 1.85 meters put him at a disadvantage in the battle for the goalkeeper position. Unlike other positions, even the second goalkeeper rarely gets playing time, let alone being the third choice. After that, names were called one by one. Some rejoiced, while others grieved. After the 6th name was announced, the remaining 15 players eagerly awaited the final name. Wycliffe paused as if to build suspense. He looked up, deliberately glancing at Su-bai standing at the back of the group. He wondered if the young man from Yen was also nervous. However, to his disappointment, the Yen lad wore an expression of complete indifference, causing Wycliffe to shake his head helplessly. It seemed the talented were always so confident. Su-bai. Wycliffe stopped stalling and directly called out Su-bai's name. At that moment, many on the field were a bit surprised. Although Su-bai was talented, he had only been with the team for less than 5 days. How could someone with less than 5 days be put directly into the matchday squad? Could he even be starting? Those who weren't selected began to murmur. However, their murmuring was completely futile. After reading the names, Daniel stepped back up. This is the roster for the first match. If anyone wants to leave, you can go process the paperwork now. The 3. Liga registration isn't closed yet. Perhaps you can find an opportunity with another team. Once you've made arrangements, the club will release you according to your contract. This was the ultimatum. At this moment, if you left the team, you still had a chance to find a spot with some weaker 3. Liga clubs. If you stayed then for this season, even if you were stuck on the bench, you would have to sit through the entire season. The remaining players looked at each other uncertain. In the end, 2 people stepped forward. Daniel said nothing, just smiled, shook hands in farewell, and ignored them. Subai watched as his former teammates packed their bags and left, sighing with emotion. Professional football is indeed this cruel. 3 days of intense training allowed Subai to accumulate 3 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all of them to his ball control stat. A ball control rating of 68 was still pathetically poor. However, at the level of the German 3rd division, at least his basic movements were beginning to look somewhat presentable. As the 2 teams separated, the inter-squad training match commenced. After all, being on the B team, Subai was the only player on the roster among the midfielders. This naturally made him the organizational core of the B team. However, being the core wasn't easy. All of the B team's offensive plays were shouldered by him. Receiving the ball and making a pass without stopping it. Starting from awkwardness, Subai gradually grew familiar with his teammates. With the skill card for the roulette move, he slowly began to thrive in midfield. Hey, that kid seems to be improving. Watching Subai organize the B team with remarkable order on the field, Daniel remarked with a hint of surprise. Wycliffe stood beside Daniel. It's inevitable that the kid improves. He's the hardest worker on the entire team. Moreover, he hasn't skimped on the diet I gave him at all. The most unpalatable chicken breast has become his staple meal. Wycliffe nodded approvingly at Subai's performance. Everyone loves a genius, but a diligent genius is even more cherished. Judging by his performance, this kid is definitely ready to play, Daniel said. Hearing Daniel's words, Wycliffe chuckled and didn't respond. He knew exactly what his head coach was like. He already had the intention, but insisted on getting a few words from Wycliffe, as if Wycliffe was the one pushing for it. Noticing Wycliffe's silence, Daniel shot a playful glare at Wycliffe beside him. The 30-minute scrimmage quickly ended. 30. Naturally, the A team won with ease. The B team had several opportunities, but their striker was useless, even missing the unknown chances Subai set up. Daniel was at a loss for words. This was the reality of the U18 team. The starting lineup could easily compete in the German 2nd division, but the substitutes were terrible. There was no helping it. If the substitutes had the skill of the starters, they would have already left. None of those still waiting for a chance on the B team had any real talent. After the training match, Daniel arranged for the players to do some light recovery exercises and announced the cancellation of the afternoon practice. After all, the match was tomorrow. He couldn't let the players be too tired. However, although everyone else rested, Subai had no intention of stopping. Another round of practice in the afternoon, and he would soon earn another attribute point. At this moment, he had absolutely no desire to rest. However, around 4 in the afternoon, his phone rang. At this hour, it was still the middle of the night back in China. Besides, he had no friends in Germany, and his phone had never rung before. Subai walked to the sideline and picked up the phone. It was actually Hao Junmin. The Bundesliga was starting its season tomorrow, so why was Hao Junmin calling him now? Puzzled, he answered. Bai. Yeah, it's me, brother Hao. I'll come to my place for dinner tonight. I asked your sister-in-law to cook some home-style dishes. They'll wait for you at the club in translator. Hao Junmin was in a hurry and hung up after a few words. Subai felt a warmth in his heart. Although Hao Junmin himself was struggling a bit with the team in this unfamiliar country, he truly treated Subai as a fellow countryman. Checking the time, Subai packed up his things and headed back to the dormitory. He was drenched in sweat, and it wouldn't be proper to visit someone's home like that. After showering and tidying his hair, Subai quickly left. Fortunately, the Schalke 04 club was in the city center. He found a supermarket as soon as he stepped out, bought some fruit, and it was almost time. When he reached the club entrance, Hao Junmin was already waiting there with his bag. Bai, why did you buy things? Seeing Subai carrying a bag of fruit, Hao Junmin quickly walked over and helped with one bag. Hey brother Hao, it's my first time visiting your home. I'd be embarrassed to come empty-handed. Fruit is so expensive in Germany. You probably haven't been paid yet, so don't waste your money. It's just Li Qian and me at home. We can't finish all this fruit. They'll leave some in your dorm. With that, Hao Junmin turned to go back into the club. Brother Hao, you're treating me like an outsider. It's our tradition in Yin to never enter someone's home empty-handed. Seeing Subai's stubbornness, Hao Junmin smiled helplessly. All right, let's go. With that, Hao Junmin led Subai to his car. It wasn't a luxury car, just a Volkswagen Passat. In Germany, it was a common family vehicle. Noticing Subai examining his car, Hao Junmin smiled bitterly. It's secondhand. Honestly, I didn't dare buy a luxury car here. You know our fans back home. They're relentless when it comes to criticism. Su Bai smiled and nodded, recalling how Dong Fenghua had been criticized for nearly a decade after buying a luxury car shortly after joining Manchester United without playing many games. How Junmin's consistent low profile had made him one of the few reliable players in the eyes of Yen football fans. Although his skill was average, at least no one cursed him. Soon the car arrived at the building where Hao Junmin rented. 13th floor. This area is mostly apartments. The rent is a bit high, but it's safe. Most residents here are middle class or above in Germany. It's also quite quiet. If you're interested, I can help you find one. If you don't have the money, I'll cover it for you first. Seeing Su Bai looking at the apartment, Hao Junmin thought he might not want to stay in the dormitory anymore. No need, brother Hao. My salary just covers my meals for now. I'll think about it once I make it big. That's the spirit of youth, full of drive. The two chatted and laughed as they entered Hao Junmin's home. It was a duplex apartment. The living room was spotless. As soon as the door opened, Li Qian was waiting there. Oh, why did you buy things? Come in quickly. Li Qian was in her 20s, not exceptionally beautiful, but with a pleasant demeanor and a typical Eastern face. Taking the fruit from Su Bai, she poured him a glass of water before heading to the kitchen. Su Bai and Hao Junmin sat on the sofa. Xiao Bai, just focus on training. Don't rush. You've only been at Schalke for a few days. It took me a month to get my first chance to play. The U18 team at Schalke is quite strong. If not for the fact that youth teams can't be promoted, they might already be in the German second division. For now, just train hard. Raul saw your passing the other day and praised it a lot. He even told the first team that he has a younger brother with excellent passing skills. Seeing Su Bai a bit tense, Hao Junmin started a conversation. Yeah. Brother Hao, it seems I've made the 18-man squad. As soon as Su Bai spoke, Hao Junmin spat out the tea he had just swallowed. What? Hao Junmin was startled by Su Bai's words. At that moment, Li Qian emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes. Seeing her husband spitting tea all over the floor, she grabbed a mop and walked over, chattering as she came. Take it slow, we have a guest. What's the rush? It's not that Qianer. Do you know? Su Bai made the roster. Hao Junmin's words clearly surprised Li Qian. I was just about to brag about making the roster myself, and then he drops this on me. What? Didn't Xiao Bai just sign? It's only been a few days, and he's already on the roster. Having followed Hao Junmin for over a decade, Li Qian was more than familiar with football. For a newcomer to integrate into the team and even get playing time usually takes at least a month. Of course, star players were an exception, but even they rarely played just days after signing. Su Bai had only been with Schalke for 5 days at most, yet he was already on the roster. I'm not starting though. I'm a bit disappointed. Seeing the couple's expressions, Su Bai thought they were trying to console him. Xiao Bai, you don't understand. A team's tactics, especially at the start of the season, are already set. The 18-man roster is determined by the head coach after considering every possible contingency. Making the roster means at least you have a chance to play. A newcomer, especially one like you who has never played an official match. Honestly, making the roster is a big deal. At the very least, it proves that Daniel thinks you have what it takes to play. After dinner, head back early and get some rest. You might not sleep tonight. You know, back when I was at Leuning, I was so excited the first time I made the roster. All right, almost forgot. Let me show you something good. With that, Hao Junmin got up and brought his laptop from the study. He sat down in front of Su Bai. Take a look. Opening the computer, there it was. The post he had made on the Yen Nation forum. Over 4700 comments. More than 30,000 shares. A pinned post. Su Bai was stunned. Schalke 04's young Yen player. Su Bai knew immediately that the title was about him. Haha, I posted that pass on the forum. Look how many people are praising you. Su Bai carefully read the comments. Damn, that dribbling, that pass. This guy is way better than the national team. Opie, tell us. I checked the Schalke official site. There's no other Yen player besides Hao Junmin. That pass was truly beautiful. It had that Barcelona feel to it. Haha, I dare say no one in Yen Nation could pull that off. No doubt about it. Not just the touch, but the vision and awareness for the pass were absolutely top tier. That's talent, you can't train that. Just that one pass. I have to say none of our national team players could make it. Su Bai felt quite embarrassed reading it. Was it really that extraordinary? Yen football fans were truly pitiful, making such a big deal over a pass made abroad. Haha, Xiao Bai, you're now the hope of Yen Nation. I have to add another comment. Yen youngster has made Schalke 04's roster for the first round of the third division. Hao Junmin enthusiastically pulled the laptop over and started typing. Soon the pinned post became even more lively. Pleased with his work, Hao Junmin closed the laptop with satisfaction. Let's go. Time to eat. Dinner time. Without waiting for Su Bai's reaction, Hao Junmin dragged him to the dining room. Living in the land of automobiles, Su Bai hadn't had proper Chinese food in a long time. Moreover, Li Qian being a Sichuan native cooked amazing Sichuan cuisine. Su Bai didn't put down his chopsticks from the moment he sat down. Seeing Su Bai wolfing down his food, Li Qian and Hao Junmin couldn't stop laughing. Slow down, there's more. Whenever you want some, just call your sister-in-law. He'll make sure you're full. It was past 7 when Subai left Hao Junmin's place. Hao Junmin offered to drive him, but Subai declined. He had eaten a bit too much, so walking back would serve as training. Hao Junmin's place wasn't too far from the club. After about an hour, Subai strolled back to the club. He tidied up his dormitory briefly and then headed to the training ground. Under the bright moonlight, Subai trained monotonously on the field alone. In a nearby building, Daniel occasionally walked to the window and looked down. Looking up, he saw the moon. Looking down, he saw hope. Schalke 04 was founded on May 4, 1904, in the Schalke suburb of Gelsenkirchen, hence the name Schalke 04. When the Bundesliga was officially established in 1963, Schalke 04 was one of its founding members. Schalke 04 was a founding member of the Bundesliga in 1963, but due to limited strength, they had never won the Bundesliga title over the years. Although they had never won a championship, Schalke 04 still boasted a group of the most loyal fans. Before noon, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Garden Stadium. They had come to watch Schalke's youth team play in the 3rd division. Among them were ragged vagrants and well-dressed high-income earners. Though they seemed out of place the moment they entered the stadium, they chanted in unison, "Su, get on the field." As Subai gazed at the sparse crowd in the stands, a teammate tugged at him. This was nothing like Subai had imagined. There were no welcoming fans, no banners. The stands held less than 1,000 people. The Garden Stadium, which could hold 61524 spectators, had fewer than 1,000 seated, a rather shabby sight. The starting players had already entered with the referee. As a substitute, he naturally had to sit on the bench. The first team uses the stadium in the evening, so our matches are scheduled at noon. That's how the 3rd division is. Except in cities without a Bundesliga team, where attendance might be higher, other teams' U18 matches don't draw as many as ours. Seeing Subai's confusion, Wycliffe explained. "Thank you, sir." Subai quickly expressed his gratitude to the kind Wycliffe. For some reason, Wycliffe had been particularly attentive to him lately. He had not only provided a special diet plan, but also arranged for the cafeteria to prepare a custom breakfast for him. These were exactly what Subai needed most at the moment. Seeing Subai's politeness, Wycliffe smiled and turned his gaze back to the field. There was no formal opening ceremony. Even the first round felt as casual as a friendly match. After a simple group photo, the two teams went to their respective sidelines. Schalke 04's opponent today was Rostock, relegated from the 2. Bundesliga last season. As the former powerhouse of East Germany, they once had a glorious history. Rostock won the last East German League and Cup double in the 1990-91 season, earning them the right to participate in the Bundesliga after reunification. After German reunification, the football systems of East and West merged. However, they were relegated to the 2. Bundesliga after just one season. After 3 years of struggle, they returned to the Bundesliga in 1995 and managed to hold their spot for a time. Following that, Rostock began years of fighting against relegation. Unfortunately, due to a lack of funds, they were relegated in the 2004-05 season. After that, the departure of key players made even the 2. Bundesliga a struggle for them. Promotion seemed hopeless. Last season, Rostock suffered a historic drop to the 3. Liga. The club's executives resigned, and the team was put up for sale. In the end, it was the fans of Rostock who crowdfunded to keep the club alive. Despite this, Rostock's strength should not be underestimated. The current Rostock team's players on the field were all of Bundesliga caliber. Even though they were all at retirement age, their experience and technique were truly Bundesliga level. Just after the kickoff, Daniel on the sidelines began to frown. Schalke 04 stuck to their familiar 433 formation. Whit Benedict led the line. The midfield consisted of Hailem, O'Shea, and Ben Kessie partnered up. However, facing Rostock's midfield duo of 36-year-old Svetkovits and 35-year-old Bienlich, the inexperienced Ben Kessie and the impatient Hailem O'Shea were no match for them. At the start, Schalke 04, eager to attack, pushed forward en masse. Facing an aging Rostock, Daniel had made it clear before the match used speed to break through and stamina to wear them down. So after receiving a pass back from Whit Benedict, Schalke's attacking midfielder Hailem O'Shea immediately charged forward without pause. However, after just a few steps, he was tackled to the ground, ball and all by Rostock's attacking midfielder Bienlich. And that wasn't all. The referee, standing nearby, made no signal as Hailem O'Shea lay on the ground, instead pushing his hands forward to indicate play on. Bienlich, having won the tackle, got up without hesitation and made a long-range pass, sending the ball to the right wing, where the young Rostock talent Bartels was sprinting forward. After a graceful right-footed control, Bartels, a Rostock youth product known for his speed, began his display on the right flank. Facing Schalke's left back, Morten Jim, pressing him, Bartels simply nudged the ball to the right, then accelerated past the momentarily unprepared Morten Jim. This threw Schalke's defense into panic. After all, Rostock striker was the veteran Hahang, who had just joined on a free transfer from Hamburg last season. Standing at 1. 92 meters. He had often used his head to help Hamburg conquer fortresses, let alone facing these Schalke 04 kids in the 3. Liga. No surprise. After a few dribbles, Rostock's young talent Bartels struck the ball fiercely with his right foot into the box, facing Hahang, who completely overpowered them in height, technique, and even experience. The inexperienced Schalke center-back Sester, Scott, and Webster Jeffrey had no resistance at all. The formidable Hahang effortlessly leaned on them and headed the ball towards the goal. Beep. A whistle. Playing at home, Schalke 04 had their goal breached just 1 minute and 3 seconds into the match by Rostock. On Rostock's bench, all the substitutes and coaches embraced in excitement. The goal scorer Hahang, however, showed little celebration. He coldly glanced at Schalke's center-backs Webster Jeffrey and Esther Scott still on the ground, then turned and slowly walked back to his own half. Damn Halem, does he have crap for brains? How many times have I said to use speed and quick passes to wear them down, and he has to charge in and die on his own? Daniel, furious at conceding so early, angrily threw his water bottle to the ground. Shit, what kind of play is that? Dog's hit. Is this still Schalke 04? The tickets may be cheap, but this is ridiculous, only a minute in and against a bunch of old farts from Rostock. What were the defenders doing last night? No physicality at all. That guy might be from the Bundesliga, but he's 37 years old. Can't even hold off an old man. Damn it, what the hell are they playing? Conceding so quickly infuriated not only the head coach. The few fans on the sidelines also started shouting curses. Subai turned his head, somewhat surprised by the vulgarity of his own fans. He remembered that when he watched Bundesliga matches on TV before, the fans were always wearing their team's jerseys, waving scarves, and showing unwavering support. Nothing like the crude bunch behind him. This is the 3. Liga. Swearing is mild. Sometimes if they play really badly, these guys will come down and throw punches, whispered the substitute goalkeeper Smedley, Lev sitting next to him. Coming down to throw punches. Subai shuddered at the thought. This was indeed the level of the car country. Daniel was still cursing on the sidelines. On the other side, the visiting coach wore a broad smile. Subai turned to look at the big screen on the sidelines. The glaring 10. So this was the 3. Liga. Much rougher than he had imagined. After that, both teams began to display their attacks. The ball flew back and forth between them. Subai's eyes were starting to ache. In the entire 30 minutes, it seemed the ball barely rolled on the ground. Receive, boot it long, hit the wings, then break down the flank. Then cross the ball in. There wasn't even a single central penetration. It was as if the midfield didn't exist. The match was incredibly dull. Apart from the rough tackles and the occasional whistle, this opening match of the 3. Liga left Subai in awe. The average age of the Rostock players on the field was nearly 32. Among these, 11 of full 6 were retired players who had once played for Rostock in the Bundesliga or the 2. Bundesliga. To put it nicely, they were retired players. To put it bluntly, they were the old and frail cast-offs from various clubs. Yet even these old and frail players still dominated the young squad of Schalke 04 on the pitch, especially in the midfield. The double defensive midfielders Setkovic and Lash completely froze Ben Cahy and Hailem O'Shea. There were no passes or through balls. Even simple advances were a struggle. Rostock's defensive midfielder Setkovic, though not fast, used his robust physique and vast defensive experience to leave Hailem O'Shea completely helpless. His usual tactical moves were utterly useless against the opponent. It was just simple close marking than a tackle. The ball at Hailem O'Shea's feet was easily stolen away. Less than 20 minutes into the match, Schalke 04 hadn't managed a single decent attack. If not for the decent performance of the 2 fullbacks, the score would likely have been 20 or 30. Daniel was still shouting loudly from the sidelines, directing his players. However, no matter how hard he tried, the situation on the field remained the same. Facing the experienced Rostock, Schalke truly looked like an U18 team, utterly powerless to fight back. In the 35th minute of the match, constant midfield errors finally gave Rostock an opportunity. When the stubborn Hailem O'Shea tried for the nth time to use a simple change of direction to bypass Setkovic. Setkovic made a precise block, then coolly hooked the ball away from under Hailem's nose. Immediately after, Setkovic switched the play with a long pass to Stein on the left wing. The same tactic again. Stein delivered a diagonal 45-degree cross from outside the box, finding Rostock's striker, Hahang, who leaped high in the area. No surprise. The towering Hahang continued to overpower Schalke's 2 center-backs, powerfully heading the ball into Schalke's goal. 20. Boo. Shit. What rubbish. What level are these defenders and that attacking midfielder? Damn it, stop embarrassing yourselves at the Garden Stadium, get off. Accompanying Rostock's celebration were the boos and curses from the fans in the stands. Damn it. Hailem, are you deaf? I told you to quickly pass the ball to the wing, can't you hear? Furious Daniel no longer cared about hurting Hailem's pride. He roared wildly from the sidelines. On the field, the dejected Hailem, who lost the ball, hung his head in silence. It wasn't just Hylem. On the other side, the ineffective Ben Cahill was just as listless. The entire Schalke 04 team looked like wilted flowers. Back in Yin country, Li Shua, who had been closely following the Yin country football forum, was scouring the internet for a live stream of the Liga match. Unfortunately, there was no broadcast of this match at all. Most people with the same thought were fans who had seen the post by Hao Junmin. In the current top 5 leagues, only Hao Junmin was still playing in the Bundesliga. In fact, in all of Yin country, he was the only one playing in a major overseas league. As for young players, Yin country football hadn't produced any outstanding youngsters in years. Compared to the talent pools of Goryeo and Fusang, Yin country's situation was truly dire. So the sudden appearance of a Liga player gave these fervent fans a glimmer of hope. Under Hao Junmin's post, many people were commenting, begging for a broadcast of the Liga match. At the stadium. There's a black-haired guy on the bench, but he hasn't played. Looks like the guy from the video. Damn, you're a lifesaver. Give us a live update on the score. Suddenly interested in the Liga. Exactly, give us a live update. I've been searching for half an hour, and there's no stream. Sadly, Schalke is down 0-2. They're not on the same level as Rostock. Especially the midfield, it's terrible. That number 9 is slow to turn, and still loves to dribble. He just got the ball stolen, leading to another header goal. Damn. If the midfield is useless, put our guy in. I saw his dribbling and passing, he's good enough for the Liga, right? Exactly. Are these foreigners being discriminatory? He has the talent and still doesn't get to play. Bro, we're counting on you. Keep the updates coming. Finally, a place to get news. Li Shua was also quietly reading the posts, refreshing the page repeatedly. At that moment, he wished he could fly to the stadium to watch the game. For no other reason, he just wanted to know if talented people from Yin country could make it abroad. The ugly match continued. The 20 scoreline allowed Rostock to play more and more relaxed. After several failed dribbling attempts, Hylem finally came to his senses. He stopped trying to confront Rostock's defensive midfielder directly. He and Ben Cahill began attempting to pass the ball to the wings. Unfortunately, even on the wings, right midfielder Wheeler Angelo and left midfielder Hardy Hunter were struggling alone. As soon as they advanced, they faced double teams from Rostock. And so, the dreadful first half ended with the referee's whistle. Daniel turned angrily and headed straight for the dressing room. The substitutes on the bench followed one by one. However, as he passed Su Bai, Daniel glanced at him. "What are you doing? Go warm up." With those words, Daniel walked into the tunnel without looking back. Su Bai was stunned. "Warm up? Why warm up during halftime? Congratulations. Congratulations." Just as Su Bai was puzzled, the substitute goalkeeper Smedley Lev patted Su Bai on the shoulder and said with a smile, "What for? Don't you know? You're going on in the second half straight on." Smedley Lev's words filled Su Bai with surprise. Although he was on the roster, he really hadn't expected to play. As Hao Junmin said, a newcomer usually needs a month or two to integrate before getting a chance. He never thought his debut would come so soon. What Su Bai didn't know was that Daniel, already dissatisfied with Halem's ball hogging, had had enough of his terrible first-half performance. Rather than let him continue to embarrass the team, Daniel decided to give Su Bai a try. At the very least, Su Bai might be able to deliver a few threatening passes for Schalke. 0 shots in the first half. It was Daniel's most shameful match ever. Wow, great news. That kid from Yen is warming up. Looks like he's about to hit the field, brothers. No way. Really? Wasn't it just halftime? Why is he warming up now? Damn, you don't know this. Players set to come on at the start of the second half usually don't have time to go to the locker room, so they warm up during these 15 minutes. Haha, for real. That's awesome. Wonder if that kid will pull something off. Brother upstairs filmed some footage and posted on the thread after the game. Yeah, just film our guy. But if he plays like crap, forget it. I'd be embarrassed. Haha, relax. This is the 3rd division, same level as the Chinese Super League. I think that kid can handle it. I think so too. The 3rd division is pretty average. The 2nd division is a whole step up. At that moment, countless fans on the Yen forum were focused on Su Bai. Meanwhile, Daniel, who had just entered the locker room, furiously kicked over the tactical board standing inside. The players following him cowered like quails, shrinking their necks, not daring to breathe loudly. Tactics. Mobility. Running. Did you eat crap? Don't you understand what I said? Do you get the concept of wide switches? Quick passes and connections. Link up the midfield and back line. Did I say that or not? And what did you do? Halem, is your brain full of shit? Fine, you're off. The furious Daniel was like a raging lion. Despite his immense reluctance, the substituted Hylem dared not utter a word of dissent. He knew well Daniel's uncompromising temper. Crossing him at this moment would lead to a miserable fate. Soon the 15-minute halftime break ended. Both teams' players filed back onto the pitch. Su Bai was called to the sideline by Daniel. "So your job is to pass the ball. I've already told Wit, Benedict, and the others. You need to get the ball to them immediately. Remember, don't hold on to it. Subai nodded. At that moment, the sideline staff raised the substitution board. Subai stepped onto the field and took his position in midfield. Haha, he's on, brothers. A young man from Yin wearing sunglasses in the stands excitedly opened his phone and quickly posted a new reply on the forum. Wu Chang, studying abroad in the land of chariots, had come today to watch the Bundesliga match between Schalke and Stuttgart. But arriving early with nothing to do, he wandered into the stadium to kill time watching a third division game, never expecting to catch a match featuring a compatriot. In that moment, he became a live text commentator for the game, and the Yin Football Forum turned into the streaming platform for Subai's very first match. However, Subai had no idea his game was drawing so much attention back in Yin. His mind was consumed by the system's voice. The moment he stepped onto the grass, the system triggered another task. Ding dong. System task acquired. Perfect debut. Task grade D to SSS. Rewards based on task completion level. Gazing at his teammates on the field, Subai pondered what performance would elevate his task completion grade. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the third division opener between Schalke 04 and Rostock began. Rostock had possession first. Their forward Hahang immediately passed the ball back to the attacking midfielder Bienlich. He then sprinted toward Schalke's half. Bienlich, receiving the ball, without hesitation drove forward. Facing Whit Benedict's challenge, Bienlich deftly nudged the ball left with his right foot and slipped past him. Next, he faced Subai. Seeing the towering Bienlich, Subai charged straight at him. Unfortunately, Subai's defensive stats were a pathetic 58. To put it bluntly, that 58 was as effective as a pole. So with just a single feint, Subai was bypassed by Bienlich. Fortunately, Daniel had instructed defensive midfielder Lloyd Angelo during halftime to keep an eye on Subai and assist him. As Subai was easily beaten, Lloyd Angelo immediately slid in from the side, taking down Bienlich, ball and all. Of course, this side tackle drew a swift foul call from the referee. However, no card was shown. On the sideline, Daniel wore a worried expression. Subbing in Subai had been a spuro-thement decision fueled by anger. Now watching him get beaten so easily, he grew anxious. What if this kid couldn't deliver a pass? Schalke's central defense would crumble. What's going on? Did they just sub off that fool? And now they bring on some black-haired statue. Is he from Fusang? Or Goryeo? When did the team get this guy, eh? Look at his build. What football is he playing? One bump and he'll fly off. No physical presence at all. Ugh. Schalke is rotten to the core, signing anyone. That last guy was a total log. Exactly. Even if that big idiot couldn't pass or dribble, he could at least take a hit. Now with this guy, the midfield is a complete open door. We're done for. Damn it, the first team is pathetic, and now the U18 isn't giving us any peace either. The fans in the stands grumbled incessantly. They couldn't understand why Schalke was so fond of Asians. Last year's first team had a useless one, and this year they brought another from Fusang. In the eyes of fans from the land of chariots, what is football? Football is a man's sport. Fierce physical battles, wild collisions. That's what football is all about. Bringing in some scrawny Asian to play football. Wasn't that a joke? On the field, Rostock's free kick was punched out of the box by Schalke's goalkeeper. The ball by sheer luck landed at the feet of Ben Kessie at the edge of the box. Ben Kessie received it, turned quickly, and was about to counter when he spotted Rostock's right midfielder Bartels charging at him. Left with no choice, he passed the ball to Subai on the right side of the center circle. Seeing the ball coming, Subai hurried forward to receive it. But just as he was about to make contact, to Subai's astonishment, a golden passing lane appeared before his eyes. On that lane, a number he had never seen before flashed: 100. Lifting his head slightly, the end of that passing lane was Rostock's goal. A golden line and 100 success rate. Subai hesitated no longer. Without any intention of stopping the ball, he struck it fiercely with his right foot. Is this guy here to be a joke? Passing the ball without anyone ahead and just hoofing it. Haha, exactly. Schalke 04 is getting worse and worse, letting brainless players like this on the field. From that distance, do you think you're David Beckham? Damn it, Daniel is becoming more and more useless too, letting such a brainless player on the pitch. This ball is completely. Just as the Schalke fans in the stands were grumbling endlessly, they suddenly fell silent. Not just them. Daniel, who had been shouting curses at his own players on the sideline, widened his eyes in shock. On the other side, on Rostock's bench, the group that had been chattering and laughing incessantly suddenly clamped their mouths shut. They stared blankly at the pitch. Their Subai's powerfully struck ball soared over the halfway line, and just before the Rostock penalty area, began to plummet sharply. Rostock's goalkeeper Hangster, standing in front of the box, was clearly panicked. Schalke's 0 shots in the first half had made him completely let his guard down. Thus his positioning had crept further and further forward. Most importantly, it had been Rostock's free kick opportunity just moments ago, and he was still waiting to celebrate their goal. He never expected someone from Schalke 04 to attempt a lob from that spot. This was the third division, for heaven's sake. Had this guy watched too many top 10 plays? At first, watching the height of Su Bei's shot, Hankster sneered. With that technique, the only decent thing was the power. The ball was still too high near the box, destined to fly out of play. But then as the ball sailed over his head, Hankster finally panicked. A terrifying sight unfolded before him. The ball in the air with fierce spin began a rapid descent. Hankster scrambled desperately back towards the goal. Alas, it was in vain. Despite his utmost effort, the ball slipped past his fingertips like a meteor just before his eyes. It nestled into the net. Beep! The referee at the center circle unhesitatingly blew his whistle, signaling a valid goal. At that moment in the Garden Stadium, everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the ball in the net, speechless. A goal. Beautiful. It's a goal. Finally, Wycliffe, standing beside Daniel, was the first to raise his arms and shout with excitement. And on the pitch then, Ben Kesey, standing next to Su Bai, was the first to rush over and embrace him. Su, that was magnificent. What a stunning goal. Then Schalke's defensive midfielder Lloyd Angelo, winger Hardy Hunter. Almost all his teammates surged towards Su Bai. They hugged him, ruffling his hair vigorously. Yet Su Bai on the field hadn't quite registered it yet. He scored. This was his first touch in his professional career. Who would have thought he'd score on his very first touch? This feeling, it was far less exhilarating than he had imagined. In fact, it was almost boring. On the sideline, Daniel was also clutching his head, utterly incredulous. This guy, he's unbelievable. Shooting directly from there. That must be at least 65 meters. He muttered to himself. Beside him, assistant coach Wycliffe wore a beaming smile. Boss, that substitution was pure magic. Just after coming on, we've pulled one back. Wycliffe's words snapped Daniel, who was still dazed, back to reality. Right? That kid scoring was all because of his keen eye for talent. At that moment, Daniel suddenly found himself liking this hard-working lad from Yen. He had thought putting him on was a bit reckless, but now it was anything but reckless. This magical substitution was the very proof of Daniel's worth. He turned his head proudly towards the fans behind him, who had been relentlessly criticizing Schalke 04. See that? This is the impact of a genius coach. One substitution, and miraculously we've scored. However, those fans still seem not to have grasped it yet. There was no live broadcast, so no replays on the big screen. Only a few staff members with their cameras in the stands and a handful of reporters excitedly snapping photos. Some in the stands were celebrating the home team's goal ecstatically, while others looked bewildered, asking those around them, "Shit, did you see that goal? That kid was incredible, even farther than Beckham's. Seriously, I swear to God, that shot was absolutely brilliant. I've been watching Schalke's first team and youth games for nearly 30 years, and this is the greatest goal I've ever seen. Damn it, Hulk, it's all your fault for making me look at that woman on your phone. I missed a historic goal, and there's no replay. Sorry, I was just mocking. This kid is useless, but with that one goal alone, he's 10 times better than the other 10 bums on the field. What's this kid's name? I don't even know it. I think it's Bai. Su. Looks like a name from Yen." The few fans were ecstatic watching Su Bai surrounded on the pitch. The best way for a player to make a name for himself is by scoring. And at that moment, Su Bai had achieved just that. Moreover, those fans present would surely not soon forget Su Bai's incredible lob from 65 meters out. In the crowd, Wu Chang had been filming Su Bai with his phone all along. The instant Su Bai scored, he became the most frenzied celebrant in the stands. It was a super lob from over 65 meters. Though it was in the third division, this goal was definitely worthy of the top 10 plays in the country of chariots that week. As the most authoritative football selection in the country of chariots, the weekly top 10 usually featured goals from the Bundesliga, but Wu Chang believed Su Bai's goal would make the cut. A goal to fame. Years ago, the heartthrob David Beckham became world-renowned with a stunning lob. Who knows? Perhaps that shy Yen youth on the field would become Yan's very own David Beckham. Our player is Su Bai. He just came on, and on his first touch, he scored a super lob from 65 meters out. I recorded it on my phone. When I get home, I'll upload it to my computer. It was too beautiful. Wu Chang posted a message on the forum. In an instant, the Yen football forum exploded. 10 replies, 20, 100. Countless comments surged forth. Wow, really? 65 meters. Don't mess with us. Get that video up, ASAP. Damn, I knew this guy would make it. See, this is his first game, first touch, and he scores. My God, a goal to fame. If this is true, every newspaper in the world will have Su Bai's name tomorrow. It's the third division, but such a super lob won't be ignored. He might really become famous overnight. Damn, someone start a live broadcast of the third division game, please. I'm dying of impatience. A 65-meter super lob. Even without seeing the video, just hearing the news makes my blood boil. By the substitutes bench of Rostock, head coach Akama watched exaggeratedly as Su Bai was surrounded by his teammates on the field. He had clearly seen Su Bai's just completed shot. Many on the bench claimed Su Bai was just lucky, but Akama disagreed. The lad had distinctly looked up to survey the front field before shooting. It was only a fleeting moment, yet that instant revealed the player's terror. Such a strike couldn't be mere luck. If it were, the world would be full of Beckhams. Especially the way he kicked the ball. His right foot struck downward at an angle, and crucially, he used the power of the outside of his foot. Mastering the outside of the foot is no easy feat, let alone from such a distance, and with a downward angle. That spin was designed to make the ball drop sharply at its peak. Glancing at Schalke's smug coach Daniel on the other side, Akama felt a pang of envy. That lucky bastard had found such a promising talent. At 41, Akama had taken over Rostock after their relegation last season. Despite lacking coaching experience, his background was far from ordinary. Since age 25, he had worked with the coaching staff of the famed Manchester United. He knew firsthand how that golden generation became the fearsome Red Devils. In recent years, he had even made a name in United's youth ranks. Had it not been for his Rostock roots and the club's earnest invitation, he wouldn't have come to coach in the third division. As both teams returned to their halves, Akama looked at Subai with anticipation. Fine footwork. He wondered what other surprises this young man might have. With the match resuming, both sides clashed fiercely in midfield. Scoring immediately after coming on made Subai's teammates start to trust him. Thus, after winning the ball forward, Whit Benedict turned and passed it directly to Subai. Subai received it smoothly, then sidestepped to pass it to Ben. Kashi then dashed forward himself. Even in training, Subai rarely dribbled much. So seeing Subai pass immediately, Ben Kashi wasn't surprised. Receiving the ball, he pushed it forward with his right foot and charged ahead. Rostock's attacking midfielder Bienlich pressed forward. But before he could close in, Ben Kashi nudged the ball with his right foot back to the supporting Subai. Simultaneously, he bypassed the pressing Bienlich and ran forward. Watching the rolling ball, Subai showed no intention of stopping it. He tapped the ball forward with his right foot, the instep scraping hard against the bottom of the ball. With that touch, the ball obediently curved around Rostock's right midfielder Bartels, who had come to assist. Moreover, the ball flew diagonally right past Bartels. After evading him, it landed steadily before Ben. Kashi, great pass. Daniel, watching from the sideline, couldn't help but exclaim. Not only Daniel, but even Rostock's coach Akama couldn't resist a compliment. The ball's height and landing point seemed as if precisely calculated. The running Ben Kashi needed no adjustment at all. He merely followed his run, nudging the ball forward with his right foot, charging straight into Rostock's heart. This was a testament to Subai's footwork. Now Rostock's defense began to panic. Ben Kashi's dribbling speed was considerable, and he soon neared the edge of the penalty area. Seeing the aggressive Ben Kashi, Rostock's defensive midfielder Rashgreb immediately closed in. However, Ben Kashi, who had developed an understanding with Subai in training, had no intention of tangling with Rashgreb. He nudged the ball with the outside of his left foot. The ball obediently rolled to Subai, who had surged up on the left. Subai deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, preparing to pass it. But just then Rostock's other defensive midfielder Svetkovits, who had anticipated the pass, lunged at him. Not only Svetkovits, but Bartels, whom Subai had just chipped past, also gave chase. A double team. On the sideline, Daniel had just raised his right hand excitedly. But seeing the double coverage, he lowered it in disappointment. Subai was too young. He should have passed immediately instead of stopping the ball. Now trapped, he seemed out of options. On the field facing Svetkovits' charge, Subai didn't hesitate, as if the move was ingrained in his bones. He gently nudged the ball left with his right foot, dodging Svetkovits' outstretched right leg, then pulled it back with his left, evading Bartels' sideways lunge. Simultaneously, as he pulled the ball back, Subai touched it again with his right foot, nudging it forward. The ball slipped right past Svetkovits' left side. Svetkovits froze, turning in shock to see Subai glide past him. That move, and at such speed, and with such ball control. It was a La Croqueta. He knew it well, having transferred from La Liga. Years ago, when Real Mallorca hadn't been relegated, he had faced Barcelona. That freakish Barcelona midfielder had used that very move to toy with Mallorca's entire midfield. That bizarre yet artistic maneuver had made him the world's greatest midfielder. Why in the third division and on a black-haired Asian did he see a shadow of Iniesta? On the field, Subai in one motion burst onto Rostock's penalty area line. In that blink, not only Daniel on the sideline was stunned, but the Schalke fans in the stands leaped to their feet in excitement. Beautiful. Kid from Yen country. That was brilliant. Keep it up. Show these Rostock yokels the power of Schalke 04. Score another. Send these bumpkins home. Subai's show wasn't over. After bypassing Svetkovits, Subai didn't hesitate. He drove the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending it speeding into the box. At that moment, Schalke forward Whit Benedict, lurking in the area, burst out from behind Rostock's defender. Without hesitation, Whit Benedict raised his right leg high and smashed his foot into the ball, despite Rostock's goalkeeper Hankster stretching his long arms to block. The ball still drilled into the net. Beep. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling a valid goal. 2-2. Subai had been on the field for less than 5 minutes. 1 assist and 1 goal helping Schalke 04 equalize. In that moment, the Schalke 04 fans who had just risen erupted in wild cheers. Good heavens, what's that kid's name? I mean the one who just made that pass. Brilliant, I've never seen such a gifted young player before. That dribbling, that move, and most importantly his passing. It's nothing like what you'd expect from someone his age. Absolutely fantastic. My God, Schalke has unearthed such a gem. Indeed stunning. Old Jack here is his fan from now on. You old fool, you change your allegiance every time. Weren't you just claiming to be Haim's fan last time and cursing him the loudest? That time I was drunk, it doesn't count. Now I'm set on this dark-haired lad. I'm his diehard fan. Fuck you, drunkard, you say that every time. The simplest way to make fans recognize you is to score or assist. Clearly Subai, who had just stepped onto the pitch, had already achieved that. Almost single-handedly, he revitalized the entire midfield of Schalke 04. This superstar-like performance had already captivated at least 1,000 Schalke fans present. Amid the crowd, Wu Chong eagerly listened to these seasoned fans' praise for Subai, relaying every word live to the forum, where a host of eager Yen Nation fans awaited. Subai just executed a beautiful nutmeg in front of Rostock's penalty area, then delivered a through ball to assist Schalke's striker. Now he has 1 goal and 1 assist. Holy crap, what did I say? I told you this kid would make it. Look how awesome he is. He's been on the field less than 10 minutes, and these stats are insane. Unbelievable, no words. A nutmeg followed by a through ball. That's a must-see. Bro, did you record it? You've got to share it so we can enjoy it too. Exactly, you have to record it. I can't watch it, and it's driving me crazy. Finally, Yen Nation has a promising talent. Thank heavens. I recorded the whole thing. They'll edit it when I get back and make a highlight reel of Subai. Bro, you must do it. Grateful thanks. Grateful thanks, one. Keep it up, release the ball quickly in midfield and get it to Su. Lloyd and Gyro, keep an eye on your man. After the interception, pass it to Su immediately. Daniel, watching the equalizer, shouted and directed excitedly from the sidelines. From 0-2 to 22, Schalke 04 had done it in under 10 minutes. At this moment, every activated Schalke player was pumped as if injected with adrenaline. Whit Benedict, who had scored the goal up front, ran tirelessly, desperately seeking every gap whenever Schalke had the ball. Unconsciously, he had come to trust that young Yen Nation lad, playing his first professional match behind him. Unlike Daniel, Rostock's head coach Akama showed no sign of panic despite his team suddenly being equalized. In fact, Akama remained utterly calm. He simply walked to the sideline and shouted a few instructions to his players. Trap that Yen Nation kid. Immediately, the Rostock players adjusted their formation. Both the left and right midfielders shifted slightly inward. One of the double defensive midfielders, Svetkovits, pushed forward, directly switching from a holding role to a central midfielder. His sole target was Subai. In the 57th minute, Schalke 04, who had just clawed back from a deficit, were once again suppressed. Rostock's wide midfielders pulled inward, and Svetkovits shadowed Subai specifically. The smooth-flowing Schalke 04 suddenly seemed like a snake, with its vital point pinched, utterly lost and helpless. The seasoned Svetkovits always managed to block Subai before he could receive the ball. With no passing lanes, Subai became ineffective. Instead, Rostock began relentlessly attacking Schalke 04's defense. In the 62nd minute, Rostock launched another assault from the right flank. Rostock's attacking midfielder Bienlich dribbled past Ben Kessie and slotted a diagonal pass to winger Bartels on the right. The young Bartels raced down the flank with the ball. With a swift change of direction, he shook off the charging Schalke fullback and whipped the ball into the center with his right foot. Rostock's striker Hung leaped high for a header. The effort was solid, but this time Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar, positioned well, managed to tip it over the bar with one hand. Schalke 04 narrowly escaped. On the sidelines, Daniel watched with a pounding heart. Damn it, mark him. Don't let him release the ball so easily. If you have to foul him, are you made of wood? Seeing the right flank so easily breached, Daniel furiously berated Morten Gim. Morten lowered his head in silence, cowed by his manager's anger. Rostock won a corner. The dominant Rostock striker Hong, with his sheer physicality and heading ability, completely overpowered Schalke 04's defense in the center. During the corner defense, Schalke's 2 center backs clung tightly to Hong. Yet when leaping, they were utterly powerless against him. Fortunately, Hong's header wasn't flawless. He won the ball, but sent it over the bar. From this moment, Schalke fell into a passive state. In the 69th minute, the struggling Schalke 04 finally had a counterattack chance. However, Ben Kessie's long pass lacked accuracy, landing directly with Rostock's deep-lying center-back Pierce. Furious, Daniel hurled his water bottle to the ground. His profanity earned a warning from the referee. Fortunately, luck was on Schalke's side during this period. Despite Rostock's relentless waves of attack, they failed to convert. 6 shots yielded nothing. On the field, Subaj looked at Cvetkovic, who was glued to him, and felt a bit exasperated. This guy's hair was already turning white yet. His hair was white. In a flash, Subaj seemed to understand something. From that moment, Cvetkovic noticed that Subaj, whom he had easily contained, began scurrying around like a mouse. At 34 years old, Cvetkovic was no longer in his prime. Though his stamina remained decent, it was only so when measured against others in their 30s. Had his physical prowess truly sufficed, he wouldn't have been cast out by Mallorca, reluctantly ending up at Rostock in the 3rd division. From the moment Subaj stepped onto the pitch, Cvetkovic had his eyes on him. Despite his unassuming appearance, that first long-range lob had genuinely stunned him, especially the way he executed that fried dough twist dribble at the edge of the box. That kind of through ball and dribbling was not something just anyone could pull off. However, the lad was still too young. Ever since Akama signaled him from the sidelines, Subaj had been completely neutralized for over 10 minutes straight. For those 10-plus minutes, the kid had stumbled around like a headless fly, hitting walls everywhere. Whenever there was a chance to receive the ball, Cvetkovic could always intercept it through experience. Gradually, Cvetkovic's view of Subaj shifted. He had talent, but lacked sharp wit. Yet seeing the kid was at most in his teens, it seemed only natural to appear in a 3rd division match at such a young age and perform this while already outshone many of his peers. Geniuses like Messi didn't come around every day. All of this was merely Cvetkovic's own perception. Yet from a moment ago, Cvetkovic was startled to find that the clueless kid from Yin, as he had just described him, seemed to have suddenly woken up. The fellow started dashing about wildly. Instead of staying in the center, he bolted straight to the flank. This put Cvetkovic in a bind. He was a central midfielder. He couldn't very well chase the kid all the way to the wing, could he? If he did, what would become of Rostock's midfield? Watching the cunning Subaj, Cvetkovic could only grit his teeth and hold his ground. Meanwhile, Subaj, now on the flank, looked at his own fullback Sidney Parker, who had just received the ball. Parker was directly calling for the ball. Though initially puzzled why Subaj had suddenly come to his side, Parker wasted no time in handing the ball over to the demanding Subaj. After all, the coach had said to give the ball to Subaj and just do as told without question. Receiving the ball in his own half, Subaj looked up ahead. Regrettably, there was no threatening passing lane. After all, it was too far from Rostock's backline. Yet Subaj was in no hurry. He leisurely dribbled forward. On the left, Ben Kessie, seeing Subaj with the ball, quickly closed in. He knew Subaj's dribbling wasn't really up to par. Seeing Ben Kessie approach, Subaj unhesitatingly offloaded the ball. Then Subaj began his magical run once more. As Subaj returned to the center, Cvetkovic smirked. So the kid was indeed just running around aimlessly. Cvetkovic immediately sidled up to Subaj again. But just as he drew near, Subaj moved again. Without even checking Ben Kessie's position, he charged straight forward. Now even Cvetkovic was baffled. What on earth was this kid trying to do? He was caught in a dilemma. With Ben Kessie right there in front dribbling the ball, should he intercept Kessie or follow Subaj on his wild goose chase? While he hesitated, Ben Kessie gave him no time to think. Aiming at Subaj's running direction, Kessie sent a looping ball over the slightly dazed Cvetkovic. Panic struck Cvetkovic. He spun around to chase Subaj, but turned. His 30-something-year-old waist lacked the drive to pivot like an aircraft carrier making a U-turn. By the time Cvetkovic turned, he despairingly saw that the cunning Yin kid was already about to receive the ball. Benedict. Before the ball even landed, Subaj was already shouting to Benedict up front. Hearing Subaj's call, Benedict immediately dug his cleats into the turf. He sprinted straight toward Rostock's backline. What's he up to? Could it be? On the sideline, Rostock's coach Akama had been watching Subaj all along. From his shift to the flank, his erratic running to the 1-2 with his teammate. Akama saw it all clearly. Especially after hearing Subaj's loud shout, he finally realized. He stared incredulously at Subaj, who was already lifting his right leg high in midfield. That posture. It looked like a shot, but the goal was still 50 meters away. At that distance, it was impossible. Bang! Without a hint of hesitation. On the pitch, Subaj's raised right foot smashed into the ball, and in that instant, up front, Benedict had already burst past the defenders. No offside. The ball struck fiercely by Subaj, shot rapidly ahead of the charging Benedict. Though Rostock's players were all seasoned Bundesliga veterans, their greatest weaknesses were their turning speed and pace. Young, vigorous, and lightning-fast wit Benedict was their nemesis. Benedict had been quiet lately simply because no one in midfield could deliver such a lofted through ball. The unshackled Subaj had become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. On the sideline, Daniel watched the ball land perfectly at wit Benedict's feet and raised his arms in elation. Union with the keeper. Not just him, but the fans in the stands also leaped to their feet in excitement. They fixed their eyes on wit Benedict as he faced the goalkeeper. No surprise. Subaj's pass was so comfortable that for the sprinting wit Benedict, the ball required no adjustment at all. With its fierce spin, Subaj's pass even rolled forward slightly on its own, saving wit Benedict the trouble of adjusting. Aiming for the bottom right corner, Whit Benedict drove the ball with his right foot. It rocketed into Rostock's net. 3-2. In the 70th minute, Schalke 04 took the lead. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling a valid goal. Whit Benedict ecstatic tore off his jersey and charged toward the stands. A brace. This was a brace. Though he had scored 3 goals last season in the 3rd division, he had never managed a brace before. Beautiful, Daniel shouted from the sidelines, leaping up in sheer joy. The fans in the stands erupted into frenzied cheers. Though it was just a 3rd division match, this lightning-fast furious attack had already captivated the crowd. Subai, who had provided the 2nd assist, was also beaming as he ran toward Whit Benedict. Subai craved this feeling of controlling the game and sealing the victory. At that moment, Subai suddenly fell in love with this sensation. George, yes, it's me. Damn it, save me some space on the sports front page. I've stumbled upon a huge story here. I've got it recorded. A kid from Yin country. I asked around, he's the one Dortmund cut, now playing as a substitute for Schalke 04. It's only been 20-odd minutes, and he's already got 2 assists and a goal. Yeah, the one they cut. Haha, this is definitely a headline. And his first touch of the ball was a 65-meter long-range lob. Damn, that was beautiful. In the stands, Jennings, a reporter from the Gelsenkirchen sports newspaper, was speaking excitedly on the phone. As a struggling intern reporter covering the Bundesliga was out of his league. That's why he ended up here watching a completely unremarkable 3rd division match. But now he was as thrilled as Columbus discovering a new continent. A Yin country native cut by Dortmund, a 65-meter super lob. Every single point was a newsworthy story. He never expected so many explosive angles to converge on one person before his eyes. Like him, the other journalists nearby wore the same expression. They frantically clicked their camera shutters, terrified of missing anything. If the match weren't still ongoing, they would have swarmed the protagonist of this story. On the field now, Subai had become the offensive core of Schalke 04. With 2 goals and an assist, all his teammates had begun to trust him completely. Not just the Schalke 04 players, but even Rostock's side had their eyes fixed entirely on Subai. Chetkovic finally stopped worrying about saving face. Now, like an indefatigable monster, he clung relentlessly to Subai. But it had to be said, he was truly getting old. This Yin country kid was far too cunning. From the moment Chetkovic started marking him, the boy began darting around without pause. At first, relying on his experience, Chetkovic could keep pace, but gradually his legs felt as heavy as lead. Chetkovic grew slower and slower. In contrast, Subai only became more exhilarated. Having grown fond of controlling the team's rhythm under his feet, Subai realized the system was truly overpowering. As he kept moving into position, various passing routes appeared like a fighter jet's radar screen. All he had to do was, the moment the most threatening passing route emerged, deliver the ball to the forward player. At the 75th minute of the match, Subai received a diagonal pass from defensive midfielder Lloyd Angelo, and with a single sweeping long-range pass, sent the ball to the left wing, where the left midfielder Hardy had already sprinted at full speed. Under Hardy Hunt's feet. As a 3rd division team, it wasn't just Rostock that could play long balls. As a traditional forward from the Chariot Nation, Whit Benedict also possessed excellent heading technique. After Hardy Hunt nimbly dribbled past Rostock's right back, his left foot struck the ball with force. Whit Benedict leaped high, beating the slightly fatigued Rostock center back, and powerfully headed the ball. But Whit Benedict's header was too straight, and Rostock's goalkeeper Hangster palmed it over the crossbar with both hands. On the sidelines, Daniel stomped his foot in frustration as the near goal slipped away. That kid's vision is incredible. That long-range switch was brilliant. Indeed, he didn't even set up, just took it first time and booted it. And the pass was so accurate. This kid is truly remarkable. When did Schalke find such a great player? Who cares about that? With skill like this, give him a year or 2, and maybe Schalke's first team will have their own Beckham. Beckham. Don't joke. It really does resemble him. That 65-meter super lob. Wasn't that Beckham's signature move? We're so lucky today. When I get back, I'll be sure to brag to those who didn't want to come. Our Schalke youth team has produced a super talent. The Schalke fans in the stands were still wildly praising Subai. Among the crowd, Wu Chang was overjoyed. This was the first time so many people had praised a Yin country native in the realm of football. At that moment, Wu Chang suddenly felt a surge of pride in his nationality. He immediately became a live streamer, broadcasting the fans' reactions and the on-field action directly onto the forum. Go take the corner kick. At that moment, Subai, who had been standing blankly up front, suddenly heard Daniel shouting from the sidelines. Corner kicks and free kicks had all been planned before the match. On the field now, Ben Keishi was the first choice for all free kicks and corners. For a substitute like Subai, such opportunities were rare. But unexpectedly, Daniel directed the play from the sideline. Ben Keishi, who had already run to the corner flag, heard Daniel's call. Without any reluctance, Ben Keishi immediately put down the ball and ran to the edge of the penalty area. Though he was the first choice, he knew Su Bei's passing was far superior to his own. Seeing Ben Keishi leave, Su Bei wasted no time and ran straight to the corner flag. Inside the penalty area, players from both teams were packed together. Whit Benedict, standing at 183 meters, drew little attention. After all, Rostock's two center-backs were both nearly 190 meters tall. Instead, Schalke's center-back Webster Jeffrey became the primary target of marking. For a moment, the players seemed to meld together. Su Bei raised his right hand, signaling. He took a few steps back, then ran up, striking the ball fiercely with his right foot. Before passing, Su Bei had already spotted the perfect route. Seeing Su Bei's signal, all the Schalke players charged toward the far post. But Rostock's defenders were no slouches either. Though a step behind, they stuck tightly to their marks. The ball soared high over the near post. Watching its trajectory, nearly everyone surged forward. Rostock's center-back Pierce shoved aside the Schalke player beside him and leaped high. As the ball drew closer, Pierce began to smile. This kid was still too green, kicking the ball straight into the crowd. Didn't he know that Rostock's players were all relegated from the Bundesliga? Confident, Pierce tensed his core, ready to head the ball forward. But in that instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Watching the football hurtling towards him, Pierce was horrified to discover that the ball was spinning violently. The ball, which should have flown straight to him, seemed to hit something. Right before his eyes, it made an exaggerated change of direction. The ball eerily bypassed all of them and flew straight to the edge of the penalty area. That position, there wasn't a single Rostock player there. However, a man in the blue Schalke jersey stood there. At that moment, a look of disbelief crossed his face. The ball flew directly to his feet, like a precision-guided missile. Quickly, as if suddenly snapping back to reality, Ben Keishi, standing at the edge of the penalty area, didn't stop the ball, but struck it fiercely with his right foot. The shot was immensely powerful. Everyone in the box could only watch dumbfounded as Ben Keishi executed a beautiful volley right before their eyes. After receiving a second burst of power from Ben Keishi, the ball shot towards the goal, guarded by Hankster like a meteor. There was no obstruction. It was only after the ball nestled into the net that Hankster, whose view had been blocked despairingly, realized it was a goal. 4-2. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled a valid goal. That sound ignited the Schalke fans in the stands. They stood up and roared wildly. No words, just a primal roar from the soul. Brutal, yet exhilarating. Daniel on the sidelines was ecstatic. He hugged Wycliffe beside him and stammered, "Did you see that? I knew it. That kid's a genius. To think of passing the ball to Ben Keishi. And in such an unbelievable way." Looking at the overly excited Daniel, Wycliffe could only reply with a smile, "It's all thanks to your excellent guidance." Hearing this flattery, Daniel's face rarely flushed a little. Ben Keishi, who scored such a brilliant volley, and Whit Benedict. After watching the ball hit the net, he excitedly tore off his jersey. This time he didn't intend to celebrate alone. He charged madly towards Su Bei, who was still in the corner kick area, and without a word tackled him to the ground. Then came Whit Benedict, Wheeler, Angelo, Hardy, Hunter, and even defender Sidney Parker rushed up. Like a human pyramid, the Schalke players piled wildly onto Su Bei. "Su, that pass was insane. You should have seen the dumbfounded looks on those Rostock hicks. I just took a swing and the ball went in. So crazy. I think I'll make the week's top 10 highlights. My God, unbelievable." The excited Ben Keishi kept chattering, but Su Bei, crushed at the bottom, couldn't share the excitement. "Damn, don't these guys know their own weight? Still piling on. Damn, get off. I'm being crushed to death." However, no one cared about Su Bei's groans. His teammates stared excitedly at the score on the big screen. 4-2. The 80th minute. Unbelievable. They had defeated a team composed of Bundesliga players. It sounded too incredible to be true. In front of the Rostock penalty area, several exhausted Rostock players had collapsed on the grass. Although they were a third-tier team, these young Schalke lads had incredible stamina. From start to finish, they seemed to know no fatigue. Gasping for breath, Svetkovits stared intently at Su Bei, who was buried under his teammates. His eyes held an unbelievable shock. He couldn't imagine encountering such an incredible player in the third division. This guy, he was a genius. An undeniable genius. Every one of his passes was lethal, and his pass completion rate was 100. What an astonishing statistic. In just 35 minutes on the pitch, he had 1 goal and 3 assists. Incredible. Even a prime Bundesliga player couldn't have achieved a more dazzling feat. After a while, even the referee couldn't stand it and saved Su Bei. Watching his teammates pull up their shorts and leave, Su Bei finally gasped and climbed to his feet. "Haha, so you'll get used to this. Take it easy, you'll enjoy it," Ben Keishi said with a sly grin, teasing Su Bei. "Just you wait." Su Bei, holding a grudge, wasn't about to let that scoundrel Ben Keishi off so easily. "Huh." The teammates burst into laughter at Su Bei's resentful expression. The 4-2 scoreline made the remainder of the match rather dull. Rostock, whose stamina couldn't sustain a full game, naturally gave up. Their wealth of experience was accompanied by physical limitations. Akama, facing his first loss of the season on the sidelines, remained expressionless. His gaze was fixed on Subai. Though he was now Rostock's manager, his heart held the most unforgettable red. Once a Red Devil, always a Red Devil. Like all Manchester United fans, Akama, who had spent his entire youth there, now looked on with fervent eyes. Manchester United will always need a Beckham. And Subai, who was controlling the game with his magnificent passing, was the new Beckham he had found for United. He couldn't wait for the match to end so he could call the Sir. An 18-year-old Beckham. No Red Devils fan could resist. As for Rostock, he had done his utmost. Stamina was the one insurmountable problem. Fortunately, teams like Schalke 04 were rare in the third division. With this veteran squad, reaching the second division was well within reach. Beep. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Playing at home, Schalke 04's U18 team, thanks to Subai's 1 goal and 3 assists, defeated the veteran Rostock, a team of discarded Bundesliga players, 4-2. Su. As the whistle blew, the Schalke 04 players lifted Subai onto their shoulders. This was their way of welcoming Subai to the team. In the stands, excited Schalke fans cheered for their new prince. Though it was just one match, or more accurately half a match, the dazzling performance of that crazy Chinese youth had completely won over these easily satisfied Schalke fans. Wu Chong in the crowd filmed everything with his phone, both Subai held high by his teammates and the fans shouting his name in the stands. At this moment, the entire Garden Stadium belonged to the black-haired wonder boy on the field. Jennings, the Gelsenkirchen sports reporter who had been taking photos in the stands, rushed down. He held his press credentials high as he charged madly towards the match's central figure. He wasn't alone, and the other reporters were just as frantic. They knew that regardless of the Bundesliga games, at least for this week, the black-haired youth before them would undoubtedly be Gelsenkirchen's brightest new star. Jennings, a reporter from Gelsenkirchen Sports News. May I have a moment for an interview? Jennings squeezed his way to Subai, who was surrounded by his teammates. Haha, Su, you've made a name for yourself with that goal. Even a reporter has come to interview you. Ben Keat said with a grin, watching the reporter approach Subai. Exactly, Su, you owe us a treat. Your first match and already an interview. But before Subai could respond, Wycliffe charged over and shoved Jennings aside. Sorry, Subai won't be accepting any interviews for now. Watching Wycliffe stop Jennings, Subai felt indifferent. He knew that youth team players were generally not allowed to give interviews by the head coach. After all, the youth team members were too young. Early exposure to the media would do them no good. Countless talented young players had been ruined by the unscrupulous reporting of these journalists. Besides, Subai's mind was preoccupied with the sound of the system's mission completion reward that had just rung. His primary concern now was what level his mission completion would be rated for this match. He had already witnessed the system's power. Would there be another reward of max-level attributes? He had come to realize that rather than charging forward to shoot, it was better to first improve his ball control. The feeling of controlling the entire team from midfield was exhilarating. Subai didn't mind, but Jennings couldn't hold back. Though he was just an intern, he was still a reporter for Gelsenkirchen Sports News. He had rushed from the stands onto the field, tearing his pants, only to be stopped from conducting the interview. However, watching Subai now surrounded by teammates and heading into the player tunnel, Jennings had no choice but to turn and leave. At least he had enough material now to write a report about this guy. A successful start in his first match. Head coach Daniel was in high spirits as well. As soon as he entered the locker room, he praised all his players. He pat one player on the back, complimented another. All right, tomorrow is a day off. You lads were fantastic, get some good rest. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Long live the boss. Hearing about the day off, the players cheered enthusiastically, hailing Daniel. After all, this was just the German third division. Even a victory only earned them a day off as a reward. As for a post-match press conference, that was a luxury too extravagant for the third division. Besides, no journalist had the time to cover a third division coach's press conference. While showering, Subai quickly entered the system. As he entered, the pleasant chime of a system mission prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission perfect debut. Mission completion rating SSS. Congratulations, host, on receiving a golden treasure chest reward. Please check it. Subai was overjoyed at the sight of the gleaming golden chest in the system. Unable to contain his excitement, Subai immediately opened the chest. After a dazzling flash of golden light, a golden card appeared before him. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the ultimate card injury immunity card. P.S. After using this card, the host will not be affected by injuries throughout their career. Reading the card's description, Subai nearly fainted from excitement. This was an absolute game changer. Injuries, the greatest fear of any athlete. No matter how talented a player, injuries could easily break them. The legendary Ronaldo failed to surpass Maradona's achievements solely because of injuries. His freakish yet fragile knees earned him the nickname the Phenomenon, while also branding him as injury-prone. Such examples are countless in world football. Gazing at the radiant golden card, Subai hesitated no more and immediately clicked to use it. With a burst of golden light, Subai's attributes changed instantly. A new attribute appeared beneath the original data. Injury resistance 100. It took a while for Subai to recover from the overwhelming excitement. After finishing his shower, he boarded the team bus heading back to the club. However, the bus hadn't gone far before his teammates started getting off one by one. Soon only he and Wycliffe remained on the bus. Ben Keat and the others had gone off to celebrate. As they got off, they kept urging Subai to join them, but he was short on cash. The money his family had sent was already spent. His club salary hadn't been paid yet, and even if it were a little over €100 a week, wouldn't be enough to go out with them. He knew those guys would head to the street corners to unwind after drinking. Besides, he had no desire to go to such places and squander his precious first time. The bus chugged slowly toward the club. Wycliffe curiously broke the silence. "Sue, why didn't you go celebrate with the others?" "Well, Subai was caught off guard." Seeing Subai at a loss for words, Wycliffe guessed the reason. "Don't worry about the money. You've earned quite a bit from this match. €300 for a goal, 200 for an assist, plus €500 for the win bonus. You've made a total of €1,400 from this one game." Wycliffe calculated with a smile. Subai was just learning about the bonuses for the match. "That much? Haha, that's because we're playing in the 3rd division. If this were the Bundesliga, you'd be rich overnight." Clearly the young lad was unaware of these details. "The money should hit your account tomorrow. By the way, are you settling in well at the team dorm?" Wycliffe, usually a man of few words, found himself chatting more with this earnest and hard-working youth. "Yes, sir. It's close to the training ground, so I'm quite satisfied with my life now." Though a bit lonely at times, Subai truly enjoyed this fulfilling life. "If you have any difficulties, you can tell me." Having said that, Wycliffe turned away and fell silent. Subai smiled and looked out the window. The streets of Gelsenkirchen were already bustling even before 5 o'clock. Many fans in blue Schalke 04 jerseys were heading in the opposite direction of the bus, their faces lit with excitement. In this city steeped in football culture, weekends were their festival. Subai turned to look at the Garden Stadium, now fading into the distance, his face full of longing. He wondered when he would truly stand there and bask in the cheers of the fans. The Bundesliga, the first team, that was the stage truly meant for him. After returning to the club, Wycliffe went directly to his office. Unlike Daniel as the assistant coach, he had to organize all the match records from today's game. As for Subai, the moment he arrived at the club, he hurried back to his dormitory. Checking the time, he dialed his family's number. When Subai had traversed, he perfectly merged with the memories of this world. Subai? Thus he felt a genuine affection for his parents in this world. His family was from a small county town. Although his father seemed relatively well off, it was only by the standards of that small town. Nothing compared to the wealthy tycoons of the big cities. "Xiaobai, you haven't called in a few days. Your sister misses you terribly and wanted to call you but was afraid of disturbing you." Thinking of that crybaby sister, Subai found himself missing her too. "By the way, Mom, my bonus will come in tomorrow. It's about 14,000 RMB per match. They'll transfer it to you. Didn't sister want a phone? Buy her the most expensive one. Oh, we have money at home. Your dad already bought one for that brat. What does a high school student need with an expensive phone? But you're abroad alone, and you have to spend money everywhere. I have plenty more matches ahead, and I'll earn even more. Don't worry. I have to go now. International calls are expensive. Bye." Oh, this child. Subai clearly heard sobbing on the other end. "I'm hanging up, Mom. My teammates are calling me to dinner. Tonight it's French cuisine, ha." After saying this, Subai quickly hung up. However, the usually strong Subai felt his nose sting with emotion. Checking the time, Subai wiped his face and ran to the dining hall. Thanks to Daniel's special care, even on the club's days off, Subai's meals were still provided on time. Though it was just plain boiled chicken, Subai ate it with relish. The flavor might be ordinary, but it certainly helped build muscle. The statistics didn't show it, but Subai could feel his body growing stronger than before. After eating, he wasted no time and returned to the training ground. At 11 o'clock at night, Wycliffe finally finished his work and stretched as he walked out of the office building. It was the familiar sound. Wycliffe turned to see Subai still training tirelessly on the field over and over again. Not daring to disturb Subai, Wycliffe smiled and turned away. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Rostock was stationed, Akama finally finished his work and poured himself a cup of coffee. Closing the door, he took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. "Hello? It's so late. Why do you have time to call me?" The call connected quickly and a gentle voice came through. "Sir, I have good news." "Oh, what good news? Don't tell me you had a season opener win. It's only the 3rd division. Don't get cocky." "No, we lost. We lost to Schalke 04 U18. How is that possible? I recall you scoured the world for a bunch of veterans. How could you lose to a U18 team?" The voice on the other end was clearly incredulous. "It wasn't that we lost to Schalke. We lost to a young lad. Stop beating around the bush. Are you trying to recommend someone to me? Can't fool you, sir. A Yin countryman. 1 goal and 3 assists. And his first touch was a sublime lob, just like Beckham's. Even now, Akama still found it unbelievable when he thought of Subai. A Yin countryman. I see. He'll send someone to scout him. With that, Ferguson on the other end hung up directly. Just as I feared. Akama smiled bitterly at the disconnected call. As he had worried ever since Ferguson signed Dong Fangshua, he had grown disillusioned with Yin countryman. Immense talent, but utterly lacking in ambition. That was Ferguson's assessment of Dong Fangshua. It seemed Subai was out of luck. Still, Akama had done what he could. Whatever the outcome, it was no longer his concern. That evening, Schalke 04's first team kicked off their Bundesliga season. However, in front of over 50,000 home fans, Schalke 04 suffered a humiliating 30 defeat to Stuttgart. Despite fielding a formidable forward line of Huntelaar and Raul, Schalke 04's midfield was completely stifled by Stuttgart's iron defense. Throughout the match, Schalke managed a mere 3 shots, none of which were on target. The disastrous midfield performance drew boos from the home crowd. In the end, Magath, who had been brimming with confidence for the new season, had to accept this bitter defeat. How Junmin sat on the bench for the entire 90 minutes. This left many Yin country fans waiting by their televisions deeply disappointed. However, that disappointment didn't last long. Soon, Wuchang uploaded a highlight reel of Subai's afternoon match on the fan forum. Before long, Wuchang's new post was pinned to the top of the forum with comments and shares flooding in at a frantic pace. The video began the moment Subai was substituted onto the field. In just over 10 seconds, Subai scored a stunning long-range lob from outside the center circle to break Rostock's goal. Then came Subai's elegant La Croqueta assist, followed by a series of exquisite through balls and link-up play. Wuchang even set the video to the rousing music from World Football. Comments erupted. Holy crap, this is insane. With this level, why is he playing in the 3rd division? Finally, we have a Yin country midfield maestro. This kid is definitely going to make it. His skills are off the charts. I've watched football for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen a Yin country player with such flair. He's even better than Chun Tao from the 2005 U20 World Cup. True, Chun Tao was once listed among the top 10 young stars alongside Messi, but he disappeared later. This Subai looks way more impressive. Notice how every pass he makes chooses the perfect line. His football IQ is unmatched. I waited all night to see how Jiwanmin, but he never came on. I was so frustrated. Now I feel relieved. Look at Subai's play. It's absolutely beautiful. I guess I'll watch the 3rd division from now on. The Bundesliga doesn't have any Yin country players to watch. There's no broadcast for the 3rd division. What are you going to watch? There's nothing online either. At that moment, in the headquarters of Titan Sports in Shanghai, Wan Hai, the editor-in-chief of the football column, was watching Subai's highlight reel with excitement. After replaying it countless times, he excitedly pulled out his phone. Li Shua, are you still in the car country? Go to Schalke 04 U18 and do an exclusive interview. Yes, not Hao Junmin. Go find a young lad named Subai in U18. I want all his information. And don't rush back. Stay there for a week. I want to secure the broadcasting rights for Schalke's 3rd division matches next week. He'll send someone to negotiate. Wan Hai hung up and then dialed the editor-in-chief of Titan Sports. Damn it, it's the middle of the night. Doesn't the boss have any common sense? Listening to the other party hang up the phone, Li Shua also muttered to himself from afar in the war chariot country. Liga, what's going on? Why is the boss calling at this time? Xiao Wang, who was making materials for today's Bayern Munich match in front of the computer, also raised his head and asked. The boss wants me to find a young man named Subai at Schalke 04. He wants me to interview him. I'm supposed to interview a Bayern superstar, yet I'm being asked to interview an unknown young player, and he's only U18. As the ace reporter of the Sports Weekly, Li Shua felt somewhat underappreciated. For such matters, can't you just assign a newcomer? Are we going or not? Seeing his boss complain, Xiao Wang couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think? If we don't go, we might get fired. After saying this, Li Shua cursed and turned to leave. Liga, you haven't reviewed the article yet. Just send it, I can't be bothered to look. Watching the door close, Xiao Wang helplessly sent the interview draft he had just finished. However curious, Xiao Wang opened the official website of the German Regional Liga. As soon as he opened it, he was immediately shocked by the headline. Young star of Yin country. By style volley 1 goal to fame. The homepage of the German Regional Liga displayed a giant photo of Subai shooting from the side. Early the next morning at 5 o'clock, Subai got up as usual, absent-mindedly washed his face, and directly turned to leave. In September, the war chariot country had already begun to feel a bit chilly in the early morning. Looking at the empty training field, Subai walked in resolutely. Skillfully turning on the lights of the training field, Subai rushed towards his dream with the ball. Meanwhile, in Munich, Li Shua and Xiao Wang were already up early with their bags to catch a 630 flight. Before they even had a chance to speak, Xiao Wang followed Li Shua into the car. Liga, let me tell you some explosive news. Last night, I looked up that guy named Subai. Now he is the hottest. No, he should be the hottest young star in Gelsenkirchen. In yesterday's opening match of the German Regionalliga, Subai scored 1 goal and assisted 3. Here, I downloaded the highlights to my phone. Take a look. After saying this, Xiao Wang directly shoved his phone into Li Shua's hand. Li Shua, who was originally still half asleep, became a bit curious at Xiao Wang's words. Although it's the German Regionalliga, it's still the third-tier league in the war chariot country comparable to the Chinese Super League. To have such a crazy performance in the German Regional Liga means he must be an elite in the domestic scene. No wonder the boss is so anxious. By the way, on the football forum in our yin country, the hottest topic is this Subai. I downloaded the highlights from the forum. Listening to Xiao Wang, Li Shua clicked on the video. In just 5 minutes, Li Shua's expression shifted from skepticism to shock. Xiao Wang beside him couldn't help but chuckle at his boss expression. This guy is really a freak with this skill. He could even play in the Bundesliga. Not quite as basic, still have some issues, but his passing and vision are undoubtedly top-notch in the world. After all, having been in football for half a lifetime, Li Shua's perspective is naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary fan. Yes, I think so too. Yesterday, I checked the German Regional Liga website, and the homepage is all about Subai. Moreover, the fans below are all praising him. This is the first time our yin country player has had such a crazy performance in a youth team abroad. The two continued chatting until they quickly arrived at the airport. It only takes about an hour from Munich to Gelsenkirchen. The two, eating breakfast on the plane, arrived at Gelsenkirchen airport before 8. They hailed a taxi. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of Schalke 04 club. However, a tragic event happened. The league had just ended. The team was on holiday, and the gatekeeper wouldn't let them in. Li Shua showed his Sports Weekly press card, but it was of no use. Seeing the two about to argue, Xiao Wang shook his head and walked over. "Hi brother, we're looking for someone." "That young man from yin country, the one from the youth team. Could you please make an exception?" Saying this, he secretly slipped a €100 note into the bald gatekeeper's pocket. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Oh, so you are friends of Su from yin country. Go on, and that kid should still be on the training field." The bald gatekeeper was naturally very familiar with Su, who spent all day on the training field. Patting his own pockets, the bald gatekeeper opened the gate with a smile and let Li Shua and his companion in, while also kindly pointing them in the direction of Subai's training field. Damn, that old foreigner, all for money. Li Shua saw everything clearly. After turning around, he immediately greeted the money-seeking gatekeeper in Mandarin. "Boss, you have to reimburse me for this money." Xiao Wang didn't forget to call out for Li Shua to reimburse him. "Got it, you're so clever." "Haha, if I'm not clever, boss, you wouldn't want to take me anywhere." Li Shua smiled and didn't speak further. Soon the two arrived at the training field where Subai was. Bang, bang. Before they even stepped into the training field, the sound of Subai practicing his shots reached their ears. Li Shua looked over at Subai. He wasn't very tall, and his physique looked quite thin. With this kind of body, to be honest, just not getting injured in the rough German Regional Liga would be a miracle, and the most surprising thing is that this guy still performed so astonishingly. "Hey!" Seeing Subai on the field without noticing them, Xiao Wang was about to call out to him. However, Li Shua stopped him, signaling Xiao Wang to set up the camera directly. "This is great material." Looking at Subai, who was drenched in sweat, it was clear he had been practicing for a long time. So, focused on training, Subai continued practicing while the two on the side sat on the grass and set up the camera to film. After about 10 minutes, Subai finally noticed the unfamiliar figures suddenly appearing on the side of the field, and they were holding a camera. "Who are you?" As soon as Subai opened his mouth, Li Shua quickly stood up and walked towards him. Li Shua extended his hand while also taking out his press card. "Hello Subai, I am Li Shua, a reporter from Sports Weekly. I'm really sorry I saw you training so earnestly just now and didn't want to interrupt you. If you don't agree, I will delete the footage I just shot." Taking the press card from Li Shua's hand, Subai frowned. He didn't like being filmed like this. However, after all, they were fellow countrymen, and thinking of this, Subai also felt relieved. "Hello." Subai politely extended his right hand. Meanwhile, in Xiao Wang's camera, the moment Subai received his first interview in life was captured. Watching Li Shua wave his hand, Xiao Wang scurried over to Subai with the camera, a sycophantic grin on his face. "Hello, Teacher Su." The greatest trait of Xiao Wang was his glib tongue. He had initially debated whether to call Subai Brother Su or Brother Bai, but given his age, the word brother felt too awkward. Yet the honorific Teacher Su rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Subai felt a wave of embarrassment at this. "What's all this? How did I become Teacher Su? Shall we start directly?" Seeing Subai drenched in sweat, Li Shua quickly interjected. The morning breeze was cool, and if the sweat dried on his face, the interview footage would look terrible. Xiao Wang set up the camera and handed the microphone to Li Shua. "Hello Subai, I'm a reporter from Titan Sports. It's an honor to be the first to interview you." "Hello." The two shook hands in front of the camera, and the interview began. First and foremost, I believe what domestic fans are most curious about is how you became an official player for Schalke 04's U18 team. Li Shua then placed the microphone before Su Bai. From the FA's open trials to his experience at Borussia Dortmund. Then how he was coaxed into joining Schalke 04 by old Jess. Su Bai, who usually said little, turned out to be quite eloquent when he started talking. After a while, Li Shua's interview finally concluded. Su Bai didn't forget to mention how Junmin had looked after him. The interview thus came to an end. Of course, Li Shua had no intention of wrapping up with just this footage. He also planned to capture Su by training with his teammates or snippets of his daily life. These would have to wait as the boss back home hadn't given the order for him to leave yet, so there was no rush. After filming, Li Shua and his companion decided to find a place to stay. Seeing them eager to leave, Su Bai made a token gesture of asking them to stay. After all, his training had to continue, and he was anxious to accumulate more points, so he had no time to entertain them. Leaving the Schalke club, Li Shua couldn't help but marvel, damn, unlike the others, this kid is destined to make it. Turning to look at the Schalke emblem at the entrance, he blurted out this remark. Haha boss, I think so too. He's talented and hardworking. He's the only one training in the whole club, and he doesn't even take a break. Stop blabbering and find a place. I'm still sleepy. He'll take a nap first, and you get the interview draft ready. I need to send it to the boss. Seeing Xiao Wang's blatant flattery, Li Shua laughed and playfully kicked him. Back inside the club, Su Bai trained intermittently until 11 o'clock. After finally exhausting his last ounce of strength, Su Bai crawled back to the dormitory with satisfaction. Once inside, without even wiping off his sweat, he lay on the bed and entered the system. Since boosting his ball control attribute to 68 last time, his training points had mostly stalled due to the match in the past 2 days. The merciless system hadn't awarded him even a single point for the game. This was a disappointment for Su Bai, who had always harbored illusions about it. He had thought that if training could add points, matches might add even more. A morning of training refilled his training value. A crisp ding sounded. Su Bai's ball control value had reached 69. There were still 6 days until the next match. With some hard work, he might be able to accumulate 8 points. At that time, with a ball control value of 75, he believed he could easily handle this third division league without needing the La Croqueta to move. As the attribute refreshed, Su Bai, who had been utterly exhausted moments ago, suddenly recovered. Then a surprising sight unfolded for old man Hams, the dormitory guard. Su Bai, who had just greeted him like a dead dog, dashed out again, full of vitality. Hams quickly stepped out to watch Su Bai. He was the most diligent young man Hams had ever seen, and he didn't want him to overexert himself and collapse on the field. But upon seeing Su Bai already training, Hams shook his head and said nothing more. Thinking of the other lads in the youth team, he let out a helpless sigh. While Su Bai was sweating profusely under the scorching sun on the training ground, Li Shu once again scrambled out of his hotel bed cursing. Damn it, can't I get some sleep? Boss, you've slept at least 2 hours. I haven't closed my eyes once. Seeing Li Shua's grumbling, Xiao Wang retorted. You're still young. Why sleep when you should be working? Is the interview draft finished? Done, just waiting for your review. Good, let's go pick up that fatty first. Damn, does the boss have a screw loose? He sent someone to negotiate the broadcast rights, so why drag me into it? I'm a column editor. I know nothing about business deals. I hate that fat bastard Zhao Dong the most. He's sleazy all day long. Damn it, if he weren't the deputy manager, I wouldn't give a damn about him. Speechless, Xiao Wang just listened to his boss complaints. Soon they arrived at the airport. There a bald, middle-aged fat man was wiping sweat in a hurry, though his secretary beside him was gracefully alluring. Li Shua, who had been cursing moments ago, immediately put on a smiling face upon seeing the fat man. He got out and opened the car door. Oh, Manager Zhao, I didn't expect you to come in person. Good work, Editor Li. Let's go. This country of cars is hot enough. Nana, get in. Seeing Li Shua get out, Zhao Dong didn't stand on ceremony. He had Nana sit in the passenger seat while he took the back. Given his status, he would normally have sat in the front, but the thought of squeezing his Nana next to these two slobs made Zhao Dong opt for the back seat. Watching Nana get in, Li Shua followed suit. Head straight to the Schalke club. I've already called them. As Zhao Dong spoke, Li Shua quickly translated for the taxi driver. Soon the car stopped at the club's entrance. Unlike when Li Shua had arrived in the morning, the bald guard was clearly expecting visitors and let them in directly. Zhao Dong was received by Schalke 04's deputy general manager Pritzker. York. Both were businessmen. As soon as they met, Zhao Dong and York acted as if they were old friends. Damn, comparing people only makes you feel worse. Seeing Zhao Dong treat him purely as a translator, Li Shua muttered under his breath. After all, it was just the third division and only the youth team. Schalke was naturally amiable towards someone who had come to offer money so suddenly. Soon a preliminary agreement was reached. 100,000 euros. The broadcast rights for Schalke's home U18 matches this season were sold to Titan Sports. Of course, Schalke had to give nothing in return. They simply granted permission for the broadcast. After the contract was signed, Li Shua initially planned to treat Zhao Dong to a meal, but Zhao Dong insisted on taking his beautiful secretary directly to Munich for an inspection. Seeing the eager pair, Li Shua quickly sent them off to the airport. And so, because of a pinned video on a forum, China had for the first time secured a broadcaster for the third division. Of course, Su Bai knew nothing of this. From afternoon until evening, aside from mealtimes, Su Bai trained relentlessly over and over again. The resounding defeat of Schalke 04's first team placed Magath firmly under the microscope. Having spent nearly €30 million on 8 new signings during the preseason, their crushing loss was utterly unacceptable. For the fans, this was the most intolerable outcome. Particularly galling was the high-profile acquisition of Raul, the Prince of the Bernabeu, discarded by Real Madrid. Raul's entire match, without a single shot on goal, drew relentless criticism from countless Schalke supporters. As for the other new arrivals who never even took the field, they faced even harsher condemnation. This is a time-honored tradition among German football fans. Regardless of the team's performance, berating the coach or the players serves as their preferred pastime. Of course, while fans lambasted the first team, the U18 youth team's dazzling performance brought them immense delight, especially the meteoric rise of the prodigious player Su Bai. Though fans had no idea where this player came from, that 65-meter long-range lob was undeniably real. You weren't there, man. That Yin country kid, his very first touch, and bam. Those Hicks from Rostock were terrified. When has the Regional Liga ever witnessed such an insane goal? Not just that shot, after that, that kid named Su Bai basically dominated the game. His footwork was exquisite, especially his dribbling, exactly like Iniesta from Barcelona. 3 assists. And that was with defenders marking him. Inside a corner bar in Gelsenkirchen, a group of fans who had just been cursing the first team gathered around the loquacious drunkard Friss. Haha, Friss, you're not just drunk and bragging, are you? From what you're saying, he's better than our first team. After all, Rostock is full of old veterans just relegated from the Bundesliga. Exactly, Friss is drunk again. No way, he's that amazing. Seeing their disbelief, the disheveled Friss stood up indignantly. Damn it, the game was at noon. I was there drinking. Honest to God, that kid is really good. If you don't believe me, come watch the youth team match this weekend. Similar scenes unfolded in many corners of Gelsenkirchen. Like sailors adrift at sea, the first team's disastrous defeat forced these fans to cling to the youth team as their lifeline. Moreover, the local newspapers gave special coverage to Su Bai's stunning performance in that match. Imperceptibly, many Schalke 04 fans began to take an interest in this young Yin player who had made such a sensational debut in the Regional Liga. The once ignored Regional Liga tickets suddenly sold several times more than usual. Su Bai, of course, was unaware that a single game had already made him a minor celebrity in Gelsenkirchen. His mind was still consumed by his training points, his life continuing in a monotonous routine. His teammates too grew to admire this Yin kid who devoted all his time to training and self-improvement. The most obvious among them was Ben Kashi. After the break, he moved back into the dormitory. Though he said nothing, his expression revealed that he too had been infected by Su Bai's relentless drive. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai rose and went out as usual. But soon Ben Kashi for the first time followed Su Bai onto the training ground. On Thursday's training ground, boss, have you noticed? Su Bai is improving every single day. Watching Su Bai, who now moved with effortless grace, Wycliffe asked Daniel in puzzlement. Yes, indeed. Especially his footwork. It feels worlds apart from just a few days ago. At least now, every touch is error-free. These two oldtimers would never know. In just 5 short days, through relentless training, Su Bai had accumulated 6 points. He had boosted his abysmal dribbling stat from 68 to 74, and now his training bar was nearly full. A late-night session, and tomorrow he would have enough for another point. 75. That was a critical threshold. Typically, the dribbling stats of midfield cores in lower-tier Bundesliga teams were top 2. Bundesliga sides hovered between 75 and 80. By pushing his dribbling to 75, Su Bai was now exceptionally high for the Regional Liga. So on the training ground, he was utterly dominant over his teammates. The weekend match. Watching the effortless Su Bai, Wycliffe voiced the question on Daniel's mind. Su Bai's first game had been too brilliant. Now, not only did he know about Su Bai, but other Regional Liga teams had taken notice. Hell start. I've given Hyam O'Shea too many chances. Watching the still mediocre Hyam O'Shea, Daniel made his decision. During lunch, Su Bai received a call from Hao Junmin. After the last Regional Liga match, Hao had showered Su Bai with praise over the phone, making him a bit embarrassed. Hao Junmin asked Su Bai to come to his place after afternoon training. Li Qian had brought back some hairy crabs from Yin country, and thinking Su Bai had little to eat alone, he told Hao to bring him over. In this foreign land, only Hao Junmin's family gave Su Bai a sense of warmth. That evening, Su Bai hopped into Hao's beat-up car. Xiao Bai, you're a minor celebrity in Gelsenkirchen now. A lot of fans are talking about you. Hao started as soon as Su Bai got in. Brother Hao, come on, I was just lucky. Oh, stop it. What do you mean lucky? Why don't I have that luck? But seriously, you're really something. I watched your game footage. Those passes were truly beautiful. Hee, I think so too. Hey you. Give you an inch, and you take a mile. Also, some people in the first team are talking about you. Keep performing well. That midfield is really hard to watch. Maybe one day the old man will take an interest and call you straight up. You're joking, brother. How? The first team is a million miles away from me. Don't be so sure. Honestly, look at the first team now. Amin Harit is old past it. And Boujelab. He's not as good as you. In the last game, Raul made so many runs into space, but that guy was blind, couldn't make a single pass. As for the others on the bench, honestly, they're even worse. How Junmin drove chattering on about the first team. At first, Subai thought How was just encouraging him, but as he listened, his heart began to burn. The Bundesliga. If he worked even harder, pushed his dribbling above 80 with maxed out passing and enough stamina, maybe he could earn a substitute spot in the Bundesliga. That was the Bundesliga, a whole different level from the regional Liga. Oh, by the way, Raul even complained to me that the useless midfielders in the first team are nowhere near as good as you. Well, that really broke through Subai's defenses. Who doesn't have an ambitious heart? If he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Raul on the pitch, given Raul's finishing ability in the box, as long as Subai could get the ball to him, assists would be a certainty. Seeing Subai fall silent, How Junmin wondered if he had said something wrong. Xiaobai, don't lose heart. Your start is already way ahead of those kids back home. Keep working hard, and I believe you'll succeed. After returning from How Junmin's place, Subai rushed straight back to the training ground. Ben Kashi, who had been wondering why Subai wasn't in the dorm, saw him acting like had been injected with adrenaline and followed him out. From 7 to 11, he pushed himself until he had nothing left. Finally, Subai returned to the dorm completely satisfied. You're such a maniac. You do this every day? Aren't you afraid of burning yourself out? Ben Kashi said admiringly, watching Subai collapse onto the bed. Young, I want a bigger stage. With those words, the exhausted Subai fell asleep instantly. Watching Subai snoring loudly, Ben Kashi, the Schalke Academy's own prodigy, fell silent. For the first time, he realized that in that so-called football desert of a country, there was someone who would risk everything for a dream. The next morning at 5, the alarm went off on time. Despite his aching body, Subai gritted his teeth and forced himself up. The training bar was at 74. After the morning session, it would be full again. Then with the systems refreshed, that fatigue would vanish. However, Ben Kashi beside him was so exhausted he hadn't even heard the alarm. When he woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. If Subai hadn't called him, he might have slept until training ended. Looking at Subai full of vitality again, Ben Kashi still feeling sore all over watched in stunned amazement. This guy was truly a freak. Friday, the most critical moment of the week, had arrived once again. Although the starting lineup had long been decided for the substitute players, this day at least represented a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they might be fortunate enough to make the roster. Making the roster guaranteed at least the bonus for winning the match. €300. Not a fortune, but far more than many players' weekly wages. Take Subai, for instance, a useless player earning a mere €100+ per week. Amidst everyone's expectant gazes, Daniel entered the training ground accompanied by Wycliffe pushing a cart. Approaching the line of players, Daniel cast a glance over his team. Without a word, he simply looked at Wycliffe beside him. Wycliffe nodded and pulled out the black notebook that held the key to tomorrow's match. Team A. Goalkeeper Bobby. Edgar. Left back Morton Jim. Familiar names were called out one after another. However, after the 10th name was announced, Wycliffe paused. That pause sent a wave of panic through Hylam. O'Shea. Ever since he was substituted off in the last match, a foreboding sense had gripped him. A premonition that proved all too accurate, especially after witnessing Subai take control of the game. At that moment, Hylam O'Shea was filled with despair. He knew his starting position was lost. Subai. Indeed. When Wycliffe read out the final name for Team A, Hylam O'Shea turned in despair toward the frail figure behind him. There was no petty discontent. Even if there were, Hylam O'Shea dared not show it. Mr. Daniel was not as gentle as he appeared. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would find Daniel the first to pull the thorn, and in the harshest manner possible. Amidst envious stares, Subai stepped forward to claim the training vest, symbolizing his starting position. At the same time, Daniel brought out the tactical board. Same strategy as before, start from the center, spread to the wings. Su, your dribbling is erratic, so try to avoid carrying the ball. Stay around Ben. Around Kessie. Ben passed the ball to Subai whenever he's in space. Both wings, watch your positions. Push forward when you have the chance. I trust Su's passes will reach you quickly. And you, Benedict, don't just wait for headers. If there's an opportunity to cut in behind, be decisive. Daniel's words sent a chill through many. It wasn't the tactics that shocked them, but the implication he was handing the entire team over to Subai. From now on, Schalke 04 U18's engine would be Subai. Every attack would originate from him. Whether through the wings or central penetration, everything would be controlled by Su Bai. How long had he been with the team? A mere 10-odd days. Nothing in the world stings more than jealousy. At that moment, Hylam O'Shea felt that emotion to its fullest. He had been in U18 for 2 full years, 2 years that couldn't compare to this kid's 10 days. He turned to look at Su Bai, who appeared utterly at ease. He let out a helpless sigh. There was no helping it. This was the brutal reality of professional football. During the scrimmage, team fully executed Daniel's plan. This approach, which placed all the pressure on Su Bai, unexpectedly alleviated the burden on the other players. Su Bai had no fixed position on the field. He drifted wherever there was space. The moment he received the ball, he seized the opportunity, delivering it to the most lethal spot in the shortest time. Watching team as fluid attack, even Daniel was momentarily stunned. Was this such brilliant offense truly from his team? I feel like Su Bai has grown stronger, especially his ball control. Daniel gazed at his core player, puzzled. In just a few days, Su Bai had undergone a visible transformation. I've noticed it too. This guy is truly incredible. Wycliffe, standing beside Daniel, wore the same expression. Meanwhile, at the Garden Stadium on the other side, Li Shua was showing the newly arrived commentator from Titan Sports the makeshift live studio he and Xiao Wang had painstakingly set up over the past few days. Teacher Wang Tao, the conditions are a bit rough. Please bear with us. Li Shua felt embarrassed as he looked at the simple setup. Oh, it's quite good. No worries, no worries. Wang Tao, who had left his job at the sports channel to start his own business, never imagined he would sign with Titan Sports for a mere 5,000 yuan to travel to this distant automotive nation and commentate on a third-division match. He must have been impulsive to start his own company, working hard all year only to end up selling his house to pay off debts. What a mess. Although he had never officially commentated on CCTV5, he was a well-known reporter at the headquarters. Many voiceovers for world football were his work, and he had recorded several editions of the Chinese commentary for the popular game, Pro Evolution Soccer. Life always has its lows, but this one hit him too suddenly. Gazing at the cramped, outdated studio, Wang Tao set aside all pride and dignity, sat down, and began preparing. The third division. He was not familiar with it. Most importantly, he knew this live stream would attract a large audience. The hottest footballer on Chinese internet right now was Su Bai, especially after Su Bai's long-range lob. He didn't know how the Germans reacted, but the Chinese were going wild. They clamored that the spring of Chinese football had arrived. Nicknames like China's Beckham and China's Xavi spread wildly online. But as someone who truly understood football, Wang Tao knew the third division was not as simple as it seemed. It wasn't known for its skill, but for its brutal fouls. No matter how good Su Bai's technique was, his frail frame couldn't withstand the rough tackles of German players. Thus, Wang Tao was deeply worried about this sudden Chinese prodigy. Teacher Wang, here are the materials for tomorrow's match, Magdeburg's team and player profiles. I managed to get these with great effort, so there might be errors. Please bear with me. Wang Tao took the materials and quickly expressed his thanks. This was exactly what he needed most. If he were to commentate on the Bundesliga, he could rattle off details for all 18 teams, but the third division. Honestly, he knew nothing. Who the hell cares about who plays in the third division? After apologizing to Li Shua and the others, Wang Tao opened the materials and began scribbling notes feverishly. Football commentary is far from the easy job people imagine. After all, there was still a match in the afternoon. Su Bai for once didn't wake up early on Saturday morning. He didn't stir until 8 o'clock. I thought you freak would be up early again today. Ben Casey was already brushing his teeth nearby. There's a match today. If I exhaust myself training, the boss will have my head. Haha, you've got a point. Hurry up and get ready. The 8:30 training session is mandatory. With that, Su Bai quickly got up. After a quick wash, he and Ben Casey headed to the cafeteria. Breakfast was bread and milk. After wolfing it down, Su Bai and Ben Casey arrived at the training ground just in time. Because of the match, the morning session was purely a warm-up. Daniel took the opportunity to go over the team's key concerns, especially emphasizing the rough playing style of their opponents, Magdeburg. As the most ferocious team in the three, Liga, Magdeburg was notorious. There wasn't a single match of theirs that didn't see cards pulled out. A small-town team from eastern Germany, Magdeburg was famous as descendants of pirates. They didn't produce star players, their claim to fame was producing butchers. Every season, several talented players were left broken under Magdeburg's feet. Looking at Su Bai's slender frame, Daniel was deeply worried. However, seeing Su Bai's impassive expression, Daniel didn't say much. At that moment, Su Bai truly felt nothing. If he had faced such a team in the previous match, Su Bai might have been a little afraid. But now with the system's injury immunity card, how could he fear malicious fouls from others? In his past life, Su Bai had often studied the textbooks from La Masia, the film school. He could mimic the diving, the agonized screams, the rolling spins. All those La Masia specialties, with perfect verisimilitude. After a simple lunch, the players packed up and prepared to board the team bus. The match was at 2 in the afternoon, honestly the hottest part of the day. But there was no choice. There was only one pitch, and the first team needed it in the evening. Any later, and there wouldn't be enough time to clean up. Thus, the entire season Schalke 04's U18 team found home matches the most grueling. Thankfully, the bus had air conditioning. As soon as they boarded, everyone felt a wave of coolness. Around 1:30, the bus pulled into the stadium. They changed clothes in the locker room and organized their gear. The players filed out of the locker room one by one. In the tunnel, Subai finally got a look at the legendary Magdeburg team members. Sure enough, just as Ben Casey had said, each of them glared fiercely at the Schalke players. Ben Casey even turned his head away, intimidated by a burly, heavily tattooed, bearded man in the opposing team. That's their captain, Rosa Marshall. Damn it. As the meritorious captain of Magdeburg, Rosa Marshall was the epitome of these crazy players. In a 3-Liga match last season, he had broken the right leg of Dortmund U18's talented player Ove with a tackle from behind. He only paid the price of a 15-match ban, while poor Ove had to say goodbye to football due to the injury. Recalling what Ben Casey had told him, Subai looked with disgust at Rosa, who was smugly reveling in having intimidated Ben Casey into looking away. Marshall. Subai's gaze quickly caught Rosa Marshall's attention. He glared menacingly at Subai, and Subai glared back without flinching. Even before the match started, the fiery tension from their eyes filled the entire tunnel. Seeing that Subai wasn't intimidated, Rosa Marshall chuckled and turned his head. Be careful later. He's their defensive midfielder. Hardy. Hamp, the left winger behind Subai, patted his shoulder and whispered a reminder. Oh, Subai replied unfazed. Soon the staff signaled for them to take the field. However, as they walked out of the tunnel, they unexpectedly noticed that today's Garden Stadium seemed different from usual. Because, compared to the last match, there seemed to be far more fans in attendance today. Meanwhile, back in China, on the official website of Titan Sports, the pinned football live stream had already attracted many fans to the online broadcast room. Since Titan Sports had paid a significant sum, the stadium generously provided them with the equipment usually used for broadcasting first-team matches. At least in terms of picture clarity, it was no different from a Bundesliga match. Damn, there really is a live broadcast. Titan Sports is awesome. This is the first Asian broadcast of a 3-Liga match. Haha, I found out about it from that exclusive interview with Subai in the newspaper a few days ago. I can't believe they actually pulled it off. Go Subai, you're not fighting alone. Look at how many people are in the stream. No kidding, even though it's the 3-Liga, it's still the only chance for one of our overseas players to actually get on the pitch. How Junmin sat on the bench for the entire first-team match. I wonder if he'll get a chance in tonight's Bundesliga game. Get a chance. He didn't even make the 18-man squad. How could he play tonight? Oh, no way around it. Our level just isn't there. Third brother was so dominant at Shandong Luning, but in the Bundesliga, he can't even crack the 18-man squad. Don't talk about third brother. Let's watch Xiaosu. I wonder how he'll perform this match. As long as he plays like he did in the last game, I think Magath won't ignore him. Maybe he'll get a call up. Bro, this is the 3-Liga. Do you know how big the gap is between that and the Bundesliga? Don't be naive. If Xiaosu can hold his own in the 3-Liga for a year, then find a 2-Bundesliga team to gain experience, that's already amazing. Exactly. You're a football newbie. The gap between the 3-Liga and the Bundesliga is as big as the gap between the Chinese national team and the German national team. Get it? Well, when you put it that way, I get it. Watching the live stream's bullet comments, Wang Tao sighed helplessly. Chinese football was in decline. The generation of Xiao Jiai and the others were getting old. What about the younger generation? There wasn't a single one who could break through. Good evening, dear viewers. I am your old friend Wang Tao. It is a great honor to be invited by Titan Sports to commentate live on this focal match of the 3-Liga. As a traditional strong team in the 3-Liga, Magdeburg has a commendable record. Last season, Magdeburg finished 9th in the 3-Liga, and most of their players are local lads from Magdeburg. Therefore, these players who have been together since their youth academy days are most renowned for their seamless teamwork. And what they are best known for is their aggressive playing style. Last season, Magdeburg received a total of 8 red cards and 27 yellow cards. The team's captain for this match, Rosa Marshall, was even suspended for 15 games for a malicious foul that ended a player's career. In short, today will be a very tough match for this young Schalke 04 squad. Damn, this is a disaster, isn't it? Look at Xiaosu's build. Can he even take a tackle from them? Forget a tackle, I think he'll fly off with just a bump. Don't scare me. I came here to watch Subai dominate the opponent, not to watch him get injured. In the stands, many fans were excitedly waving Schalke 04 flags, cheering on the young players. Among the fans, a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt watched the field intently, his eyes fixed on the Chinese youngster who had just come out. And on the bag beside him, the emblem of Manchester United was clearly printed. Kill these scumbags, kid from Yen. Damn it, send these Magdeburg bastards back to their pirate nest. Fuck, you pirate scum. Go to hell. The Schalke fans in the stands today were unusually fervent. The Garden Stadium, which could hold 50,000 fans, had at least over 8,000 in attendance. This was unprecedented for a U18 match. Especially their enthusiastic greetings for Magdeburg. While those greetings were actually quite tame for the Magdeburg players. At least no one rushed onto the field to fight. After all, last season, due to Rosa Marschall's malicious foul, the entire Dortmund fanbase had regarded Magdeburg as sworn enemies. In the second match of the three, Liga, many frantic fans had mobbed the Magdeburg team bus, forcing the Football Association to intervene and hold their subsequent games behind closed doors. That was quite a spectacle in the three. Liga. Both teams are now standing in their respective halves. The referee is communicating with the assistant referee, synchronizing watches. Beep. Fans of Sports Weekly. The 2010-2011 season, the second round of the three. Liga, the match between Schalke U18 and Magdeburg has officially begun. First, let me introduce the starting lineups for both sides. Wearing the traditional blue jersey and attacking from left to right is Schalke 04 U18. Schalke's starting goalkeeper Baby Edgar. Left back Morton Jim, center backs Esther Scott and Webster Jeffrey pairing. Right back Sidney Parker. Defensive midfielder Lloyd Angelo. Attacking midfielder Sue Bai and Ben Casey. Left winger Hardy Hunt, right winger Wheeler Angelo. Striker Whit Benedict. Schalke 04 sticks to their traditional 451 formation. On the other side, attacking from right to left in white jerseys, is Magdeburg. Starting goalkeeper Hawthorne Ron. Left back Beecher Rex, center backs Vanny Jonas and Robinson Webster pairing. Right back Dewey Hamilton. Double defensive midfielders Rosa Marschall and Tobias Felix pairing. Attacking midfielder Kipling Jason. Left winger Congreve Bowen, right winger Linder Augsburg. Striker Matilda Neal. Magdeburg also employs their traditional 433 formation. At the start of the match, Magdeburg, gaining possession, launched an immediate attack. Their tactic was clear: no complex midfield penetration, simply attacking down the flanks. Utilizing the speed of their wingers and the heading ability of their towering striker Matilda Neal, who stood at 1.9 meters, they played traditional long ball football. This tactic was the most common in the three. Liga. Though simple, it was often the most effective. Matilda Neal slipped the ball to the attacking midfielder Kipling Jason behind him, then turned and charged straight into the heart of Schalke's defense. Kipling Jason, receiving the ball, didn't hesitate. Seeing Linder Augsburg sprinting down the right flank, he launched a long pass. On the right, Linder Augsburg leaped gracefully, using his chest to control the ball. Without letting it drop, he nudged it forward with his right foot, accelerated again, and stormed towards Schalke's half. Magdeburg is playing with determination from the very start. After receiving the ball in midfield, there's not even a token build-up, they go straight to the flanks. In today's football world, the mighty Barcelona and the World Cup-winning Spanish nation have proven with title after title that the mainstream of modern football has evolved from traditional long ball play to possession-based football that uses ball control to stretch the opponent's space. Of course, these possession tactics are too sophisticated for teams in the three. Liga. Here, the most practical approach remains this straightforward, traditional style. Last season, 68 of Magdeburg's goals came from headers off crosses from the flanks. Moreover, both of Magdeburg's wingers are exceptionally fast players. Great play. Just as Wang Tao was analyzing Magdeburg's tactics, Magdeburg's right winger Linder Augsburg, who had just dribbled forward, faced Schalke's fullback Morton Jim. With a simple feint to the left and a cut to the right, he used his speed to blow past Morton Jim. Continuing his charge, Linder Augsburg, before reaching the byline, struck the ball fiercely with his right foot, sending it rocketing from the right flank into the Schalke 04 penalty area. On the sidelines, Daniel's heart leaped into his throat as he watched Morton Jim being beaten so easily. Nervously standing by the pitch, he shouted for his defenders to mark their men. Inside the box, the towering Magdeburg striker Matilda Neal was already charging towards the ball's landing point. The ball was traveling at tremendous speed. Even though Matilda Neal had anticipated the trajectory, he couldn't reach it in time. Schalke's goalkeeper Baby Edgar reacted decisively, punching the ball clear with one fist. That was dangerous. Magdeburg striker Matilda Neal, just by his height and build, looks far stronger than Schalke's center backs. And from this first attack, it's clear that Magdeburg's flank attacking ability is indeed very strong. Fortunately, the ball's trajectory wasn't ideal. Matilda Neal, rushing in centrally, couldn't get to the first ball. Schalke's goalkeeper Baby Edgar's decision to come out was also very decisive. So Schalke escaped that one by the skin of their teeth. Wang Tao's commentary was quite professional. After spending the entire morning, he had managed to memorize the names of the players from both teams. Damn, Magdeburg's tactics are one-dimensional, but their dribbling ability is impressive. Look at that guy on the right wing, he's incredibly fast. That's German football for you. and their youth development has improved from cities to small towns. Almost every place has its own local team. With such a tiered selection system, it's no wonder they have the talent pool to support various playing styles. Wingers with pace are common in Germany. This is still the 3. Liga in the 2. Bundesliga. Such purely fast wingers wouldn't even get a chance to play. Look at that cross just now. Without any pressure, it was still way off. Bro, this is the 3. Liga. If you're fast, can beat defenders and cross, well, you wouldn't be stuck here. People say the 3. Liga is on par with the Chinese Super League. Honestly, this level of play is at least a tier above the CSL. The ball punched clear by Baby Edgar landed perfectly at the feet of Schalke's defensive midfielder Lloyd Angelo. Just as Daniel had said before the match, the instant he received the ball, Lloyd Angelo looked for Subai ahead of him. He slotted a diagonal pass with his right foot to Subai. Subai received the ball and turned. He looked up at the forward line, but before he could release the ball, a powerful force slammed into him from behind. Subai was knocked to the turf. Beep. The referee blew his whistle. Thanks to the injury immunity card, Subai was unharmed, but the pain was still very real. Clutching his back, Subai turned his head to see Rosa Marshall standing over him with a sly grin. Welcome to the 3. Liga, little monkey. Daniel watched from the sideline as the head referee merely called a foul. No warning, not even a caution, sparking an immediate furious outburst from him. Damn it. Is that butcher trying to kill my player? And no card for that foul. In bloody hell. I knew it. Yet Daniel's complaints fell on deaf ears. Neither the referee nor the spectators in the stands reacted. Many fans mocked Subai's frail physique and how is he so paper thin? A simple bump sent him crashing to the ground and, seriously, wasn't he supposed to be exceptional? This is all enved. Of course, people from Yingui simply aren't built for football. With that frame playing in the 3. Liga. He's clearly here as a joke. And you can't even stand steadily. What football are you playing? That foul deserved a card. Magdeburg committed a blatant tactical foul. And yet the referee made no gesture whatsoever. And clearly the officiating standard today is unusually lenient. Subai must tread carefully. Wang Tao, watching live in the broadcast studio, wore a deeply anxious expression as he observed Subai lying on the pitch. He'd anticipated such challenges before kickoff, but never imagined Subai's very first touch would end like this. On the pitch, Subai was helped to his feet by Ben Kesh and Lloyd Angrillo. Are you alright? Lloyd Angrillo asked, studying Subai's furrowed brow. Meanwhile, Rosa Marshall, who had surged forward to join the attack, had charged straight at Subai's waist the moment he received the ball. Such forceful impact might have injured even him. Seeing Subai wince in pain, Lloyd couldn't help but worry intensely. After all, it was only the opening minutes. If Magdeburg neutralized Schalke's offensive linchpin without even paying the price of a yellow card, the match would become unwinnable. Daniel too stood on the sideline, deeply unsettled, relieved only when Subai quickly regained his composure. I'm fine, just a little sore. Subai rubbed his waist, then fixed a cold, unblinking gaze upon Rosa Marshall, already retreating toward her own half. For minutes into the match, Schalke won a defensive free kick. Subai opted not to join the set piece, sprinting instead toward the opponent's half. At the referee's whistle, Lloyd Angrillo launched a long soaring clearance toward the front line, where Ben Kesh leapt high ready to challenge for the header. Yet beside him, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipling Jason rose simultaneously, towering over Kesh in both height and physical power. Kesh stood no chance against Jason, effortlessly brushing past him. Jason flicked the ball on with a precise glancing header, directly to Congreve Bowen, Magdeburg's left winger. From the sideline, Daniel erupted in frustration as his team surrendered possession so easily. Damn it. Keep it on the ground. Why insist on physical battles? Meanwhile, Magdeburg's head coach Jones smiled faintly toward Daniel, a longtime acquaintance. Last season, their 2 league encounters ended in 1 win and 1 draw for Magdeburg. That draw had been secured only thanks to Daniel's squad boasting an outstanding striker. Yet now, that star striker had since transferred away while Magdeburg retained every single key player. After casting a brief, knowing glance at Daniel's seething frustration, Jones turned his attention back to the pitch. At that instant, Congreve Bowen seized the ball and exploded forward, charging deep into Schalke's defensive third. The blistering pace of Magdeburg's 2 wingers formed the sharpest blade in their 3. Liga arsenal. Faced with Magdeburg's relentless surge, Schalke's backline dared not falter. The entire defensive unit swiftly shifted rightward. Schalke's right back Sidney Parker clenched his jaw and lunged forward. As a seasoned rival of Congreve, Bowen, Parker well knew how dangerous he was. So the moment he engaged Bowen, Parker instantly lowered his center of gravity and cut off the inside lane, sealing Bowen's path toward the center. Bowen responded without hesitation. Seeing his inward route blocked, he swept the ball left with his left foot, then accelerated sharply, darting toward the byline. Parker stayed glued to him, his right leg poised to intercept any cross. Magdeburg's strategy is brutally direct, exploiting both flanks. Their central midfielders and striker all possess formidable aerial ability. This tactic exploits Schalke 04's greatest weakness, their vulnerability in the air. Schalke 04 must adapt their approach. Otherwise, conceding is inevitable, and indeed barely had the words left his lips. Bowen feinted a left-footed cross from the byline, prompting Parker to instinctively lift his leg to block. The instant Parker raised his leg, he regretted it. Bowen, having drawn the reaction, pulled the ball sharply backward with his left foot pivoted seamlessly around Parker and accelerated past him. Then with a thunderous right-footed strike, he drove the ball rocketing into the heart of the penalty area. In the center, towering Magdeburg striker Matilda Neal soared above Schalke's central defender Esther Scott and met the ball with a ferocious downward header aimed straight at goal. Barry Edgar, Schalke's goalkeeper, stood helpless just yards away, powerless to stop the bullet-like header as it ripped into the net. 10. Magdeburg playing away had opened the scoring. Oh dear, conceded already. Just 7 minutes in. Magdeburg takes the lead on the road within 7 minutes. There was simply nothing to be done about that goal. Neither flank nor center offered Schalke any coherent defensive resistance. That basic long ball assault targeted their weakest links, exactly where they're most exposed. The fullback fails to handle crosses, the center back crumbles under aerial duels. How can they possibly compete? Seeing how easily the goal had been conceded, fans in the stands voiced mounting complaints. Just moments earlier, they'd confidently declared their players would humiliate these provincial amateurs, only to be utterly dominated and scored upon within 7 minutes. Daniel bowed his head in resignation. His players had executed their duties admirably, yet this goal felt unavoidable. Their central defender was simply too young. Against a giant like Matilda Neal, he stood no chance. On the pitch, Schalke 04's players slumped in dejection, watching Magdeburg celebrate wildly inside their own penalty area. Let's play short passes next time. Feed it to me. Yet unexpectedly, Subai, who rarely spoke, approached his teammates. Given Daniel's authority, they nodded in quiet assent. Aerial duels were hopeless against such opponents. Better to abandon them entirely and master intricate ground combinations instead. From the sideline, Daniel nodded approvingly at Subai's initiative. That was the leadership expected of an offensive cornerstone. Magdeburg's celebration ended swiftly. Both teams returned to their respective halves. At the referee's sharp whistle, play resumed. Whit Benedict pivoted and passed directly to Ben Kesh, then surged forward himself. Kesh, receiving the ball, did not immediately seek out Subai, instead driving forward with purpose. Facing the aggressive press of Matilda Neal, Kesh casually nudged the ball right with his foot, sliding effortlessly past her on the right. As a product of Schalke's famed academy, bypassing an opposing forward came naturally. But the moment he slipped past Neal, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kiplin Jason charged in, fierce and unrelenting. Without hesitation, Kesh pushed the ball left with his right foot, delivering it cleanly to Subai at his side. Kiplin Jason, seeing the pass completed, didn't hesitate. He spun on the spot and lunged straight for Subai. Simultaneously, Magdeburg's defensive midfielder Rosa Marshall, whose eyes had never left Subai, charged forward with terrifying intensity. In an instant, Subai found himself trapped in a double team, two elite defenders converging with ruthless precision. This is perilous. Their strength and experience far surpass Subai's, and against such pressure, the safest option is swift, decisive distribution. In the broadcast booth, Wang Tao's anxiety spiked. This was Subai's first true offensive orchestration since kickoff. If he lost possession or aired another Magdeburg goal, would tilt the match irrevocably. Worse still, Subai's confidence would suffer a devastating blow. Yet almost immediately, Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only Wang Tao, fans in the Schalke stand stared in stunned silence at the pitch. They're facing the ferocious double team. Subai remained utterly unruffled. Not a trace of panic, not a fraction of deceleration in his dribble. First to close in was Kiplin Jason, his long leg thrust forward to intercept his body pressing tightly against Subai. The instant Jason lunged, Subai delicately rolled the ball left with his right ankle, guiding it smoothly around Jason's extended leg, then tilted his torso left, slipping past him with effortless grace. But Rosa Marshall was already surging forward, impatient, uncompromising. Locking eyes with Subai, she stomped down with full force toward his right foot. The blow carried lethal intent. If it connected, Subai's slender right leg would buckle instantly, just as Marshall anticipated, Subai collapsing in agony. Subai pushed the ball forward right with his left foot, then yanked his right foot back, evading Marshall's stomp, before gently tapping the ball ahead with exquisite control. Simultaneously, he pirouetted past Marshall, slipping cleanly through the narrow gap between the two converging defenders. A flawless elastico. Brilliant. And what a dazzling run by Su Bai in an astonishing elastico. Textbook perfection. Facing a double-team, Su Bai moved like Iniesta incarnate, gliding untouched between the towering Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason. Wang Tao overcome burst into exclamation in the broadcast booth. And in the stands, the previously stoic middle-aged man suddenly jolted upright, eyes wide with astonishment. In an instant, Su Bai had already passed Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason, finding himself in an open field. He charged towards the backfield of Magdeburg at lightning speed. At this moment, the front players of Schalke 04 also began to accelerate wildly. Various familiar passing routes appeared before Su Bai. However, the success rate of scoring was not very high. Without making a hasty kick, Su Bai continued to charge forward with the ball. Seeing Su Bai approaching the edge of the penalty area, Magdeburg's head coach, Jones, finally lost the smile he had maintained. He hadn't expected that the skills of that kid from the Yen Nation would be so impressive. "Stop him," Jones shouted at his players as he watched Su Bai still dribbling the ball. In fact, there was no need for Jones to give instructions. Watching Su Bai charging forward with the ball, Magdeburg's defensive midfielder Tobias Felix had already rushed towards him. However, just as he got close to Su Bai, Tobias Felix hadn't made any move yet. Su Bai directly nudged the ball with his right foot, passing it to Ben Kaishi, who was following closely. At the same time, Su Bai bypassed Tobias Felix. Ben Kaishi understood the assignment and deftly pushed the ball forward after receiving it. Good ball, a 1-2. Su Bai is giving Magdeburg no chance for a foul. The choice of this ball is perfect. Looking at the football in front of him, Su Bai raised his head, and in that moment, he saw the poised forward Whit Benedict. With the system's enhancement, a passing route with a 90 scoring rate appeared before Su Bai. Without any hesitation, Su Bai struck the football hard with his right foot. Su Bai shoots. This position, the shot seems a bit rushed. Moreover, this ball looks like a low half-high shot. This is too rushed. Although this ball can get through the gap between Magdeburg's two center backs. But with that speed, the goalkeeper should be able to save it. Watching Su Bai strike the football fiercely, Wang Tao in the live broadcast lamented. However, soon it wasn't just Wang Tao. Everyone on the field who thought Su Bai was going to shoot was left dumbfounded. The ball skimmed along the grass with a violent spin. As it passed over Magdeburg's two center backs, the football landed on the grass, and with the distance's rotation, it suddenly curved to the right. And on the right, a tall figure suddenly appeared there. Whit Benedict. Ambushed in the Magdeburg penalty area, Whit Benedict appeared like a ghost. The football seemed to glide like a beautiful rainbow, landing at Whit Benedict's feet. This pass was perfectly executed. Whit Benedict didn't even need to adjust. He pushed forward with his right foot. The football obediently drilled into the net of Magdeburg's goal. Beautiful, beautiful. The ball is in. Within 3 minutes after the goal against Magdeburg, Su Bai broke through Magdeburg's midfield with a stunning nutmeg, and even performed an incredibly beautiful rainbow pass right in front of Magdeburg's goal. This ball is simply unbelievable. 1-1. The score is equalized. This is the most perfect outside off the foot through ball I've seen in all my years of watching football. Rainbow. Su Bai painted the most perfect rainbow at the Garden Stadium. The referee's whistle signaling the goal also ignited the fans in the stands. They stood up and roared with excitement. Such a goal was incredibly exhilarating. An exquisite combination combined with an extremely stylish through ball. Who would have thought that such perfect team football could appear in the rough regional Liga? On the sidelines, Daniel excitedly raised his hands and rushed towards his assistant coach. They hugged each other excitedly. I knew this kid could do it. It was beautiful. I don't even know how to describe this goal. Perfect. This is what I want to build with Schalke 04. After scoring, Whit Benedict immediately rushed towards Su Bai. He knew that this goal was entirely Su Bai's contribution. Not to mention him, even their goalkeeper could have scored that goal. Su, amazing. I knew you would pass the ball. Beautiful. Su, that pass was fantastic. Ben Kaishi also rushed over to hug Su Bai. Hardy Hunt, Wheeler Anchi Luo, and even Lloyd Anchi Luo from the backfield all rushed over to embrace Su Bai. They excitedly ruffled Su Bai's hair. Awesome. That pass was incredible. Nothing more to say. This is the most beautiful through ball I've seen. Damn, what kind of footwork does it take to pull that off? An outside off the foot pass is already tough, and to have such strong spin while being fast enough to slip through the gap between two center backs. Not just the ball speed, but look at that vision. When Su Bai passed, that big forward had just started running. Damn, this goal truly was beautiful, no question about it. This is definitely a Zava level through ball. No, it's even better than Zavis through balls. I can't imagine this came from one of our Yen Nation players. This goal definitely deserves a spot in the top 10. It's incredible. Su Bai is amazing. From now on, I'm a fan of Su Bai. This regional Liga is way more enjoyable than that broken CSL. Look at those Magdeburg players, they are stunned. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. Exactly. I didn't expect our Yen Nation players to be this awesome abroad. I thought Subai was just going to learn, but he turned out to be a star. In the live broadcast room, Wang Tao was still celebrating excitedly, while the Yen Nation fans glued to their computers erupted in joy. For the fans accustomed to watching Barcelona's stylish passing and controlling game, suddenly witnessing such an astonishing passing performance from a Yen Nation player was truly shocking. What was that kid's name? Is it Subai? Yes. He assisted a hat-trick last match, haha. I told you this kid is definitely a genius. With that skill level, what the hell is he doing in the regional Liga? What is Magath thinking? Is he blind? Who in the first team can deliver passes like that? Damn exactly. That midfielder in the first team is totally useless. This kid Subai had 4 assists in 2 matches. How can he not make it to the first team? This kid is too young. He probably needs another 2 years of training. What training? With a talent like this, if the first team doesn't snatch him up, do they think other teams are blind? The Schalke fans in the stands were thoroughly captivated by Subai's performance. From his dribbling to the final pass, it was truly Bundesliga level. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man carrying a Manchester United backpack opened his notebook. Excellent footwork, strong game vision, with a very powerful passing ability. After writing this down, the middle-aged man sat down. He wanted to discover just how many astonishing talents this crazy Yen Nation kid had. In less than 10 minutes, both sides have scored a goal. The Schalke fans in the stands are enthusiastically praising Subai's recent assist. After all, in the rough battle of the Vehicle League, such a beautiful assist is truly rare. They are accustomed to the collisions of muscles and various rough fouls, and the football that constantly flies high in the sky. This refreshing ground passing and control truly brings a delightful feeling. Moreover, what is most popular in today's world football is the tiki-taka style, created by Barcelona. Watching Subai surrounded by others, the players of Magdeburg are also feeling frustrated. Especially Rosa Marshall, who had just been outplayed by Subai, is now burning with anger. The last person who dared to toy with him was that unfortunate player from Dortmund who completely bid farewell to football. Looking at the time on the sidelines, Rosa Marshall suddenly smiled. There is still a long time left. With the referees urging both teams, players return to their respective halves. The match continues. After both sides scored, the pace of the game suddenly slowed down. Schalke is wary of Magdeburg's flanks, while Magdeburg has begun to focus their defense in the center. Magdeburg has also started to play passing and controlling in their own half. Without a group of rough players from the regional league, passing becomes awkward. Soon unable to endure this dull rhythm, Magdeburg took the initiative. Tobias Felix, receiving the ball, launched a powerful kick, sending the ball directly to the front. Although he passed it towards the right flank to Linder August, the kick was truly unremarkable. The football veered off absurdly. It went directly out of bounds. Seeing his pass go awry, Tobias Felix raised his right hand to apologize to his teammates. Schalke 04 unexpectedly gained possession. And from this moment, Schalke 04's real attack began. The fullback threw the throw-in to midfielder Ben Keishi. With no one around him, Ben Keishi boldly dribbled forward. However, after only a few steps, Magdeburg's forward Matilda Neal charged forward first. The tall Matilda Neal had no other thoughts. He directly barreled into Ben Keishi. Ben Keishi was unfazed, pulling the ball back with his right foot, deftly evading Matilda Neal. Then with his left foot, he pushed the ball to the side for the awaiting Subai. He quickly ran forward. Subai, receiving the ball, smoothly nudged it. The football landed steadily back at Ben Keishi's feet. The two began to frequently exchange passes in midfield. An elegant tune and their passing control excited the fans on the sidelines. After all, Ben Keishi and Subai live together, and they already have great chemistry on the training ground. Moreover, with Subai's passes being incredibly precise each time, Ben Keishi didn't even need to adjust his movements, leaving Magdeburg utterly helpless against their passing control. Even fouls offered no opportunity. They simply did not give you a chance, as long as you approached the ball would be passed instantly. As the two were about to bring the ball to the edge of the penalty area, the defenders from Magdeburg no longer hesitated. Rosa Marshall and Tobias Felix each charged forward. At the same time, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipling Jason rushed back from the front. The three of them skillfully collaborated to block the passing lane between the two. Magdeburg is indeed quite shrewd, allowing the two to pass and control near the center circle, but once in the penalty area, they immediately increased their numbers. With 3 players surrounding, continuing this passing control becomes very difficult. The ball is at Subai's feet. The two wings of Schalke also pushed forward, helping to open up passing space in the center for Subai. Facing the aggressive Kipling Jason and Rosa Marshall, Subai dared not hesitate. After all, both physically and in experience, he could not compare to these two. As they closed in, Subai quickly spotted the passing route. He struck the ball firmly with the instep of his right foot. Before being surrounded, Subai kicked the ball toward the center. At that position, the retreating Whit Benjamin was already waiting there. Watching the cunning Subai deftly evade the ball, Rosa Marshall could only turn to chase after Whit Benjamin. However, Su Bai was waiting for this moment. Whit Benjamin saw Su Bai's forward run before receiving the ball, and with the direction of Su Bai's pass, he didn't need to adjust rushing ahead before Rosa. Marshall could close in. With a left-footed diagonal push, the football returned once again to Su Bai's feet. At that moment, facing the incoming ball, Su Bai's right foot arched directly around the football, and with a powerful thrust of his right leg, he fiercely kicked the ball toward the penalty area. The football soared high, flying over Magdeburg's last line of defense. With a violent spin, the football traced an exquisite arc, landing on the left side of the penalty area. At that location, the just inserted Schalke 04 left winger Hardy Hunt appeared right in front of the football. Without any hesitation, Hardy Hunt struck the football with his right foot. The football went straight past Magdeburg's goalkeeper, Hosen Ron, drilling into the net. 2-1. Beautiful. They have taken the lead. Once again, it's Su Bai's assist. After just delivering an exquisite rainbow assist with the outside of his foot for a teammate's goal, Su Bai has once again provided a lethal assist for his teammate with his right foot. Beautiful. First with the outside of the foot, now with the curve from the instep. Unbelievable. This is definitely a master-level pass. The Schalke forwards are so lucky to have Su Bai's astonishing passes. As long as you can find space, scoring becomes the easiest task. Incredible. This goal is simply a work of art. Wang Tao in the live broadcast room could hardly believe his eyes. Having watched football for so many years, this is the first time he has seen a player from Yin country deliver such passes. And it's not just luck. You could say it was a fluke the first time, but what about the second? What about 3 or 4 times? Including the 3 from the last match, Su Bai has already delivered 5 perfect assists in just 2 matches. Hardy Hunt's goal completely ignited the Garden Stadium. The Schalke fans in the stands jumped up in excitement. Although it's only the regional league, and just a U18 youth team, such a thrilling offense has sent their adrenaline through the roof. On the sidelines, Daniel held his head in disbelief. He looked at Su Bai on the field with astonishment. It's too exaggerated. Whether it was the previous outside off-the-foot pass, or this time's instep shot, everything happening from a U18 youth team player is truly extraordinary. 5 assists. What an astonishing statistic. After scoring, Hardy Hunt wildly rushed towards Su Bai. As Schalke's left winger, although he has been participating in the offense, he often plays the role of the assister. The feeling of helping the team take the lead is fantastic. Excited, Hardy Hunt directly picked up Su Bai off the ground. His teammates also rushed over one by one surrounding Su Bai. The middle-aged man in the stands didn't open his notebook this time. He directly took out his phone and walked towards the tunnel. After dodging the fans' clamor, he dialed the number. He's a genius, an absolute genius. That kind of vision and passing can't be trained. He's only 17 years old. Manchester United needs him. At the 23rd minute of the match, Schalke 04 took the lead. This goal originated from the backline with Su Bai and Ben Kai executing 14 consecutive passes. Finally, Su Bai delivered a magnificent right-footed curving assist to Hardy. Hardy Hunter slotted the ball into Magdeburg's net. Both in terms of spectacle and the final outcome, it was a sight to behold. This is the 3rd division of German football after all. Even in the Bundesliga, such a flawless team goal is a rarity. Awesome. Damn, watching Su Bai's live stream was definitely the right call. This possession, this final pass, it's just too satisfying. Haha, did you notice? The passes Su Bai sends out his Schalke teammates don't even need to adjust their feet. That's the most incredible part. Holy crap. Now that you mention it, it's true. This is just too insane. The speed of the pass and the trajectory of the ball, it's as if it was calculated. No adjustment needed, like the ball actively strikes their feet. Absolutely incredible. This passing isn't just good, it's masterful. Few can deliver such effortless passes even in training, and this is during a match. Urged by the referee, Schalke's celebration quickly ended. Afterward, Schalke began to display the perfect midfield possession they had shown in training. As Daniel had instructed, every Schalke player immediately passed the ball to Su Bai. Su Bai in turn appeared in every corner of the pitch. He was like the brain of Schalke 04, directing every player. On the other side, Magdeburg. Accustomed to aggressive defending, they were utterly helpless against this rapid passing. Schalke 04 would pass the ball the moment before the defense closed in. At the 37th minute, orchestrated by Su Bai, Schalke 04 passed the ball down the right flank all the way to the edge of the penalty area. The instant Magdeburg concentrated all their defense on the right, Su Bai seized the moment and delivered a deadly long pass with the outside of his left foot. The ball sailed over all of Magdeburg's defenders, landing at the feet of an unmarked Hardy Hunter on the left wing. Unfortunately, the overly excited Hardy Hunter blasted the unknown chance over the bar. Not only Hardy himself, but the Schalke fans in the stands also clutched their heads in disbelief. Hardy Hunter, how could you miss that? Su Bai's hat-trick of assists is gone just like that. How could such a beautiful pass be wasted? From the wing play to that final outside foot pass. Beautiful. This is just too beautiful. Sübey's presence has instantly made Schalke 04's attack look magnificent. Even Magdeburg, known for their robust defense, is helpless against this one-touch passing game. Every pass from Sübey seems calculated. A genius, an undeniable genius. Wang Tao couldn't help but exclaim while watching the replay. The sidelines were buzzing. Seeing Hardy-Hander miss, the unknown Daniel furiously threw his water bottle to the ground. It was painful to watch a certain goal slip away. Not just Daniel, many fans began to grumble and complain. Damn, what kind of trash winger is this? He can't even score a unknown. That Yin country kid's beautiful pass was wasted. I've said it before, he's too good for the U18 team. Magath should call him up to the first team, or someone else will snatch him away. Exactly. What is old man Magath thinking, not wanting such a talented midfielder? Despite the fans' complaints, the rhythm of the game remained in Schalke's control. With Schalke 04's defense concentrated on the flanks, Magdeburg didn't know how to attack. Unable to push through the wings, could they penetrate through the center? The burly Magdeburg players were good for fouling, but asking them to play technical football was too much. On the other side, Jones watched the situation with a furrowed brow. He hadn't expected Schalke 04 to play such possession football. However, Jonas' expression soon relaxed. His gaze was fixed on Sübey, who was orchestrating the team's attack. The first half ended quickly. Schalke 04 headed into the tunnel with a 21 lead. Sübey walked off the pitch arm in arm with Ben Kai, chatting and laughing. The Schalke fans in the stands excitedly chanted his name. Sue, brilliant play. Sue, keep it up, score a few more in the second half, ha. Well done, Sue. Fans never hesitated to praise especially a player with the magical performance of Sübey. In the locker room, Daniel looked at his players with a beaming smile. He hadn't held much hope for this match before it started. After all, Magdeburg's ferocity was well known across the entire country of chariots. Often when facing a rampant Magdeburg, some teams would rather forfeit than risk their key players. During the halftime break, Daniel used the tactics board to continue emphasizing the team's defense. Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room, Jones was angrily berating his players. Facing a bunch of kids who haven't even grown hair, and you're shamefully trailing. Possession football. Are you blind? Can't you see Schalke's possession is fake? Why chase the ball? That Yin country man. Mark him tightly. Tackle hard. Let these Schalke brats know they're facing Magdeburg. Jones, already fierce-looking, became even more menacing after saying these words. However, his words brought a satisfied smile to the face of Rosa Marshall, who was sitting on a chair. The second half began soon after. The once confident Daniel was expecting his team to produce another resounding victory. But soon he noticed his team's fluid attack had vanished. From the start of the half, the match was dominated by countless whistles from the referee. At the 47th minute, before Sübey could even receive the ball, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipren Jason viciously body-checked him to the ground. Although the referee gave a symbolic warning to Kipren Jason, it did nothing to stop Magdeburg from escalating their fouls. At the 52nd minute, Ben Kai, while dribbling, was slide tackled from the side by Tobias Felix, taking both man and ball down. Ben Kai clutched his ankle in pain. This foul completely ignited the already simmering tension between the two teams. What the hell are you trying to do? Whit Benedict rushed straight up to the offending Tobias Felix. What do you want, kid? Facing the aggressive Whit Benedict, Tobias Felix stepped forward with a nonchalant grin. At the same time, Rosa Marshall charged over. Players from both sides immediately began shoving each other. Sübey didn't hesitate, standing in front of Rosa Marshall. It looked like the teams were about to brawl. The referee rushed into the crowd. He showed a yellow card to the offending Tobias Felix. Seeing such a foul only warranted a yellow card, Whit Benedict angrily complained to the referee. But the complaints were futile. Instead, the referee raised his hand again. Whit Benedict received a yellow card too. Seeing this from the sidelines, Daniel was furious. He stormed towards the fourth official. What kind of damn decision is this? Is the referee blind? My player gets such a rough foul, and the referee still gives my player a yellow card. Seeing the angry Daniel, the fourth official relayed his words to the referee via his earpiece. The referee, having just resolved the on-field conflict, rushed to the sideline. Facing the furious Daniel, he pulled a red card from his pocket. At the 53rd minute, Ben Kai was substituted due to injury. Schalke's head coach Daniel was also sent off for abusing the referee. Schalke 04, who had been in complete control, was suddenly thrown back into the depths. That was far too reckless. Both Whit Benedict's yellow card and the coach's red card. Things are going to be tough for Schalke now. The team's main defensive midfielder is off. The head coach is also sent off. Although there's still a goal ahead, the game is becoming difficult. Seeing the promising situation completely collapse, Wang Tao was also getting anxious. Damn, what kind of crooked referee is this? That foul wasn't a red card. Holy crap, this guy must be from the Chinese Super League. Definitely took a bribe to send off Schalke's coach. It's over, it's over. GG, how can they play now? The main attacking midfielder is GG, the head coach is GG. Sigh, this is U18, so reckless. Is the coach this hot-headed too? This is the third division. I'm really worried for Subai. Look at the second half. Magdeburg is purely trying to injure players not playing football. Subai should be careful. Don't sacrifice his career for this match. With the conflict over, the match resumed. Ben Kai was replaced by the substitute defensive midfielder Ward Clarence. Schalke 04 reverted to a double pivot defensive formation. From this moment on, all of Schalke 04's attacks were channeled through Subai. From the 55th minute onward, the tide of the match turned dramatically. Without Daniel's sideline direction and the absence of Ben Kessie, the team's core, who could coordinate with Subai, Schalke 04's once fluid attack dissipated into thin air. Instead, Magdeburg, who had been pinned in their own half by Schalke, launched a frenzied assault. In the 58th minute, Magdeburg's right winger dribbled past Schalke's fullback on the right flank and sent a long cross directly to their striker Matilda Neal in the center. The towering Matilda Neal leaped for a header, striking it with exceptional quality. Fortunately, Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar performed brilliantly, punching the ball over the goal line with a single fist. Magdeburg earned a corner on the left. Kiplin Jason's delivery was poor. Matilda Neal won the first header, but the effort was weak and easily collected by Bobby Edgar. The match continued. Goalkeeper Bobby Edgar's long clearance was effortlessly intercepted by Magdeburg, who renewed their offensive. What a passive state. Schalke 04 seems completely rattled after their core player was sent off. Since the restart, they haven't mounted a single attack. Fortunately, Magdeburg's attacking efficiency isn't great either, otherwise the scoreline might have changed by now. The key now is to stabilize the rhythm and find someone up front who can hold the ball. Wang Tao watched the match with growing anxiety, especially since Subai hadn't had a single touch on the ball in midfield during this period. Magdeburg's relentless pressing forced Schalke 04 to end their attacks with long balls and high balls. Subai's frail frame offered no advantage whatsoever. In the stands, Daniel was frantic with worry, but the match officials kept a close eye on him, denying him even the chance to slip a note to Wycliffe. In the 77th minute, Magdeburg finally scored after besieging Schalke 04 for a full 20 minutes. It was the same old long ball tactic. Congreve Bowen on the left delivered a quality cross to Magdeburg's captain Rosa Marshall, who was charging into the center. Rosa Marshall leaped high, barging past Schalke's defensive midfielder Ward Clarence and powered a header into the corner of the net. Although there was a hint of a foul, the referee pointed to the center circle, signaling a valid goal. Rosa Marshall, who had equalized for his team, was ecstatic. Magdeburg's players swarmed around the celebrating Rosa Marshall in wild jubilation. In contrast, the entire Schalke 04 team looked dejected except for Subai, whose face remained expressionless. They couldn't hold on after all. The problem remains unsolved as Schalke's attack is completely paralyzed. Defending like this is no solution. Even a draw isn't secure. Watching Schalke concede, Wang Tao could only sigh helplessly. Magdeburg's celebrations didn't last long. After all, they weren't satisfied with a draw. With just over 10 minutes left, their goal was to score another and completely crush Schalke 04. Back at the center circle, Whit Benedict was utterly disheartened. Benedict, just make forward runs and he'll get the ball to you. And you too. Run into space without hesitation. Subai suddenly shouted to his three forwards. Whit Benedict nodded at Subai's words, though his expression betrayed disbelief. After all, Subai was isolated in midfield. With no support, what could he do against Magdeburg's butchers? It wasn't just Whit Benedict. The two wingers Hardy Hunter and Wheeler Angelo shared the same thought. Football isn't a one-man sport, especially against a midfield like Magdeburg's. Even Xavi would be useless in this situation. As Whit Benedict expected, when the referee's whistle blew, he passed the ball back to Subai and surged forward as instructed. But instead of a pass, he heard the referee's whistle. Subai had barely taken 2 steps with the ball before Kiplin Jason slid in hard and took him down. This time, Subai clutched his right leg, writhing in agony on the ground. Although it was a frontal tackle, Kiplin Jason clearly hadn't pulled his leg back. So the referee unhesitatingly showed Kiplin Jason a yellow card. This is too much. While third division games are always rough, such a malicious, uncontrolled tackle only warrants a yellow card. It's baffling. Damn, these guys are ruthless. Is Subai okay? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Just give up already. We want Subai to succeed. If this continues, he might not even keep his legs. It's a shame to waste such a promising talent. Damn these bastards. The more I watch, the angrier I get. Are Schalke's players cowards? After being tackled like that, why don't they retaliate? Exactly. If it's a tackle contest, go for their legs too. I don't get it. How can this match go on? Poor Subai. On the field, Subai slowly sat up after seeing Kiplin Jason receive a yellow card. Despite having an injury immunity card, the pain wasn't negated. His teammates came over to check on him, but Subai shook his head indicating he was fine. The match resumed. At Subai's signal, Schalke's free kick wasn't launched high, though instead it was passed directly to Subai. Subai dribbled forward, charging toward Magdeburg's half as if he intended to take on their entire midfield alone. Rosa Marshall smirked at the sight. Without hesitation, Rosa Marshall sprinted towards Subai. Subai spotted him immediately, but chose not to pass. He had been waiting for this confrontation. Rosa Marshall lunged into a fierce sliding tackle without a second thought. Subai seemed frozen, as if startled. Rosa Marshall grinned, already imagining the boy clutching his leg in agony. But just as his foot made contact, Subai leaped into the air. Rosa Marshall was taken aback. This kid. How could he react so quickly? But soon Rosa Marshall had no other thoughts. A crisp crack echoed, and a searing pain shot through him. He and Subai fell to the ground together. This time he knew he was finished. He had been outsmarted by this seemingly harmless young man. In midair, Subai had bent his knee, and as he landed, he inadvertently drove his knee directly onto Rosa Marshall's ankle. That crisp sound was Rosa Marshall's ankle breaking. After falling, Subai clutched his own ankle, mirroring Rosa Marshall's pain. The referee immediately stopped the match and rushed over. Seeing both players in agony, the referee quickly signaled for the team doctors to come on. Oh no, Subai, this is dangerous. The replay clearly shows Rosa Marshall tackling Subai's ankle first. Then as Subai came down, he accidentally landed on Rosa Marshall's leg. Both seemed to be seriously injured. Wang Tao watched with deep concern. Of course his worry wasn't for the malicious Rosa Marshall. Damn it. Is this football? Ill appeal. This is murder. They're trying to kill my player. Daniel screamed from the stands, frantic at the sight of Subai also on the ground in pain. Losing two key players in one match. Rosa Marshall was also drenched in cold sweat from the pain. As a notorious enforcer on the pitch, he had long known that one day he would end up like those he had crippled. But he never expected to fall to this clueless young man. Still, at least his tackle had solidly connected with the kid's leg. Not a total loss. The team doctor, after a quick examination of the sweat-soaked Rosa Marshall, shook his head at Jones on the sidelines. Soon a stretcher was brought onto the field. Rosa Marshall, enduring the pain, glanced at Subai beside him. But that glance left him stunned. The Yin Kingdom kid who had been writhing in agony moments ago stood up as if nothing had happened. Marshall was losing his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His tackle had definitely hit the guy. How could he be unharmed? At that moment, the Yin Kingdom kid who had been grimacing in pain turned and smiled at him. That smile drove Rosa Marshall completely insane. He struggled to sit up, wanting to teach this arrogant Yin Kingdom brat a lesson. But as he sat up, a piercing pain shot through his ankle. Don't move. Your ankle is fractured. If you keep moving, there could be lasting damage. The team doctor quickly held down the enraged Rosa Marshall. But the worst was yet to come. The countless malicious fouls had apparently pushed the referee past his limit. This time, Rosa Marshall's foul was purely intended to injure. Though still lying on the turf, the referee unhesitatingly pulled out a red card. Red card. Finally, the reckless Magdeburg has received the punishment they deserve. Thankfully, our Subai seems fine. He's already on his feet. With one man down and both of Magdeburg's midfielders already on yellow cards, this is good news for Schalke 04. Wang Tao almost laughed out loud seeing Rosa Marshall carried off, but as a professional commentator he held it in. But the Yin Kingdom fans couldn't hold back. Haha, justice served. This is so satisfying. Subai is really lucky. Took that kick and came out fine, plus he took down that scumbag. Damn, something feels off. Look at Subai. He seemed to be waiting for Rosa Marshall's tackle. Could it be intentional? Holy crap, you're right. After being tackled, he jumped up and landed his knee right on Rosa Marshall's ankle. Haha, 666. That's definitely Subai on purpose. No, it was an accident. Blame Rosa Marshall for being too malicious. That's how it should be. If you get tackled like that and don't retaliate, you're no man. Haha, Yin Kingdom men need to be tough like this. Take down these bastards. With Rosa Marshall carried off, the match resumed. Schalke's possession. Subai stood confidently before the ball. 38 meters from goal. Slightly off center, but a cross into the box could still be dangerous. Inside the box, players from both teams jostled together. With one man down, Magdeburg was panicking, especially with their captain seriously injured and off the field. Tobias Felix and Kiplin Jason were both on yellow cards, afraid to make even an extra move. In contrast, Schalke 04 had committed almost everyone forward. After all, Magdeburg had left no one up front, all joining the defensive wall for this free kick. Beep. At the referee's whistle, players from both teams shoved each other wildly in the box. Subai, watching his teammates, took a few steps and struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Subai's free kick, once again using his instep, sent the ball spinning violently. In the box, players rushed toward the landing point. But with the intense spin, the ball curved sharply in the air, catching the frontline players off guard. The ball bypassed everyone and flew straight to the far post. And their hardy Hant, who hadn't joined the header contest due to his short stature, was waiting. He barely had to exert force. The ball seemed to bounce off his head and into the goal. Magdeburg's goalkeeper Hawthorne Rahn, who had been guarding the near post, could only watch in despair as the ball slowly rolled into the net. 3-2. Schalke 04 took the lead again in the 84th minute. The goal ignited the Garden Stadium. Fans erupted in celebration. Incredible. This roller coaster match was a shock for fans who had low expectations for the U18 team. From the clashes to the endless yellow and red cards, the fans were thrilled, especially by the comeback in adversity. After scoring, Hardy Hant tore off his jersey and sprinted toward the sideline. Behind him, all the Schalke players rushed to join him. Before he could even celebrate, Hardy Hant was buried under his teammates on the turf. Even Wycliffe, the interim coach on the sidelines, joyfully joined the pillion. Subai stood watching his ecstatic teammates and let out a long breath. The system's chosen passing route was indeed perfect. Just moments ago, that spot had been empty, yet the system still showed an 85 scoring probability. So Subai had sent the ball there. While everyone celebrated the lead, the middle-aged man in the stands opened his notebook in disbelief. He had seen the goal clearly. That spot had no player at all, yet the kid passed it there. This wasn't just precise passing, it was extraordinary passing talent. He didn't aim for the crowded front, but chose the empty far post. How did he know his teammate would run to that spot? A guess? Impossible. He had been observing Subai for a long time. The kid never just guessed on a pass. He even anticipated the most comfortable receiving position for his moving teammates. A player with such passing skill wouldn't randomly send a clueless ball. Master-level prodigy with exceptional talent. Closing his notebook, the middle-aged man left early. There was no need to watch the rest of the match. With that pass alone, Manchester United had to have him. After regaining the lead, Schalke 04 retreated entirely to defend. Magdeburg, reduced to 10 men, dared not risk a desperate counterattack. In the following minutes, both sides launched tentative attacks, but none posed any real threat. Then the referee's whistle blew. The second round of the Liga Schalke 04 versus Magdeburg at home came to an end. The score remained 3-2 until the final whistle. Though Schalke 04 secured the victory, their core player Benkasi was injured and rushed to the hospital, dampening any celebratory mood among the team. After the match, Subai hurried to the hospital with his teammates. Daniel was already waiting outside the examination room. No one was more anxious than head coach Daniel. The team's new tactics were only just taking shape, and Benkasi was the only one who could coordinate so fluidly with Subai. If Benkasi's injury proved severe, how would Schalke manage in future matches? Soon the doctor in charge emerged. Daniel immediately approached him. "Doctor, how is Benkasi?" Seeing Daniel's urgent expression, the doctor removed his mask and smiled. "Nothing serious, just a minor ligament strain. He'll need 2 weeks to recover." Hearing this, all the players breathed a collective sigh of relief. Seeing the entire team gathered at the hospital, Daniel called out and sent everyone home. Subai stepped forward, glanced at Benkasi still in the ward, and then turned to leave. In the first team's head coach office, Magath was patiently studying Cottbus team data. The second round of the Bundesliga against Cottbus was set for 8 that evening. Though the formation and tactics had been finalized days ago, Magath repeatedly reviewed his plans for any oversight. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Assistant coach Hughes Eve entered holding a fax. "Boss, there's a transfer request from Manchester United." Hughes' words caught Magath off guard. Though the transfer window hadn't fully closed, only a few days remained. Even if the Bundesliga started earlier than other leagues, the Premier League was about to begin too. A transfer at this time. Adjusting his glasses, Magath took the fax from Hughes Eve. A quick glance only deepened his confusion. In his view, only 1 or 2 players on the team could interest Manchester United, and they were his core members. Yet the name on this fax was completely unfamiliar. Subai? Who the hell was that? His squad had no such person. Seeing Magath's bewildered expression, Hughes Eve quickly explained. "Boss, he's a young Chinese player signed by the U18 team not long ago." A young player. A Chinese from the U18. Magath's interest was piqued. Ferguson's fondness for young talents was known worldwide. A sudden transfer fax meant the old fox Ferguson had set his sights on this kid. "He's from our U18. Do you know him?" "Yes, I do. In his last 3 Liga match, he scored 1 goal and provided 3 assists. And in the just concluded second round against Magdeburg, he had another hat-trick of assists." Hughes' words surprised Magath. 6 assists in 2 matches. That statistic alone was staggering, even for the Liga. Such numbers weren't easily achieved. "Is there footage? Bring it to me." "Sure." Though it was a reserve team match, Schalke 04's technical department archived all game recordings. Soon footage of Subai's game played in Magath's office. From his first touch on the pitch, that divine chip shot, Magath's relaxed right hand clenched tightly. Then came Subai's outside off the foot curling assists, his football intelligence that outshone other players and those exquisitely threaded through balls. All of this brought a flush of excitement to Maggot's face. No wonder that old Fox Ferguson had his eye on this kid. Such a talent had been right under his nose. Next came the footage of the second-round match, just delivered. After seeing Su Bei's free kick assist, Maggot slammed the table. Damn it. Quick. Find that kid immediately. If Ferguson had sent a transfer inquiry, he must have already contacted the boy privately. A player Maggot didn't even know. What kind of contract could stingy Schalke 04 offer? Ferguson might take him away with a release clause for less than a few $100,000. Seeing Maggot so agitated, Hughes Eve caught on. All right, boss. But the league match is about to start. Go get that kid now. The match is at 8, and I'm afraid he might already be on a plane to Manchester. As Maggot feared, Su Bei was at that moment sitting in a coffee shop near the hospital with the middle-aged man from the stadium. Su Bei was puzzled. He had only played 2 matches, and though his performance was impressive, it hardly warranted a personal visit from a Manchester United scout. At first he thought the man was a fraud. Only after seeing his credentials did Su Bei reluctantly agree to sit down and talk. Su, hello? And Car, you can call me Car. As I just mentioned, I'm a scout for Manchester United. Since your last match, United has been watching you. Your performance today confirms that your talent is wasted in the gritty 3 Liga. It's too dangerous here. You need a league that focuses more on young players. Carr's words left Su Bei uncertain. Was this man telling the truth? Manchester United. Was it that easy to join? Hello, Car. Su Bei replied politely, then fell silent. And Car was taken aback. In his experience, whenever he revealed himself as a United scout, young men practically buzzed with excitement, eager to pack up and leave with him. But this Chinese kid was different. The symbolic transfer request had already been sent to United, and now he just needed to persuade the boy. With that in mind, Carr maintained his gentlemanly smile and continued. You know the greatness of Manchester United. Players like Cristiano Ronaldo joined it just a teenager. From then on, an era of Ronaldo began. Sir Alex Ferguson is the best in the world at nurturing young talent. Under him, you'll surely have a brilliant career like Ronaldo's. Having said this, and Carr looked at Su Bei with confidence. In his experience, no one could resist such temptation. Sir Alex Ferguson, Ronaldo's path to glory, even if it was just a promise. Okay, I'll think about it. I need to get back to training, so. And Carr was stunned. He never imagined anyone could resist the allure of Manchester United. Was this kid foolish? My love lies in the vast horizon. Carl, pondering how to continue the conversation with the young lad before him, was suddenly interrupted by a peculiar melody. Su Bei nodded apologetically and pulled out his phone. Damn, this ringtone was too embarrassing, but this phone was his father's hand-me-down, and the speaker was so weak that he couldn't hear any other music besides this one. After expressing his apologies, Su Bei answered the call. Su, where are you? Mr. Maggot from the first team wants to see you. As soon as the call connected, Wycliffe's voice came through. What the hell was going on? Su Bei was utterly baffled. A scout shows up claiming to be from Manchester United, asking if he wants to join, and now the first team coach wants to see him. Mr. Wycliffe, I'm out handling some matters. You mean right now, eh? Su Bei didn't directly mention he was with the Manchester United scout since he still had to play for Schalke. If this scout was a fraud, or if Schalke found out he was considering a move, his good days at Schalke would be over. He had just started playing matches and was hoping for a system task trigger that would grant him some explosive reward. But just as he finished speaking, it seemed someone snatched the phone from Wycliffe. An unfamiliar voice came through. Su, I'm Mr. Maggot's assistant. I know you're talking to Manchester United, but I hope you won't make a decision yet. Mr. Maggot wants to speak with you. If possible right now. Holy shit. Su Bei was startled. He hadn't been sure if the man named Carl was genuinely from Manchester United, but now he was certain. However, he now found himself in a bit of a dilemma. After a moment's thought, Su Bei hung up. Facing Carl, he revealed a sly fox-like smile. Mr. Carl, it's like this. I have some business back at the club. How about we talk later? Oh. All right, believe in yourself. Your talent can only truly shine at Manchester United. Schalke is too small. Even their first team can't compare to the great Manchester United. At Manchester United, you'll win the Premier League title, and even the Champions League isn't impossible. But at Schalke, maybe the best you can hope for is a top 4 finish and a taste of the Champions League group stage. Carl wasn't stupid. He knew Su Bei was going back because Schalke had caught on. But Carl wasn't worried at all. Since Manchester United dared to send the facts, they weren't afraid the kid would ultimately reject them. It was Manchester United after all. Who could refuse Manchester United? After leaving his phone number, Su Bei left the cafe, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the club. At the entrance of Schalke's office building, Wycliffe and a stranger were standing there. Seeing Su Bei arrive, Wycliffe smiled and patted him on the shoulder. He didn't say a word, but Wycliffe's face was filled with pride. The expression warmed Su Bei's heart. Although he hadn't been at Schalke long, Wycliffe had indeed taken good care of him. Let's go, Su. Hughes, the one who just spoke with you on the phone. Ives? After saying this, Hughes Ives hurriedly led Sue Bai into the building. At the elevator, Hughes Ives pressed the button for the top floor. Although both the first team and U18 coaching staff were in the same building, just like the separate dining halls, the coaching staff's office floors were also separated. The harshness of professional football was evident in every aspect. Soon they arrived at Maggoth's office. Hughes Ives pushed open the door and led Sue Bai inside. The office wasn't very large and the desk was covered with a mess of documents and papers. The TV opposite the desk seemed to be playing his own highlight reel. Sue Bai understood now. Old man Maggoth was probably afraid he'd run off with Manchester United and had called him in to sweet-talk him. "Have a seat." Maggoth glanced at Sue Bai and said flatly. Sue Bai sat down directly without any hesitation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After Sue Bai sat down, the office fell into a sudden silence. Maggoth just stared at Sue Bai, while Sue Bai stared blankly back at the white-haired old man. All right. The staring contest ended with Maggoth's surrender. Seeing Sue Bai's unruffled demeanor, Maggoth tentatively acknowledged the young lad before him. No young player had ever lasted so long under his gaze. In this regard, Sue Bai was the boldest kid he had ever seen. A genius. If he were timid and hesitant, what kind of damn genius would he be? What promises did Manchester United make you? Maggoth cut straight to the chase. They said they'd raise my salary to 3,000, let me train with the first team, and give me a chance to start in cup games first. Sue Bai's words left Maggoth at a loss for a reply. Manchester United's offer was too high. He didn't even dare to haggle. Training with the first team was fine, but a salary raise to 3,000. Poor Schalke couldn't compare to Manchester United. Even if he agreed, the club's stingy manager wouldn't. As for starting in cup games, that was worth considering. The cup wasn't his main priority anyway. After thinking for a moment, Maggoth adjusted his glasses. Turn down Manchester United. You're too young. You won't get any playing time there. They're aiming for the treble. Their first team is overcrowded, and their youth team is packed with talent. You might not even get a chance to play. I can guarantee you playing time in the cup matches here. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. They'll promote you to the first team tomorrow. As for playing in the league, that depends on you. With the evening league game still ahead, Maggoth didn't want to complicate things. He laid out the terms he could offer directly. As for a salary raise, that was the Bundesliga manager's domain, and he had no intention of getting involved. He wondered what the kid's response would be. All right, sir. I trust you. He'll reject Manchester United right now, without any hesitation. Sue Bai directly picked up his phone. Hello, Mr. Carl. Sorry, I think it's too early for me to go to Manchester United. Maybe you'll consider it after the season ends. I want to stay at Schalke for now. After a few polite exchanges, Sue Bai hung up. Good lad, you can go now. I Maggoth am a man of my word. Seeing Sue Bai's decisiveness, Maggoth smiled. At the very least, the kid was to his liking. After Sue Bai left, Maggoth chuckled and returned to his documents. Boss, what about the kid's contract? Hughes Ives asked after Sue Bai had gone. Give them a heads up. Say Manchester United is trying to poach him. I trust they'll consider revising his contract. Understood. With that, Hughes Ives turned and left Maggoth's office. After leaving Maggoth's office, Sue Bai felt like he was walking on air. Damn, this was a huge win. Carl hadn't given him any concrete promises. This was a classic case of getting something for nothing. Thinking about it, Sue Bai could barely contain his excitement, wanting to shout for joy. The first team, and guaranteed playing time in the cup. Just for that, it was a massive win. At the main entrance, Wycliffe was still standing there, as if waiting for him. Sue, how did it go? Is it good news? Seeing Sue Bai approach, Wycliffe asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Wycliffe. The old man said he's promoting me to the first team and will let me play in the cup games. Sue Bai honestly told Wycliffe. Congratulations. From the day you joined the U18s, I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon. Patting Sue Bai on the shoulder, Wycliffe sighed. He seemed to recall that determined figure running under the moonlight. Perhaps from that moment on, the kid's path was already set. Thank you for everything. Haha, this is worth celebrating. Get some good rest. Yes. Thank you, sir. With these words, Sue Bai turned and left. Wycliffe watched Sue Bai's retreating figure and shook his head with a smile. Right now, the saddest person in the entire club was probably poor Daniel. The new tactic he had painstakingly developed was about to be scrapped. Thinking of this, Wycliffe let out a self-deprecating laugh. He was just an assistant to the reserve team coach. He didn't even know where his own path would lead. Why worry so much about others? There was still a mountain of work to handle. Wycliffe sighed and returned to his office. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the sky was pitch black. Wycliffe finally finished his work. He slowly walked out of the building, ready to go home. But there on the training ground, that familiar figure was still there. After leisurely finishing his coffee, Carl also enjoyed the evening sunlight. Although Sue Bai had been out for a while, Carl wasn't really worried at all. Sure enough, not long after Sue Bai's phone call came through. By this time, Carl was already considering whether to stay overnight and head to Manchester the next day. After all, this was a business trip. He couldn't treat himself too poorly. However, something unexpected happened. Subai flatly refused him over the phone. Impossible. He actually turned down Manchester United. That great Manchester United, the best football club in the world. A super powerhouse on par with clubs like Real Madrid and Barcelona. He refused. The hung-up phone was still beeping. Carl just sat there dazed. The coffee cup before him hadn't cooled yet, but his heart was strangely cold. Poor Carl didn't know that his visit to Subai wasn't entirely useless. At the very least, Subai, using him as a pretext with some fabricated words, had managed to get himself into the first team. Of course, it was fortunate Carl didn't know. If the season Carl realized he had been tricked by a 17-year-old kid, his heart would be more than just cold. In Yin Nation, Wang Tao, having finished his first broadcast, returned to the country. Sports Weekly had bought the broadcast rights for the home games, but not the away ones, so Wang Tao's job only required him to go to the Land of Chariots once every 2 weeks. That was one of the reasons Wang Tao took this job. As soon as he got off the plane, Wang Tao rushed to the building of the Total Football production department. It was the weekend, and tomorrow night was the live broadcast of Total Football. Although he had resigned, he hadn't left this show yet. Of course, he was participating as an outsourcer. At the very least, the weekly top selection and music editing were his responsibilities. He hurried to the office. His team was already preparing. As the head and host of Total Football, Duan Xian was also sitting in the office keeping an eye on things. This had been Duan Xian's habit for years. Yo, old Wang, back from making money abroad. Did you bring back any blonde girls? Seeing Wang Tao enter, Duan Xian started joking. They had been colleagues for a long time, and such jokes were commonplace. Moreover, when Wang Tao had financial issues recently, Duan Xian didn't hesitate to transfer 300,000 to him. Though it was a drop in the bucket, it deeply moved Wang Tao. Get lost. If I had any blonde girls, I'd bring them for you, you old pervert. Haha, hurry up, can you finish this top 10? Don't delay tomorrow night's live broadcast, it's already 10 o'clock at night. When have I ever messed things up? By the way, quickly add one to the top 10. Old Duan, come take a look, where should it be ranked? As he spoke, Wang Tao pulled out a USB drive and plugged it into the computer. What's this? The big boss doing it himself. Stop blabbing and come here. It's from that German 3rd Division game I broadcasted. That kid from Yin Nation. You won't believe it. Another hat-trick of assists. 6 assists in 2 games. This is insane. Wang Tao's words piqued Duan Xian's interest. He quickly sat down beside the computer. Soon the clip of Subai and Ben Kessie's team play goal appeared. Starting from the back, Subai and Ben Kessie played a series of dazzling 1-2s and 10-tours. Finally, Subai delivered a brilliantly curved assist to help the team score. Holy shit. This is incredible. Is this kid that fierce? Even though it was a team effort, Subai was clearly the one directing it. Look at how he controlled every passing route. The scariest part is the quality of his passes, the speed, the power. It's like they're calculated. And that final assist was the perfect finishing touch. Duan Xian's words drew the others over. Soon the group around the computer fell silent. Damn it, I just finished sorting the rankings. This is killing me. Brother Tao, couldn't you have sent this yesterday? Why wait until now? Exactly, this could easily be in the top 3. Whether it's the spectacle or the whole flow of the goal, we have to start over. And so in the building of the Total Football production department, a group of rough men who produced the world's best football show began their all-night work. Schalke lost again. This time it wasn't by much, 0-1. But the opponent they lost to was a bit embarrassing. Koppes, last season's newly promoted team, actually overturned the home team Schalke 0-4. Throughout the match, Schalke 0-4's attack was a complete mess. The midfield and forward lines were completely disconnected. Huntelaar and Drool formed the twin strikers, one with speed, one with skill. But even this Champions League level forward line couldn't break through Koppes' cheap defense. The midfield's poor performance even made Drool swear on the field. As for the fans, they couldn't take it anymore. Especially after watching Subai's performance in the U18 team that afternoon and then seeing the awful midfield now. From the 17th minute onward, the home fans started booing their own team. As for Magath, he was worse off. The players only got boos, but he was directly shouted at and cursed by the fans. After the match, countless fans even besieged the team bus. Magath was like a rat cursed by the fans with no place to hide. Damn Magath. Great Schalke 04 is worse than dog shit in his hands. He spent so much money buying a bunch of useless trash. Resign. He's not capable of leading Schalke. He's ruining it. Why not promote the Yin Nation kid from the U18? He'd be much better than that waste Blajab. Resign. Fire Magath. Facing the reporters on site, Schalke fans furiously attacked their own team. Subai, training hard at the club, was completely unaware of all this. He was still training frantically. After all, old man Magath had promised to bring him into the first team. Honestly, with his current level, he was far from enough for the Bundesliga, especially his ball control. A 75 rating might bully the rough players in the 3rd division, but in the Bundesliga, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. Luckily, he had a few days. Subai could desperately grind out 5 points. Once he reached 80, he'd at least have a foothold at Schalke. In the second league match, Hao Junmin still didn't get a chance to play. Magath forced Hao Junmin to play as a fullback, but honestly, Hao Junmin's physique and speed weren't enough for the long ball style of the Bundesliga. After 2 games without playing time, even the always optimistic Hao Junmin couldn't help worrying about his future. On Monday morning, Hao Junmin still got up early. After saying goodbye to Li Qian, he drove his beat-up car to Schalke 04. After changing clothes, he stood silently on the training ground. At 8 o'clock, there was still half an hour until training. The Schalke players arrived one by one. "Hi, Hao." Seeing Hao Junmin, Raoul smiled and walked over to greet him. "I read the newspapers. Your little buddy had another hat-trick of assists yesterday." "That's amazing." Raoul's words startled Hao Junmin. He had slept all day at home and hadn't read any newspapers. "I didn't know that." "Haha, you don't care about your little brother. I watched the game video. Honestly, he's way better than Blajab." Raoul didn't hold back, even though Blajab was standing nearby. This left Hao Junmin feeling awkward. Blajab clearly heard, but since it was Raoul speaking, he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Soon Hughes, Ive, and Magath strolled toward the training ground. To everyone's surprise, a black-haired young man stood behind them. Raoul showed no expression, but Hao Junmin was stunned. Wasn't this Subai? "From today, we have a new first-team player. You should all know him. Subai from the U18 squad," Magath said flatly. He turned to look at Subai. Subai didn't hesitate. He stood boldly before everyone. "Hello everyone, I'm Subai from Yen Nation. I play as an attacking midfielder." After he finished, Magath started clapping. Nodding, Subai stepped into the team. He naturally stood at the end of the line next to Hao Junmin. Blajab, who had just been mentioned by Raoul, turned coldly to look at this young man who was said to be far better than him. Iska Budrabu, 27 years old, playing as an attacking midfielder. He transferred from Monaco in League One for $2.3 million last season. As Monaco's midfield core, he immediately showcased his talent upon arriving at Schalke 04. With his help last season, Schalke 04 achieved a commendable 4th-place finish in the league. But everything changed this season. Budrabu, now slow on the ball, seemed to have been thoroughly figured out by opposing teams. In the 2 matches played so far, whenever the opponent deployed a tight-marking defensive midfielder, Budrabu instantly became as disoriented as a headless fly. Whether dribbling or passing, his habit of hesitating caused him to fall completely out of sync with the team. This shift in performance made many fans view their former darling with newfound skepticism. Already in a foul mood, Budrabu heard Raoul's criticism but dared not speak up. Just as his frustration had nowhere to vent, Subai suddenly arrived at the first team. Thus, Budrabu naturally made Subai the target of his pent-up discontent. Moments earlier, the team members had applauded to welcome Subai. Whether genuinely or perfunctorily, at least everyone had smiled and clapped. But Budrabu didn't even bother with a pretense of applause. In his eyes, how could a brat from Yen country ever compare to a League One prodigy like him? The 2 consecutive league losses had not only made Magath anxious, but also stripped the first-team players of their usual training cheer. Since it was the first training session after the league matches, Magath didn't arrange any intra-squad scrimmages. The players simply went through their individual recovery drills. Subai quietly observed the first team. There were about 30 players in total. Among them, only 11 were starters. As for the other 20, aside from 2 goalkeepers, the rest were competing for the few available playing spots. Midfielders made up the largest group. Including Subai, there were as many as 5 attacking midfielders. And old Magath always employed a double defensive midfielder formation, meaning only one of them could play. The difficulty was nothing short of hellish. Of course, compared to Hao Junmin, who stood nearby with vacant eyes, Subai had an advantage. Old Magath had promised him playing time in the cup matches. "Xiaobai, you're really something. I was still worried if you could maintain your form in the U18, and in just a few days you've jumped straight to the first team." Standing before Subai, Hao Junmin couldn't help but praise him. When he first saw Subai train, he sensed the boy had potential. He never expected him to reach the first team so quickly. "Brother, how I just got lucky." Subai felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment. Truth be told, his promotion to the first team was somewhat. Well, he couldn't exactly share that with others. As long as he got through these few days, once his ball control reached 80, it should be enough for the Bundesliga. Then, relying on his own strength, no one would have anything to say. The morning training ended quickly. After following Hao Junmin to the cafeteria for lunch, Subai entered the tactical briefing room with the first team for the first time. The so-called tactical briefing room was essentially just a meeting space distinguished only by a large TV. Subai sat in the back with Hao Junmin. The first team regulars occupied the front rows. In the Bundesliga, hierarchy was everywhere. If you lacked strength, even attending a lecture meant staying on the sidelines. Soon Magath entered the room. The previously noisy crowd fell silent. The assistant coach turned on the TV, which displayed footage from the last match against Cottbus, clearly edited. "Last match was a disgrace to me, and of course that disgrace came from you all. I won't say much more. In our next away game, I hope the problems I've mentioned today won't reappear. First, the midfield. Damn it, how many times did I say it last time? Keep it simple in midfield. Pass the ball earlier. Why the hesitation? Look here. Magath turned to the TV and the assistant coach began playing the footage with the remote. The screen showed a counterattack opportunity for Schalke 04. Huntelaar had already made his run up front, but Budgerbu, who had just received the ball, didn't pass it immediately. Instead, he first stopped it with his left foot, switched to his right, then looked up to deliver the ball. That switch caused the advancing Huntelaar to be caught offside. At this point, Magath glanced at Budgerbu, sitting below. Without further comment, Magath continued playing the video. Next came the scene of Schalke conceding the goal. The tactical session lasted about an hour. Magath covered everything from man marking to each player's positioning in meticulous detail. Subai was genuinely stunned. To be honest, despite playing football for a long time, whether in Yin country or at Dortmund, he had never experienced such professional tactical instruction. Magath's words felt like opening a door for him. Many tactical and positioning concepts he had never fully understood suddenly became clear. Hey, let's go, Xiaobai. What are you doing? Seeing Subai still dazed, how Junmin nudged him. Oh, let's go. I was just spacing out. The old man's like that, a bit rigid. Everyone already understands these issues, but he still goes over them after every weekly match. But it's useless. Take Budgerbu, for instance. His habit of switching feet is set in stone. Unless they replace him, who can change years of ingrained footwork? Subai nodded. How Junmin was right. The first-team players were all seasoned veterans. Raul, for example, might even have a deeper tactical understanding than Magath. For them, this session was entirely redundant. But for Subai, it was absolutely perfect. Right now, his ability to make those brilliant passes in matches was entirely due to the system. Without the system's passing routes, even with maxed-out passing stats, he wouldn't know when or what kind of pass to make. His biggest flaw was always worrying about the future. Ever since acquiring the system, he constantly feared it might suddenly disappear. Now old Magath was like his personal tutorial, systematically explaining tactical arrangements from start to finish. Afterward, the players trickled into the gym in small groups to work on their strength. How Junmin went too, but Subai had no time for that. Holding a ball, Subai returned to the training ground. He resumed his sweat-drenched practice. Subai also trained diligently, successfully upgrading his ball handling attribute to 76. Now he could only wait for the next day's scrimmage. Just as Subai was anxiously awaiting the scrimmage, Bujalabu, who had just emerged from the gym, cast a venomous glare at Subai, who was practicing on the court. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? I need to watch the weather forecast. Why are you messing with the channels? Dad, it's Monday, I have to watch World Football. Damn it, you brat, every Monday you go crazy. What's the point of watching World Football? A bunch of guys kicking a worn-out ball around, what's so interesting about it? And they get cursed out for it. You don't understand. I'm watching World Football, not the Chinese Super League or the national team. Nobody curses at it. Nobody curses. What's there to see about foreigners? There aren't even any Chinese players. Why watch that junk? Oh, you just don't get it. In a residential complex in Modu Yin Kingdom, Li Xiaofeng, as usual, snatched the remote control from his father's hands. Soon the opening theme of World Football began to play. Welcome everyone to the Monday night broadcast of World Football at 7:05 p.m. sharp. First up, the major events in the world of football this week. Like Li Xiaofeng, countless diehard football fans across Yin Kingdom were gathered around their televisions. Although Yin Kingdom didn't have the best football, they possessed the best football program in the world. Next up is this week's top 10 goals from around the world. Goal number 10, let's watch Paris Saint-Germain's volley from the Ligue 1, a falling leaf strike, facing their city rivals. Number 9. Each goal made Li Xiaofeng's blood boil with excitement. Powerful long-range shots, incredible free kicks, and goals after dazzling dribbles. For football fans, World Football was like the new year. Goal number 3, from the second round of the 3 Liga, a magnificent team goal brought to you by Schalke 04 U18. Football will always be the most spectacular team sport. In the 3 Liga match that concluded last weekend, Schalke 04 versus Magdeburg. Starting from a change of direction after the kickoff, our young compatriot Subai initiated a series of dazzling 1-2 passes with his teammates. On the right side of the edge of the penalty area, he delivered a breathtaking left-footed outside of the boot chip pass, finding the unmarked left winger. Subai's pass painted a magnificent rainbow across the Garden Stadium, soaring over Magdeburg's ironclad defense. Excitement rating. Difficulty rating. Overall rating 4.5 stars. Throughout the entire match, our young talent Subai recorded his second consecutive hat-trick of assists, leading Schalke 04 U18 to victory over the visiting Magdeburg team. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. What is happening? 3 Liga, a Yin Kingdom player, and such a beautiful team goal. And most importantly, a second consecutive hat-trick of assists. Li Xiaofeng didn't even watch the remaining goals. He rushed straight into his room. What's wrong with that kid? He fought to watch TV, and now he runs off. Bursting back into his room, Li Xiaofeng immediately turned on his computer and typed the name Su Bai into Baidu. He clicked confirm. Soon several pieces of information about Su Bai appeared before his eyes, starting from that incredible long-range lob in his debut match. Scene by scene, every single assist. Li Xiaofeng watched them all. It was then he noticed the pinned post about Su Bai on the Yen Kingdom Football Forum. World football had tens of millions of loyal fans in Yen Kingdom, and the top 10 segment was everyone's favorite, especially the exhilarating music for the number one spot. At this moment, for the first time, a Yen Kingdom person appeared in world football's most brilliant top 10. And this goal was entirely Su Bai's personal showcase, the path of every pass directing his teammates' runs, and that incredible rainbow assist at the very end. This was in 2010, the era when Barcelona captivated fans worldwide. Every team wanted a super brain like Xavi. And Su Bai's sudden emergence was like a sedative for the hearts of fans who had been deeply wounded by the national team. Countless Yen Kingdom fans frantically began searching for Su Bai's name online. Of course, Su Bai himself knew nothing of all this. Due to the time difference, Su Bai had already gone to sleep. Benki was still in the hospital, so Su Bai was alone in the dormitory. Although he had been promoted to the first team, Su Bai's own training plan remained unchanged. After the first team's daytime training sessions ended, Su Bai would put in an additional 6 hours of practice. Only after completely exhausting his physical limits did Su Bai return to the dormitory. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai woke up on time, tidied up briefly. He opened the door and went back to training. Until 8 o'clock, Su Bai finally accumulated another 10 hours of training points. During a break on his way to the first team training ground, Su Bai quickly raised his ball control stat to 77. By now, Su Bai's entire body could be considered datafied. All his training was converted into training points. This meant the system consolidated all his efforts to rapidly increase a specific attribute's value. This was the most efficient way to improve. Just as he arrived at the training ground, Su Bai saw Hao Junmin. Yo, the big star is here. Before he could even greet him, first Hao Junmin laughed and asked, "What are you saying, brother Hao? Don't tease me. I'm no big star. You don't know yet, do you? Last night World Football put you in the top 10. Several friends back home have been calling me asking about you. Luaning even asked me if you were interested in returning to China. I turned them down directly." Hao Junmin's words startled Su Bai. What was going on? How did he end up on World Football? It was that goal you and the U18 kid played forward, the one you assisted. Seeing Su Bai's disbelief, Hao Junmin quickly elaborated. Oh, that one. It was nothing special. How did that make it onto World Football? Didn't my other goals make it? Oh, you little rascal, give you an inch, and you take a mile. You have no idea how many people envy you right now. Anyway, on the forums, everyone is singing your praises. Some have even left comments on the Yen Kingdom U19 national team's official website urging them to recruit you quickly for the World Youth Championship qualifiers. The old man is coming. Stop talking. He's been like a powder keg lately. Don't get in his line of fire. As he spoke, Hao Junmin spotted Magath approaching and quickly warned. The previously chattering first-team players immediately fell silent and lined up. Magath, his face dark, walked step by step to stand before them. 2 consecutive league losses had made these past few days truly difficult for Magath. Journalists were relentlessly tearing Schalke 04 apart, and naturally, as the team's head coach, he found himself at the center of the storm. It wasn't just the journalists calling him incompetent, even the fans were clamoring for Magath to be sacked immediately. What infuriated him most was that he couldn't even defend himself. Having lost to Cottbus, what could he possibly say? Could he claim the fans didn't understand football, that there were reasons for the loss? 10 laps. Without another word. Seeing the listless expressions on his first-team players' faces, Magath directly ordered the stars to begin their most hated running drills around the training pitch. 10 laps meant little to professional athletes. Of course, after finishing the run, most of them felt only a slight fatigue. However, for Su Bai, this was utterly effortless. After all, with an initial physical fitness value of 88, even in the Bundesliga his stats would rank among the best. After the laps, Magath allowed the players a 10-minute break. Alright, group scrimmage. Teams A and B, no changes. Magath placed great emphasis on internal scrimmages. Due to the abundance of substitutes, he would simulate the weekend opponent's formation in weekly training matches. Of course, Team B's level was far inferior to Team A's, but these training matches at least allowed Magath to identify areas where Team A needed improvement before the match. Unfortunately, Su Bai, who had just joined the first team, didn't even qualify for Team B. Meanwhile, Hao Junmin was assigned to the right-back position on Team B. Known for his assists, Hao was always held in high regard by Magath. But frustratingly, perhaps due to his innate personality, even after half a season with the team, he still hadn't integrated. The scrimmage between Teams A and B began quickly. As usual, Team A immediately pressed Team B from the start. After all, Schalke wasn't a top-tier club and their bench depth was limited. Many players on Team B were only at the 2. Bundesliga level. Facing opponents of that caliber, they were utterly dominant. However, unlike usual in today's training match, something was different. Bundesliga team as starting attacking midfielder was unusually persistent in attacking Team B's right flank. In the 3rd minute of the match, after receiving a pass from Huntelaar, Bundesliga charged directly toward the right flank where Hao Jun-min was stationed. Facing Bundesliga, Hao immediately moved to challenge him. But Bundesliga, with his delicate footwork, simply nudged the ball forward slightly against the onrushing Hao. The ball slipped right through Hao's legs. A nutmeg. Honestly, in team training, such a move was never used among teammates, as one of the most humiliating ways to dribble past someone. After nutmegging Hao, Bundesliga didn't stop there. He provocatively glanced at Su by standing on the sidelines. Hao Jun-min, ever the good-natured soul, didn't lose his temper over the move and turned to continue marking Bundesliga. Unexpectedly, Bundesliga, though he could have passed the ball away, instead dribbled directly toward Hao once more. To be honest, placing Hao at the fullback position was really a stretch for him. Having always played as an attacking midfielder, his defensive abilities were truly poor. So facing Hao for the second time, Bundesliga simply used a feint left and cut right to shake him off. Then with a lofted pass, he sent the ball to Huntelaar in the box. Huntelaar unleashed a powerful shot, and the ball rocketed into Team B's net. 10. Since it was just a training match, there was no celebration. However, at this moment, the embarrassment was clearly visible on Hao Jun-min's face. On the sidelines, Magath remained expressionless. But Raoul immediately sensed something amiss. He looked somewhat angrily at the smug Bundesliga. That look made Bundesliga awkwardly wipe the smile off his face. In the 7th minute of the match, Bundesliga once again brought the ball toward Hao Jun-min's side. The result was the same. Teaming up with left winger Einen, a simple 1-2 pass later, Einen sent a long ball to Raoul in the box. Raoul headed the ball in easily. 20. Within just 7 minutes, Team B's goal had been breached twice, both times due to issues on Hao Jun-min's side. Some of Team B's teammates began to complain. Magath on the sidelines furrowed his brow. Watching from the sideline, Su Bai grew anxious. Though he didn't know the full story, he could clearly see that the player with the ball was deliberately targeting Hao Jun-min. Even though the right flank was wide open, he only attacked the left. After that, Bundesliga became even more relentless. He kept targeting Hao Jun-min's side for breakthroughs. All attacks were directed at Hao. 30. 40. In just 25 minutes, all 4 of Team A's goals came from problems on Hao's side. What the hell is wrong with you? Finally, after the 4th goal, Team B's goalkeeper Matthias Schober seemed unable to bear it any longer and roared at Hao Jun-min. Knowing he was in the wrong, Hao Jun-min hung his head in silence. But Matthias Schober, seeing Hao's bowed head, assumed he was being ignored and stormed straight toward him. "I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Chinese." The moment he reached Hao, he shoved him. At that moment, teammates rushed over. "Damn it, Chinese." Just as Matthias Schober was about to continue cursing at Hao, his chin was suddenly seized. Before him stood the very Chinese kid just promoted from the reserve team. "Say Chinese again, and he'll knock out your teeth. One word, one tooth." Su Bei's eyes were icy as he stared at Matthias Schober, held firmly in his grip. Matthias Schober was momentarily stunned. Though he had a height advantage, he had never seen eyes so cold. That look, as if he could truly kill him. Matthias Schober backed down. Accustomed to bullying the easygoing Hao Jun-min, he was at a loss for how to counter a tough guy like Su Bai. "Stop it. What do you think you're doing?" At that moment, Magath rushed over. Seeing Matthias Schober, who looked like a chick held by Su Bai, Magath was somewhat astonished. The guy was almost 1.9 meters tall, yet Su Bai had him immobilized, unable to move. Despite his surprise, Su Bai was causing trouble on his first day of training. Magath had to temper the kid's temper. "Let go. Are you trying to assault a teammate?" Seeing Magath approach, Su Bai released his grip. At this point, Hao Jun-min stepped in front of Su Bai. "Sorry boss, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Su Bai." Hao Jun-min was deeply moved that Su Bai had stood up for him, but seeing Magath arrive, he grew worried. After all, Su Bai had just joined the first team. If he got sent back to the U18s for defending him, how could he ever forgive himself? It was Matthias Schober who was running his mouth, saying things like Chinese and such. Raoul couldn't stand by and stepped forward to speak up. Seeing Raoul intervene, Magath found it hard to say more. Furthermore, he had witnessed Hao Jun-min being targeted the whole time. But as head coach, what could he say? This was professional football. He couldn't tell the players not to attack Hao's side, could he? The fault lay in Hao's own lack of competitiveness. Seeing the chaotic training session, Magath decided to turn a blind eye. He adjusted his glasses and left as the 30-minute scrimmage was about to end anyway. The recovery training afterward wasn't his responsibility. Clearly, internal team issues had surfaced. As an experienced coach, Magath always lets such factional struggles play out naturally. Without conflict, how could he assert his authority as head coach? As Magath left, the gathered teammates dispersed one by one. Matthias Schober shot Su by a vicious glare before following Bundesliga away. Atsuto Uchida from Japan initially wanted to console Hao Junmin, but seeing the other first-team players siding with Bundesliga, he seemed to understand something and stopped in his tracks. Thanks Xiaobai. Haha, dinner's on me tonight. Let's have a good meal to celebrate Su by joining the first team. Although Raul had just arrived at Schalke, he had experienced far more complex locker room battles at Real Madrid. Compared to Schalke's petty cliques, Real Madrid's were truly brutal. Seeing that Su Bai and Hao Junmin were clearly being ostracized by the local German players, he directly put his arms around both of them. What are you talking about? Count me in. At that moment, first-team midfielder Gerardo also approached. He too had keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere. As a Spanish player, he naturally aligned himself with Raul's camp. On the training ground, Schalke's first team now presented a sharply divided scene. Su Bai, Hao Junmin, Raul, and Gerardo were huddled together chatting. Atsuto Uchida stood behind Bundesliga and a group of local German players. Boss, it seems the team has some problems. Hughes Eve, after finishing training, walked into Maggott's office. In the office, the old man was lounging in his chair with his legs propped on the desk, lost in thought. Seeing Maggott ignoring his remark, Hughes Eve tactfully fell silent, placed the organized documents, and left, closing the door behind him. For Maggott, the current state of the team was hardly a concern. Ever since leading Wolfsburg to the Bundesliga title in 2009, Maggott had been dreaming of building a team capable of winning the Champions League. But Wolfsburg's management had no such ambition. After the season ended, they sold off the team's core players. Disgusted by the management's profit-driven greed, Maggott left Wolfsburg in disillusionment and joined Schalke 04, a club with championship aspirations. For Schalke 04, the midfield was a major issue. He didn't need a traditional midfielder, especially after 2 matches. Bundesliga's sluggish passing had worn him out. His Schalke needed someone who could switch the tempo quickly and deliver high-quality rapid passes. At that moment, Maggott's mind flashed to Su Bai, but soon he dismissed the thought. Su Bai's passing was decent, but he was still too young. If he could just hold out until the winter break, he would find a suitable midfielder in the transfer market. As for now, let Bajelab form his cliques if he wants. He's just a grasshopper in autumn. Meanwhile, as Raul had said after training, Raul, Hao Junmin, Su Bai, and Gerardo drove to the most luxurious Western restaurant in Gelsenkirchen. Billamite Benelong. Its most addictive offering was the exquisite caviar. Of course, the price was as staggering as its name. A simple meal for 4 cost €200. Hao Junmin even fought with Raul to pay the bill. As for Su Bai, he was so broke he'd pawn his underwear. Naturally, he had no part in this. At the table, Raul was gentlemanly and witty, sharing secrets from Real Madrid's locker room with Su Bai and the others. Tales of the Samba clique and the Bullfighting Nation clique and Iker Casillas' youthful faction. Like a big brother, Raul imparted his off-field experience to the 3 without reservation. Only then did Su Bai realize that football wasn't as pure as had imagined. To fit into a team, you needed either the terrifying fame and skill of a Cristiano Ronaldo, or the perpetual fence-sitting approach of someone like Atsuto Uchida on the pitch. After dinner, Gerardo suggested hitting a nightclub. Su Bai declined, citing his underage status. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, he simply couldn't bear to waste his training points. The meal had taken nearly 2 hours. Taking a taxi, he returned to the training ground before 8 o'clock. In the following days, Su Bai tirelessly repeated his training. The once sharply divided team atmosphere miraculously became harmonious. Of course, this was only in Maggott's presence. Hao Junmin remained in the B team, and Su Bai was still a substitute. The kind of substitute who never got a chance to play. After all, team training matches lasted only 30 minutes. When would there be time for substitutes? On Friday morning, Maggot announced the 18-man squad for the weekend league match. Su Bai, unable to even make the B team, naturally wasn't included. Fortunately, Hao Junmin made the list again. An unexpected incident occurred during these days. The U18 head coach Daniel was hospitalized. The reason was no other than his rage upon learning that Su Bai had been promoted to the first team. Daniel couldn't recover from the shock and suffered a heart attack. The players on the training ground were terrified. As Daniel was taken away by ambulance, many of them wept in despair. Just as the team was showing signs of improvement, within days the starting attacking midfielder was injured, another had left, and even the head coach was down. When Su Bai heard, he withdrew some money-bought fruit and visited Daniel in the hospital. But his visit seemed to worsen Daniel's condition. Daniel, known for his fiery temper, couldn't help but think of his misfortune upon seeing Su Bai. 5 days of training earned Su Bai a full 6 attribute points. Just as Su Bai was about to boost his dribbling to 82 in high spirits, an unexpected setback occurred. After raising dribbling to 80, he noticed the green plus sign had vanished. Soon the system informed him that there were limits on attribute upgrades. For now, his other stats could only be raised to 80 at most. After that, he would need to raise his overall rating to 75 before he could continue upgrading individual stats beyond 80. Worse still, the training points required for stats above 80 doubled. Previously 10 hours earned 1 point, now it took 30 hours. Moreover, the maximum upgrade was 85. Beyond that, the system offered no explanation. This left Su by scratching his head. What a frustrating system. It was nothing but a restriction. He had planned to max out his dribbling first, then work on other attributes. But now he had to focus on other stats first. Still, at least 80 was sufficient for the Bundesliga. After all, most Bundesliga players hovered between 75 and 80. Anything above that was core player territory. Back when he played Pro Evolution Soccer 2022, Su clearly remembered that even Messi's stats were only 92. That was the highest bar none. Neymar was only 91. In the Bundesliga, with 80 dribbling and Iniesta's La Croqueta skill card, he could handle ordinary matches with ease. He was still young, there was no rush. If all his stats maxed out in the blink of an eye, Su felt that would be too unchallenging. Well, that was just Su comforting himself. Who wouldn't want to AFK level up one-hit kill for 999 and have screens full of loot drops? Attack 69, dribbling 80, passing 100, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curve 66, speed 80, kick power 75, jumping 74, physical contact 72, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65, overall rating 70, age 17. With Su raising his dribbling to 80, his overall rating climbed to 70. Now he had to choose other areas to strengthen. Stamina didn't need improvement, and kick power was sufficient for current passing. Shooting. Though Su dreamed of being a striker, he reluctantly gave up upgrading scoring to get on the Bundesliga pitch sooner. For now, with the passing route, cheat attack could wait, but it would eventually need to be upgraded. After all, the passing route might vanish like a beginner's aid. After much deliberation, Su finally allocated his remaining 3 points to physical contact. Like in the Liga, the Bundesliga was a bloody battlefield. Without decent physical balance, controlling the ball was a pipe dream. Ding, ding, ding. 3 times in a row, Su spent all the attribute points had earned through days and nights of hard work. Attack 69, dribbling 80, passing 100, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curve 66, speed 80, kick power 75, jumping 74, physical contact 75, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65, overall rating 70, age 17. Looking at his new stats, Su smiled and exited the system. Saturday. Not on the squad list, he could finally experience a Bundesliga match live for the first time. As a member of the first team, Su naturally had no need for a ticket. Following his teammates, he sat in the Veltins Arena for the first time as a spectator. He wondered how the German Football Association had arranged the schedule. For the first 3 rounds of the league, Schalke 04 played all home games, followed by 3 consecutive away matches in rounds 4, 5, and 6. Of course, this had its advantages. At the very least, Su, who wasn't on the roster, could witness firsthand the level of his first team. Just before 7 in the evening, the Veltins Arena was already packed to capacity, despite the team's 2 consecutive losses. Yet the Schalke fans remained unwavering, waving the team's flags with fervor, cheering and shouting in support of their squad. Ben Kaiser had just called Su in the afternoon's 3rd division match. Without Su and Ben Kaiser, Schalke 04's U18 team had been crushed 60 by Hamburg U18. Ben Kaiser jokingly scolded Su for being disloyal, abandoning the U18 team at a critical moment. Su was at a loss for words. To be honest, even if he had played in that disastrous defeat, it probably wouldn't have made much difference. Without Daniel's on-site command and Ben Kaiser's cooperation, relying solely on himself would have been like trying to hold up a collapsing building alone. Hey, isn't that the Chinese kid from U18? Right? At that moment, a middle-aged man behind Su suddenly called out to him. Chinese. Glancing at his other teammates, Hao Junmin was still on the bench, so around here. Was he talking about me? Su turned to look. Haha, see, you made it to the first team. I knew our cursing at that old man Magath would work. See, just last week we said it, and now you're here. Why aren't you playing? You're way better than that waste budgelap. Seeing Su turn around, the middle-aged man grew excited. He had witnessed Su's dazzling midfield performance in the last match. So he thumped his chest and animatedly recounted Su's brilliance in the U18 to those around him, while disparaging the team's own midfield, which had played like garbage in the previous 2 games. Su just smiled and dared not respond further. He didn't want to be caught on camera insulting the coach and teammates with a fan. The match began quickly. The Veltins Arena, with over 50,000 seats, was packed to the brim today. The frenzy of the home atmosphere left Su utterly awestruck. This shock was something you couldn't feel through a television. Only by truly sitting in the stadium could you experience a sensation so intense it made your skin crawl. Today, Schalke 04 faced Borussia Mönchengladbach, a team also winless in 2 rounds. On paper, Schalke 04 was significantly stronger than Mönchengladbach, a side that often lingered near the relegation zone. The match's progression mirrored expectations. From the kickoff, Schalke 04 maintained total dominance over Mönchengladbach. Even the midfield played with ease, facing opponents who were at best at a second division level. Within the first 10 minutes, Bujlab delivered a cross from a 45-degree angle on the right flank. Huntelaar beat the Mönchengladbach defender to the ball and headed it toward the goal. Though the Mönchengladbach goalkeeper miraculously blocked the shot at the last moment, the alert Roll in the box followed up with a volley to open his scoring account for Schalke 04. After scoring, the Prince of Madrid, as always, elegantly kissed his ring and sprinted toward the corner flag. Roll's goal ignited the Veltins arena. Deafening cheers, hysterical shouts. The fans wildly waved their flags and swung their team scarves. In that instant, Subai felt as if his entire body had been set ablaze. This was football. This was the true world's number one sport. An unrivaled sport that even basketball couldn't compare to. Tens of thousands of eyes in the stadium were fixed on that elegant, handsome man on the pitch. Subai, along with the fans, shouted Roll's name with abandon. In a daze, he gazed enviously at Raul, the focus of everyone's attention. When would he ever become like Roll? Roll's goal also signaled the beginning of Schalke 04's offensive onslaught. Without high-pressing, Mönchengladbach could only be trapped in their own half, relentlessly battered by Schalke. Moreover, with no immediate defender on him, Bujlab showcased his extraordinary passing talent. In the 15th minute of the match, after receiving the ball, Bujlab carefully observed his teammates' runs and unhurriedly delivered a high-quality lofted pass to find the suddenly sprinting left winger Aynen. Aynen struck the ball without stopping, unleashing a violent volley. The football cannonballed into the Mönchengladbach net. Although the goal was scored, Magath on the sidelines showed no hint of excitement. 20. After that, just before halftime, Roll scored again, with a perfect chip, changing the score to 30. With the lead secured, Magath made substitutions in the second half. Hao Junmin came off the bench. Seeing Hao Junmin waiting on the sidelines, Subai was overjoyed. He quickly pulled out his old phone and snapped photos wildly. Hao Junmin, who had been held back for 2 games, also displayed his offensive prowess. In the 62nd minute, Hao Junmin used his nimble footwork on the right flank to dribble past the Mönchengladbach fullback and delivered a long pass to Raul, who was poaching at the near post. Raul lightly headed the ball. It sailed into the net. A hat-trick. At the same time, Sangu earned his first assist of the season. After scoring, Raul excitedly rushed over to Hao Junmin and embraced him. Facing the countless media cameras on the sidelines, Sangu, held in Raul's arms, smiled a little sheepishly. The match ended with a resounding victory for Schalke. Raul, who had scored a hat-trick, generously invited the entire team to the best nightclub in Gelsenkirchen for a night of unrestrained revelry. Subai, who initially didn't want to go, was dragged along by Hao Junmin, who was a bit excited about his assist. Unexpectedly, Subai, who rarely drank, turned out to be the strongest person that night. He successfully outdrank the team's renowned goalkeeper Neuer, earning goodwill from many. After all, in this car-obsessed country, drinking capacity was often seen as an essential hallmark of a successful man. Of course, poor Sangu was the first to fall. Luckily, Subai was there. After taking a taxi and carrying Sangu back to his place, it was already 2 in the morning. Li Qian was helpless at the sight of the dead drunk Hao Junmin. After failing to insist Subai stay overnight, she could only urge him to be careful on his way back. The next day, Subai unusually didn't wake up early. It wasn't until 11 in the morning that he got up, rubbing his head. After eating something, Subai rushed to the training ground without delay. After all, Thursday was the first match Magath had promised him. The first round of the German Cup. Schalke 04 versus Hannover 96. 2 days remained. Subai's debut for the first team was imminent. On Monday morning, the entire Schalke 04 squad engaged in recovery training under Magath's arrangement. The weekend's resounding victory had fostered a harmonious atmosphere within the team. At the very least, the confrontational tension from a few days prior had dissipated. Bujlab even took the initiative to approach Roll with a conciliatory gesture. However, Roll remained largely indifferent. He continued to stick with Subai, Hao Junmin, and the others. Conversely, having bested all his teammates in a drinking bout over the weekend, Subai unexpectedly grew close with many in the squad. Neuer in particular was a case in point. Defeated at the drinking table, he now regarded Subai with newfound respect, repeatedly challenging him to a rematch. "Boss, what's the plan for Thursday's cup match? We're pressed for time. After Hanover, we have to head straight to Frankfurt." Staring at the itinerary, Hughes EVT felt a headache coming on. Bloody Federation, what kind of messed-up schedule is this? 2 away games. Are they trying to kill us? Magath too grumbled about the Federation's arrangement, though he didn't place much importance on the cup. This was the first match. If they were eliminated outright, the fans' recently cooled tempers would likely flare up again. How about we give the team a rest? Split the squad. Hughes EVT suggested eyeing the troublesome schedule. That's the only option. Completely abandoning the cup isn't realistic. Let Roll and the others rest. Field half the starters and let the substitutes cover the rest. Magath pulled out the team roster, beginning to ponder the starting lineup for Thursday. What about Subai? Fearing Magath might forget his promise to Subai, Hughes EVT kindly reminded him. I know. Let him play half the match. Magath hadn't forgotten his vow to give Subai a chance. Besides, the kid had been getting along well with Roll and the others lately and had trained diligently. Giving him an opportunity in the cup wasn't unreasonable. The only question now was whether to bring him off the bench or start him. Recalling how Subai had grabbed Matthias Schober by the chin, Magath couldn't help but chuckle. With that fiery temper of his, if he didn't give him a start, the kid would probably call him stingy. With that thought, Magath scribbled Subai's name into the starting lineup. After all, with the first team on the pitch, handling Hannover 96 shouldn't be too much of a problem. Next, Magath turned his attention to the fullback position. What was he to do with Hao Junmin? To be honest, in that role, he was completely outmatched by that Japanese player Uchida Atsudo. But it was only a cup match, so perhaps. At that very moment, Subai, who was busy accumulating attribute points on the training ground, had no idea he had already made Magath's starting list. After a day and a half of training, Subai finally scraped together 2 more points by 11 at night. Without hesitation, he poured them all into physical balance. As his physical balance rose to 77, Subai felt his muscles harden noticeably. Of course, the system's enhancement brought no visible change to his appearance. If he woke up one morning with a suddenly bulkier frame, he wouldn't even need to explain himself. He'd probably be dragged straight to a lab for dissection. On Tuesday morning, Magath announced the 18-man roster for the trip to Hanover, the capital of Lower Saxony. Both Hao Junmin and Subai were included. Upon hearing Subai's name called, Hao Junmin and Roll were genuinely thrilled for him. Since they were flying directly to Hanover, the morning session was essentially light, recovery-oriented training. At 2 in the afternoon, the entire Schalke 04 squad boarded the plane for Hanover. A little over an hour later, the aircraft touched down at Hanover Airport. Speaking of Hanover 96, this club is itself a traditional team with a century-long history. Hanover 96 was founded on April 12, 1896, originally under the name Hanover 1896 Club. Of course, its long history stands in stark contrast to its rather unremarkable record. Since the official establishment of the German football Bundesliga in 1963, over the course of more than 50 years, Hanover has largely spent its time in the Bundesliga. The club's sole moment of glory came in 1992, when Hanover 96 stormed through to claim the German Cup that year, thereby saving the club from bankruptcy. That year, Hanover 96 successively eliminated Borussia Dortmund, VfL Bochum, Karlsruhe SC, Werder Bremen, and Borussia Mönchengladbach, becoming the first second-division club in German football history to lift the DFB Pokal. That remains the only notable achievement Hanover 96 can boast. Upon landing, the entire Schalke squad boarded the bus dispatched by Hanover. Subai and Hao Junmin sat at the very back of the bus. Since Roll wasn't on the roster, he hadn't come along. As a result, most of the team gathered around Bujlab. Subai couldn't be bothered to join in the commotion. Bujlab was rambling on about having many friends in Hanover and promised to treat the whole team to some relaxation after the match. Uchida Atsudo, meanwhile, followed Bujlab with a grin plastered on his face. Though he couldn't understand German, he always offered a pleasant smile whenever Bujlab spoke. Watching Uchida Atsudo's sycophantic display made Subai feel nauseous. Subai, tell me, when do you think you'll get on the pitch in this match? Hope the old man gives you plenty of time, not just a few minutes at the end for a taste of the action. Hao Junmin's mind was consumed with whether Subai would get to play and how he would perform. But then he glanced at Subai, who looked utterly composed and couldn't help but feel speechless. After spending a night at the hotel, Magath led the team directly to the AWD Arena the next morning. Despite being a second-division team, Hanover 96's AWD Arena was quite impressive. With a capacity of 4,900, the AWD Arena boasted facilities that met Bundesliga standards entirely. Once on the pitch, Magath wasted no time. He instructed Hughes EVT to announce the starting lineup. Forward Klaus-Jan Huntelaar. Left winger Annan. Right winger Plyatsikas. Attacking midfielder Subai. Before he could finish, Hao Junmin excitedly patted Subai on the sly. But while he was buzzing with excitement, Subai remained completely calm. What Hao Junmin didn't realize was that Subai, who should have been thrilled, was struck speechless by a sudden voice from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first start for the first team. System reward: perfect partner card, unlimited. Note: the host may bind one teammate before the match, boosting that teammate's base attributes by 20 and increasing the pair's collaboration synergy to 100. After hearing the system's description, Subai was stunned. Magath's starting lineup announcement continued. Attacking midfielder Hao Junmin. This time it was Hao Junmin's turn to be dumbfounded. Had the old man changed his ways? Why would he let him return to the attacking midfield position? Was he pairing with Su Bai? Was this going to be a double attacking midfielder setup, the twin stars of Yen? Unlike the delighted Hao Junmin, Bujelabus' originally grinning face suddenly tightened. He turned to look at the beaming Hao Junmin. He cast a glance at Su Bai, then turned his head coldly. Damn, it was the old man out of his mind. Starting two useless players. Even though Hannover 96 was weak, they were still a Bundesliga team. Without him, Bujalabu, could Schalke's midfield hold its own against them? A useless fullback who hadn't played a minute in 3 league games paired with a kid from the U18 squad in midfield. Thinking about it, Bujalabu let out a cold sneer. Now he just had to wait and see how those two losers would be toyed with. After the starting lineup was announced, the team's adaptation training on the pitch began. During training, there were no scrimmages. Magath simply gave Su Bai and Hao Junmin some basic guidance on Schalke's usual tactics. Their only role in midfield was to maintain a certain possession rate, and when an opportunity arose, quickly pass the ball to the wings. That was the task Magath assigned to Su Bai and Hao Junmin as dual attacking midfielders. Plyatsikas and Annan were both Schalke speedsters on the flanks. Coupled with Huntelaar's poaching ability, the plan was to focus on the two wings. In Magath's mind, even if the midfield collapsed, he could still bring on the starters in the second half to turn the game around. At 7 o'clock on Thursday evening, the first round of the DFB Pokal was about to officially begin. As the bus drove into the AWD Arena, Magath hurried straight to the pre-match press conference. Although the cup was a low priority for Schalke 04. For Hannover 96, it was a major event for the entire club and even the whole city. Having failed to gain promotion to the Bundesliga, they had focused on the cup in recent seasons. After all, advancing in the cup not only satisfied the fans, but the prize money and lucrative broadcast fees were a significant income for Hannover 96. Moreover, last season, Hannover 96 had reached the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal. Although they were eventually eliminated by Borussia Dortmund, it gave many fans hope of seeing Hannover 96 return to the Bundesliga. Mern Marvin, the veteran coach of Hannover 96. In 4 seasons at the helm, he hadn't led them to the Bundesliga, but he had kept the club in the middle of the Bundesliga with minimal investment. Seeing Magath arrive, Mern Marvin, despite having waited for a while, greeted him courteously. There weren't too many media present. Most were local reporters from Hannover. As soon as Magath sat down, the reporters began frantically raising their hands. After returning Marvin's greeting, Magath pointed to a reporter. Mr. Magath, hello. I'm Kevin from the Hannover Football News. What are your expectations for this match against Hannover 96? A very standard question. Well, Hannover is a very strong opponent. While this match should be very difficult. However, the reporter, who should have finished his question, interrupted Magath. Very strong. But I see that in your starting lineup you've directly brought in 2 substitutes, and one of them was just promoted from the U19 team. I'd like to know, is this how you show respect for a strong team like Hannover? The originally harmonious press conference immediately erupted. The starting lineup was released an hour before the match. Calculating the time, it should have been out by now. Clearly this reporter had come prepared. Although Magath remained expressionless, the other reporters perked up with excitement. This was big news. A Bundesliga team looking down on a Bundesliga team fielding a youth team substitute against them. With that headline, no matter the result, the clicks would be explosive. Mern Marvin, who had been smiling in the stands, suddenly stiffened his face. This was a godsend. He had been lamenting his bad luck in drawing Schalke. He hadn't expected old man Magath to be delivering a gift. Using all substitutes meant Hannover 96 had a chance to advance. Though inwardly pleased, the seasoned Marvin couldn't show it. Especially in front of the media, he had to act like a tough Hannover native. This situation was an insult to Hannover 96. Without a word, the indignant Mern Marvin stood up and left the room. The reporters' cameras clicked away frantically. Magath, still sitting on the stage, felt a bit awkward. That old fox had just walked out over a disagreement. Magath wasn't stupid either. Seeing the press conference turning into a solo act, he also got up and left. The reporters couldn't miss such an opportunity. Fingers flew across keyboards. Headlines like Magath insults Hannover 96. U19 player starts. And Hannover 96 match of shame DFB Pokal opener against Schalke's U19 appeared. A flurry of sensational news articles instantly appeared on various websites. And so a very ordinary DFB Pokal match was suddenly branded a match of shame. Of course, Su Bai and Hao Junmin, who were in the locker room listening intently to Magath's tactical instructions, knew nothing of this. At 7:45 p.m. on Thursday, the entire Schalke 04 team appeared in the tunnel. Both sets of players wore serious expressions in front of the cameras, accompanied by rousing music. The two teams walked onto the pitch hand in hand with the ball boys. However, Su Bai was surprised to find that as soon as they appeared, the Hannover fans in the stands began to boo wildly. The booing even puzzled the captain Schmitz. After all, Hanover and Schalke had no history of animosity. The two teams hadn't even met in the DFB Pokal in years. Schaubei, don't be nervous. Just treat it like a Liga match. They'll try to help you as much as possible. Hao Junmin turned to comfort Su Bai with a trembling voice. But when he turned, he found that Su Bai wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he was staring at him with great interest. Su Bai was inwardly amused. Who was supposed to help whom? Since they were on the same side, he didn't hesitate to enter the system. Confirm binding to Schalke 04S, Hao Junmin number 7. Confirm. With the system's prompt, Su Bai immediately bound the perfect partner card to Hao Junmin. At the same time, Hao Junmin suddenly felt as if an electric current shot through his body. The slight tremor he had felt subsided. His gaze towards Su Bai turned strange. It was as if he suddenly knew what Su Bai was about to do, what moves he would make. What the hell was this? Similarly, with the card activated, Su Bai felt an instant connection, as if he had been playing with Hao Junmin for years. This system thing was truly magical. After the team photos, both sides headed to their respective halves. Schalke 04 won the coin toss. Beep. The referee checked his watch, communicated with the linesman via his earpiece, and blew the whistle to start the match. After the whistle, Huntelaar turned and passed the ball back to Hao Junmin. Hanover forward Abdeliu charged straight at him. Facing the aggressive Abdeliu, Hao Junmin deftly nudged the ball to his left, feinting as if he were going right. In that instant, Hao Junmin didn't hesitate. With a violin-like move, he pulled the ball back to his right with his right foot. Then he slipped past Abdeliu and surged forward. This fluid dribble stunned Magath, who had been watching Hao Junmin closely from the sidelines. Not just Magath, but Husev standing beside him was also taken aback. Boss, is he different? That was a damn beautiful dribble. Magath was still processing what he had just seen. When had the unconfident Hao Junmin become so? At that moment, Su Bai, who had been standing with Hao Junmin, suddenly accelerated, running alongside him on his right, charging towards Hanover's half. The system's creations are always top tier. The perfect partner card not only enhances the tacit understanding between the two players, but most importantly grants the bound player a 20 boost to their base attributes. Even Hao Junmin, who was charging forward with the ball, experienced something unprecedented. It was just like when he had dribbled past Hanover 90 SIXS forward Abdelawi. In the past, even if he had such an idea, he would at most execute a simple push and turn. He would never have thought of feinting past that big fellow first. Even more astonishing was that Hao Junmin felt his speed had noticeably increased. Facing Hao Junmin's rapid dribble, Hanover 96 dared not be careless. Their attacking midfielder Schmidbach rushed forward immediately. Unlike Schalke, Hanover 96, constrained by finances, had a very limited first-team squad. Moreover, most of their players were known as versatile utility men. It couldn't be helped sometimes when a player was injured and no suitable substitute was available, a teammate had to fill in. This was a common problem for many teams in the Bundesliga. Take Schmidbach, for instance. Though he was the team's primary attacking midfielder, he would often fill in as a defensive midfielder or fullback. Thus, Schmidbach possessed not only excellent attacking prowess, but also a defensive ability that few attacking midfielders could match. The moment he reached Hao Junmin, he immediately positioned himself sideways, blocking the space between Hao Junmin and Su Bai. This maneuver directly cut off Hao Junmin's passing lane. Simultaneously, Schmidbach extended his right foot, blocking Hao Junmin's dribbling path. On the sidelines, watching Schmidbach's professional defense, Magath couldn't help but frown. Hanover 96 was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Magath was already starting to worry. If Hao Junmin lost the ball here with the entire Schalke team pushing forward, the situation would reverse in an instant. If Hanover 96 managed to snatch an early goal, the outcome of the match would become uncertain. On the bench, Bujlab, who held no grudge for not starting, smirked with schadenfreude. He hadn't expected Hanover 96 to possess such defensive capabilities. To be honest, even he might have struggled in this situation, let alone Hao Junmin. This guy would probably become the team's scapegoat immediately. However, just as everyone expected Hao Junmin to be dispossessed by Schmidbach, Hao Junmin, a split second before Schmidbach's foot touched the ball, nudged the ball to the left with his right foot, then pulled it back with his left, spinning around on the spot. This turn momentarily stunned Schmidbach. But Schmidbach was no slouch. Seeing Hao Junmin spin, he immediately pounced again. Hao Junmin, without any pause, continued to dribble with his right foot after the turn, starting to rotate with the ball in midfield. It was like the magical spinning of love. This spin left Schmidbach utterly bewildered. After turning past Schmidbach, Hao Junmin, without lifting his head, slotted a diagonal pass to Su Bai, who had already surged ahead of him. Just before Hao Junmin's pass, Su Bai saw a bright red passing route indicated by the system. The gap between Hanover 90 SIXS two center-backs. And beside them, Huntelaar had already begun his run. Su Bai turned sideways to meet the ball with no intention of stopping it. He angled his body and struck the bottom of the ball fiercely with his right foot. The ball spun violently under Su Bei's foot, then curved past Hannover 96's defensive midfielder Sergio Pinto. It shot rapidly towards Hannover 96's backline. In the penalty area, the Hannover 96 center-backs panicked and began to turn, for no other reason than the fact that the relentless Huntelaar had already dashed past them. On the sidelines, Magath had already raised his hands in excitement, and the Dutch goal machine Huntelaar did not disappoint. Su Bei's pass was pinpoint accurate. Bursting into the box, Huntelaar didn't even need to control the ball. He simply swept it with his right foot towards the far right corner of the goal. Hannover 96's goalkeeper Robert Zieler, who had already rushed out, could only watch in despair as the ball rolled into the net behind him. At that moment, the entire EWD arena fell silent. A goal. After only 29 seconds. What was happening? Countless Hannover 96 fans stared blankly at the big screen, momentarily at a loss. Google. A magnificent goal. The pass and the finish were both flawless. Hannover 96's defense was non-existent against Schalke 04. From the Yen Kingdom. Su. He tore apart the entire Hannover 96 defense with an unbelievable outside off the foot through ball. It was a pass of sheer genius. On the sidelines at the Schalke Sky Sports commentary booth, Host House was already celebrating wildly. They were Schalke 04's official broadcast partner, following the team wherever they played. This spectacular goal thrilled House, who was used to Schalke's lackluster midfield. After scoring, Huntelaar excitedly rushed over to Su Bei, Annan Plyatzikas, and Hao Junmin also joined them, embracing in a huddle. "Su, you bastard, that pass was incredible. Did you see my run? What a genius pass." For Huntelaar, Su Bei's pass was astonishing. If it had been the slow Budge lab on the bench, his run would have been offside, or the ball wouldn't have reached him at all. He hadn't expected this teenager from Yen to actually deliver. Haha, Xiao Bai, that was fucking awesome. First touch and assist. Congratulations. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Su Bei. Magath on the sidelines was equally ecstatic. He even cast a provocative glance at the other side at Mern Marwin's stunned, aged face. Conceding a goal within the first 30 seconds left Mern Marwin somewhat bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't Schalke supposed to be fielding U18 youth players and a Yen substitute? Weren't they giving up on the cup? Who were those two players just now dribbling like Xavi and then delivering a lethal over-the-top pass like Iniesta? Damn it, Magath must have set a smoke screen to deceive me. Based on those two touches, those Yen players were no rookies at all. Mern Marwin had confidence in his players. Though their attack was weak, defense was the foundation of Hannover 96's survival. They hadn't even lasted a minute. This couldn't be real. Magath calmly adjusted his glasses, his hands crossed over his chest. Of course, at this moment his heart was far from being as tranquil as it appeared. Su Bei's pass was simply astonishing. Both the technique and timing of the pass were absolutely impeccable. One could even say it was perfect to the extreme. This was the kind of midfielder he had been searching for, with Huntelaar's explosiveness combined with Raoul's scoring awareness. If Su Bei could further hone his skills even at this level, he could no longer control his trembling excitement. The Champions League was where he truly wanted to prove himself. The Bundesliga, he had already won the championship. That held no allure for him anymore. Now only the Champions League could captivate him. Schalke 04's celebration was brief. Soon, with the referees urging both teams return to their respective halves. Had barely a minute passed. At this moment, the referee blowing the whistle seemed a bit surprised. It appeared this match would be one-sided. With the sound of the whistle, the match restarted. At this time, the commentator House had finally gathered Su Bei's information. Although he had just shouted the correct surname of Su Bei, he hadn't even remembered his first name, who would deliberately look up information on a U18 youth team player. Su Bei is a talented player developed by our Schalke youth team. In the first 2 matches of the Regionalliga, he provided an astonishing 6 assists. Compared to the always slow-footed Bejelab, the young lad from the Yen Nation has shown us the hope of Schalke 04. As a righteous professional, commentator House has always been known for his sharp tongue. He has criticized Bejelab, who enjoys adjusting his pace, countless times during live broadcasts. After the match resumed, Hannover 96, trailing by a goal, sounded the horn for their counterattack. There was nothing particularly special about their tactics. Hannover 96's only strategy was their long ball approach they had relied on for ages. After receiving the ball, their attacking midfielder Schmid-Huber sent a long pass to the left flank. Left winger Konan deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, then dribbled and turned charging straight towards Schalke 04's defense. Schalke's right winger Puliasic immediately followed closely behind Konan. The speedy Puliasic was glued to Konan's right side. At this point, Konan began to feel the pressure. No matter how much he tried to accelerate, he couldn't shake off Puliasic, who was like a persistent adhesive. Not only that, but in front of him, Schalke's right back Achita also surged forward. Although Uchida's character was lacking his solid fundamentals and reliable defensive abilities, forced Conan to reluctantly turn and dribble. There was no choice. Schalke was accustomed to such wing assaults in the Bundesliga, and against a second-division team like Hannover 96, it was naturally effortless. In desperation, Conan could only pass the ball back to the supporting defensive midfielder Losch behind him. On the sidelines, Milne, with his head full of white hair, watched as his players struggled against Schalke 04. Marvin also shouted anxiously, "Pass it back, pass it back." Hearing the coach's instructions, Losch immediately returned the ball to the defense. Hannover 96 began to reorganize their attack. Facing Schalke's defense, Hannover 96 clearly had no solutions. After all, on paper, Schalke was far stronger than Hannover 96. Today's Schalke midfield has given us a refreshing feeling. The Yen Nation international Hao Juanmin, who transferred to Schalke last season, also played an indispensable role in the recent goal. Hao Juanmin, who has always played as a fullback, never expected to perform so well after changing positions. I believe his performance in this match will earn him considerable points in Magath's mind. Since Schalke 04's goal, the two teams have engaged in a back-and-forth battle on the flanks for over 10 minutes. Especially Hannover 96, who were trailing, had been trying to exploit quick wing play, yet they did not expect Magath to arrange for two fast players on the flanks as well. Regardless of speed or technical skills facing Schalke, who were already adept in the Bundesliga, Hannover clearly had no way to cope. In the 18th minute of the match, Conan, attempting to attack Schalke's left flank again, was finally dispossessed by the closely pressing Piljasic. After winning the ball, Piljasic did not hold on to it, directly passing it to Subai, who was nearby. Subai controlled the ball and turned, charging straight towards Hannover 96's defense. Seeing Subai, who had already provided an assist, advancing with the ball, Hannover's side did not dare to be careless. Defensive midfielder Losch rushed forward immediately. This time Losch did not hold back. Facing the advancing Subai, he lunged in with a fierce slide tackle. However, with his control improved to 80, Subai faced this tackle without any fear. His right ankle quickly flicked, and in an instant the ball was nudged to the right. Simultaneously, just as Losch's right foot was about to make contact, Subai jumped. This leap allowed him to evade Losch's tackle. After that, Subai took possession of the ball and began to charge in large strides toward Hannover's defense. On the sidelines, seeing Subai's reckless advance, Hannover's coach Milne. Marvin was completely panicked. He was screaming hysterically for his players to move up. However, at this moment in Schalke's front line, not only was there Subai, but also the slightly left-positioned Hao Juanmin, left winger Annan, and right winger Piljasic. Along with the forward Hunterlar, all five Schalke attacking players were charging forward at high speed. Watching Subai's powerful drive, Hannover 96's defenders felt utterly helpless. Damn it wasn't just Subai in front of them, the other guys were no pushovers either. Finally, seeing Subai already reaching the edge of the penalty area, the team's center-back Christian Schultz had no choice but to lunge towards Subai. However, at this moment Subai had already pinpointed his passing route. Hunterlar made a direct forward run, pulling another center-back, Steven Cherundolo, along with him. The two flanks were also rushing toward the goal. Seeing Christian Schultz charging toward him, Subai's left foot moved. At the same time, his eyes glanced toward Piljasic on the right. Not good. In that instant, the experienced Christian Schultz immediately sensed Subai's intention. He planned to pass the ball directly to the right flank. Without a moment's hesitation, Christian Schultz lunged towards Subai's right. But then a despairing scene unfolded. This cunning lad from the Yen Nation, at the moment of looking right, deftly nudged the ball toward the center with his left foot. This ball, a feint to the east while striking to the west. This crafty little brat is actually imitating Ronaldinho. The ball was passed to Hao Juanmin in the center. At this moment, Hao Juanmin faced an open goal. One center-back lunged at Subai while the other followed Hunterlar. Without any hesitation, Hao Juanmin unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The shot hit the ball perfectly. The ball shot toward the goal like a cannonball, with a 20 boost to his attributes. Hao Juanmin's original shooting score of 72 had directly risen to 86. This score was certainly top tier in the 5 major leagues. Without a doubt, even if Hannover 96's goalkeeper Robert Zieler threw himself desperately, the ball still grazed his fingertips and slipped past. The ball found the net. 2-0. Google away all. Google all. Oh God, the goal is in. 2-0. From the Yen Nation, Hao received a pass from his compatriot, and with a powerful shot, he changed the score once again. In less than 20 minutes since the start, the powerful Schalke 04 has already scored 2 goals. Watching the ball fly into the net, House in the commentary box was so excited that he stood up. Meanwhile, over 50,000 Hannover 96 fans in the stands stared blankly at the big screen. 2-0. Is this the gap between the Bundesliga and the 2? Bundesliga? But these were both players from the Yen Nation, or wasn't it said that Yen Nation is a football desert? Why did the formidable Hannover 96 appear so vulnerable under the feet of these two Yin Nation players? The moment the ball hit the net, Hao Junmin was momentarily stunned. Although he had scored many goals in the Yin Kingdom League, and even for the national team this was his very first goal since going abroad to play. In an instant, Hao Junmin sprinted wildly towards the sideline. He tore off his jersey without hesitation. Unlike Huntelaar, from the moment he left to play abroad, countless doubts had surrounded him. Even in Yin Kingdom, the fans held no hope for him whatsoever. Unlike Su Bai, he had climbed his way up step by step from the youth academy to the China League 1 and then to the Chinese Super League. He had worked hard, even giving up a high salary in Yin Kingdom to take a meager one at Schalke 04, incomparable to what he could earn at home, all to pursue his dream of playing abroad. In this moment, Hao Junmin screamed wildly into the camera. Though he didn't know what he was shouting, he continued to roar, as if venting something deep inside. Su Bai, Huntelaar, and all of Hao Junmin's Schalke 04 teammates rushed over. On the sidelines, Magath was also momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Hao Junmin, who had just scored. This guy. It had to be said, Hao Junmin's performance today was exceptional. In truth, from the moment he signed, Hao Junmin, Magath had held high expectations for this reserved and introverted player. However, despite his decent footwork, the player was far too introverted, even to the point of being shy. Thus, half a season had passed, and despite his hard work, Hao Junmin still hadn't earned Magath's approval. His original right-back position had been handed to the newly transferred Atsuto Uchida. Watching the elated Hao Junmin, Su Bai secretly smiled. He figured that brother Hao would never imagine that his impressive performance was actually all thanks to him. From this moment on, the match turned into a half-court offensive display by Schalke 04. In every position, Schalke 04 was overwhelmingly dominant against Hannover 96. Their lifeline, the wing attacks, were also tightly suppressed by Schalke. In the 24th minute, Schalke 04 launched another attack. Hao Junmin dribbled past Hannover's forward Abdeliu, and attacking midfielder Schmiedbach in midfield, then sent a diagonal pass to Su Bai. At this moment, Hannover, wary of Su Bai's ghostly passes, focused all their defensive efforts on him. The team's double defensive midfielders Sergio Pinto and Roche converged on Su Bai from left and right. Not just the double pivot, but also the team's left winger Köln charged straight at him. A triple team. On the sidelines, Magath watched Hannover's intense focus on Su Bai with some concern. After all, this was the kid's debut match for Schalke 04's first team. The biggest flaw in young players is their mental fortitude. Often when facing a double team, they can't even execute their moves before being dispossessed. However, Magath's worried expression quickly vanished. Behold, on the field, Su Bai showed no panic facing the triple team. With a dribbling attribute of 80, his footwork at this moment was like a rebirth. Facing the first to pounce Sergio Pinto, Su Bai first leaned his body to the right, simultaneously nudging the ball right with his right instep. This highly deceptive feint led Sergio Pinto to mistakenly believe Su Bai would go straight down the wing. So Sergio Pinto immediately stretched out his left foot, attempting to block Su Bai's path. But unexpectedly, the moment he extended his foot, Su Bai pulled the ball back instantly. This left Sergio Pinto in an awkward position with his legs spread wide, looking utterly vulnerable. Fortunately for him, Hannover's other defensive midfielder Roche was already charging in from Su Bai's left. The momentarily flustered Sergio Pinto breathed a sigh of relief. The fiercely styled Roche wasn't as good-natured as his teammate. Seeing Su Bai, he lunged out with his left leg, determined to stop the player even if he couldn't get the ball. But what no one expected was that almost as Roche stretched out his legs, Su Bai inexplicably used the tip of his left foot to gently poke the ball forward. With that poke, the obedient ball slipped right through Sergio Pinto's open legs. Simultaneously, Su Bai accelerated, sharply brushing past Sergio Pinto on his left side. This poke stunned not only Roche on the left, but also Köln, who had just arrived behind Su Bai to complete the encirclement. In an instant, with a nudge, a pull, and a poke, Su Bai had burst through the triple team. Fuck. What a perfect dribble that was. Su of Yin Kingdom. My god. This is a gift from heaven to Schalke 04. What crazy footwork. At this moment, Su of Yin Kingdom is like a dancing spirit on the AWD arena pitch. That was a triple team, my god, unbelievable. In the commentary booth, House was stunned, his mouth agape. Not just House, even Magath had a look of utter astonishment. This was a debut, and in his debut, he had casually pulled off such an insane dribbling feat. This guy. At this moment, Su Bai on the field hadn't stopped his performance. The moment he got past Sergio Pinto, the passing lanes before him lit up red. And on the left wing. Without hesitation, Su Bai struck the ball firmly with his right instep. Meanwhile, in the Hannover defense, seeing Su Bai bulldoze through their double pivot, Hannover's center backs panicked. At the same time, Huntelaar dug his cleats into the turf and sprinted into the box. This forced Hannover's center back Christian Schultz to stick tightly to Huntelaar. Fortunately, Christian Schultz, having figured out Su Bei's passing patterns, positioned himself behind Huntelaar this time, directly cutting off the passing lane between Su Bei and Huntelaar. Especially seeing Su Bei play a ground pass this time, Christian. Schultz finally breathed a long sigh of relief. But in the next instant, Christian Schultz's eyes widened. What the hell, this Yin Kingdom kid's pass was aimed behind him. What was going on? He had only started running after Su Bei passed the ball, so why did the kid dare to pass towards his position? There were no Schalke players in his position. At that moment, the ball Su Bei had played shot like a lightning bolt into Hannover 90 SIX's penalty area. Like a sharp knife, it stabbed straight through Hannover 90 SIX's defense all the way to the 6-yard box. The ball wasn't aimed at Huntelaar. At that moment, a black figure indeed appeared before the ball. It was number 16. Schalke 04's number 16, left winger Annan. Annan, bursting in from the left, was completely unmarked. He wrapped his right foot around the bottom of the ball, aiming for the far post. Annan struck the ball with all his might. The ball, like a shooting star, curved into the Hannover 96 net. Beep. The referee blew his whistle, pointing to the center circle. Goal valid. Schalke 04 scored their third goal in the 25th minute. 3-0. The smiling Yin Kingdom kid on the field had, in less than 25 minutes of his debut, achieved an unbelievable hat-trick of assists. In this moment, the once boisterous AWD arena fell into dead silence. Goo-goo-all. Goo-goo-all. Annan. What a magnificent goal. Annan scored the third goal for Schalke 04 with a nimble chip. The assist came from Su, the young talent from Yin Kingdom. A hat-trick of assists. This Yin Kingdom lad, making his debut on the German Cup stage, has captivated every Schalke 04 fan with his dreamlike performance. An absolutely masterful pass. It even anticipated the movement of Hannover 90 SIX's center-back. The ball brushed past him and landed at the most lethal spot in the box. Unbelievable. This is a performance worthy of being among the top 10 goals of the week in the land of armored vehicles. A sudden roar of madness erupted from the silent AWD arena. The voice came from House at the broadcast booth on the sidelines. Not far from him, Schalke 04's head coach Magath was clutching his white-haired head at a loss for how to celebrate. Incredible. Could a lad under 18 really play like this? Such a calm mind, the footwork, and especially that final through ball. Genius. A true genius. At that moment, Magath recalled that this was merely the third match for the young man before him. In 3 games, he had already delivered 9 assists, a terrifying feat. Even Xavi couldn't boast such insane efficiency. Perhaps this kid really can. A wild idea suddenly flashed through Magath's mind. His gaze turned to Su Bei, now surrounded by Annan and other players on the pitch. The 30 scoreline seemed to have broken Hannover 90 SIX's will to resist. However, Hao Junmin, who had scored the first goal, seemed still hungry for more. After that, Hao Junmin and Su Bei, as dual attacking midfielders, began playing a series of slick possession games in Hannover 90 SIX's half. In the 35th minute, after several consecutive 1-2 passes between Su Bei and Hao Junmin unleashed a fierce shot from the top of the box. The ball grazed the post and flew out of bounds, sending a cold shiver down the spines of the Hannover 96 fans. The complete paralysis of their flanks left Hannover 90 SIX's attack utterly directionless. The goal kick taken by the goalkeeper was quickly reclaimed by Schalke. The match had become a full-fledged half-court drill. At this moment, the gap in strength between a Bundesliga team and a Bundesliga 2 team was laid bare. In the 42nd minute, Su Bei delivered another lethal pass from the edge of Hannover 90 SIX's box. A highly concealed ground ball that instantly reached Huntelaar's feet as he sprinted forward. However, this time, Hannover 90 SIX's goalkeeper put in an outstanding performance, doing everything possible to block Huntelaar's close-range shot. Huntelaar turned to Su Bei with an apologetic look and raised his hand. With the referee's whistle, the first half ended. The 30 scoreline had the entire Schalke team smiling as they entered the tunnel. Huntelaar, who had just missed Su Bei's deadly through ball, sidled up to Su Bei, draping his arm around him as they walked off the pitch together. "Su, you were brilliant today. That ball was my fault. The shot was a bit too central. Otherwise, you would have had a quadruple assist." Huntelaar said apologetically, his arm around Su Bei. "Haha, I'll just set you up a few more in the second half." As he spoke, the team's right winger Playatzikas approached. "Su, you're so biased. Look, Annan, Huntelaar and your buddy Hao Junmin all scored, but you haven't given me a single good ball. Pass one to me, will you? If I score, I'll treat you to an FCUP tonight. If that's not enough, I'll get you two." The lecherous Playatzikas sidled up with a fawning look. Everyone was shrewd, especially someone like Playatzikas, who lingered on the fringes of the substitute bench. In every match, goals and stats were his only ticket to a starting spot. Now, compared to fighting tooth and nail, there was a much faster route. No one with a sane mind would miss it. Such an attacking midfielder capable of delivering such lethal passes was undoubtedly the player every forward wanted to please. However, Bujlab, walking behind Su Bei, had a face dark as thunder. He stared at Süle with burning eyes. Jealousy. At that moment his heart was filled with envy. As a Bundesliga-level attacking midfielder, he had seen it from Süle's first assist. When it came to passing alone, this Yin Kingdom lad, barely 18, was truly superior. Had he been on the pitch, Schalke would never have had such fluid, seamless attacks. Especially seeing the fair-weather friends who once revolved around him, now flocking around that Yin Kingdom kid. In the locker room, Magath waited with a beaming smile for his players. Well done, lads. Especially you, Süle. What a brilliant first half. The old man who rarely praised anyone gave Süle a thumbs up for the first time. The comment made Süle, seated among the crowd, feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing his expression, the other players burst into laughter. In the second half, Bundesliga and Perkluga come on. Süle and how Jumin come off. I want us to keep attacking. Same tactics as the first half. Start from midfield. Make Hannover 96 tremble at the mere mention of Schalke 04 in the future. Magath's substitution, however, suddenly silenced the locker room. Everyone began pondering the old man's intentions. Although it was a cup match and bringing on substitutes was known to preserve the starters' energy for the weekend league. Substituting starters like Perkluga and Bundesliga back in during the second half. What kind of move was this? Could it be? Many seemed to understand something as they glanced at Bundesliga. Similarly, Magath's words made it clear to Bundesliga what the old man meant. Was this a changing of the guard? An experiment in a cup match? Was it pre-planned or a spur-of-the-moment decision? Bundesliga had no time to dwell on it now. His heart was filled with a sense of crisis. The players who had once surrounded Bundesliga now cast meaningful glances at the relaxed Süle. This kid was only 17. Was he really about to become the new core of Schalke 04? Though his performance was indeed outstanding in terms of age and experience, he was on a completely different level from Bundesliga. Unlike the others, third brother was gleefully wrapping his arm around Süle. Xiao, damn, the old man is planning to promote you. Of course, how Junmin said this in Chinese. No way, but I'm also puzzled. Why did he bring Bundesliga back on without changing the tactics at all? The two exchanged quiet words. Magath watched the players' reactions in the locker room, smiled, and turned to leave. Competition breeds vitality. A calm fishbowl cannot raise fierce sharks. And what Magath wanted were beasts that could tear flesh from the giants. It must be said that Magath's tactic of using a Chinese dual attacking midfield was undoubtedly the highlight of the match. How Juanmin, who had long been sidelined from the starting lineup, now exuded immense confidence in both ball control and scoring, guided by Süle. And Süle completed a staggering 52 passes in the first half. Remarkably, not a single one of those 52 passes failed. A 100 pass completion rate. This is an unbelievable and terrifying statistic. It was under Süle's orchestration that Schalke 04 delivered their most brilliant performance of the season. On the sidelines, though it was halftime house, as the broadcaster had no intention of resting, he had to report all the first half statistics. In Gelsenkirchen at that moment, even though it was only a cup match, every Schalke fan was gathered around their televisions cheering for their team. This kid is really something. This is the kind of midfield Schalke 04 should have. I heard this kid was discarded by Dortmund. Who would have thought had performed so brilliantly? Dortmund must be kicking themselves now. Damn, why didn't they let this kid play sooner? Look at the last two league matches. Even Koppis could beat us. Why did Magath only wake up now? That Hao Junmin is pretty good too. Last season I thought he was useless, but it turns out his position was wrong. Now playing in midfield, his footwork is delicate, he can hold the ball, and his chemistry with this Süle is really impressive. If they keep playing like this, there's hope for the season. At least the attack looks much better. Even though it's against Hannover, the offense is refreshing. Süle is way better than that waste Jelab. Every time I see him dribble, my heart aches. Damn, he can't even make a pass. Magath finally wised up. Keeping that guy off the field made the match so much better to watch. However, soon enough, the jubilant fans felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on them. Because that fool Magath had actually substituted in Jelab, the very player the fans had been ruthlessly criticizing. Except for Raul. It was essentially the same lineup from the previous two league matches. On the sidelines, Marvin grit his teeth in fury as he watched Magath suddenly switch to the full-strength lineup. That damned old man. It was already 30. Was he really trying to drive Hannover 96 into a corner? This was Hannover 96's home ground. Fine. If he shows no mercy, then neither will I. Marvin quietly had his assistant coach relay the message. The boss said, don't let Schalke leave the AWD arena comfortably. Having all come up through the rough-and-tumble environment of the second division, though the coach's words were veiled, everyone understood exactly what they meant. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the second half of this DFB Pokal match officially began. After all, it was the first team, facing Hannover 96. Schalke, just like in the first half, tightly controlled Hannover's flanks. Deprived of their wing play, Hannover 96 engaged in a fierce midfield battle with Schalke. In the 47th minute of the match, Receiving a pass from the back, Schalke's starting attacking midfielder Bjelab began to dribble, attempting to penetrate through the middle. But before he could take 2 steps, Hanover's striker Abdellaoui charged straight at him without a word, slamming violently into Bjelab's body. Bjelab let out a sharp cry and collapsed onto the grass. Abdellaoui was Hanover's super striker after all. Though not fast, his greatest strengths were his aerial prowess and his physique. Standing 1.9 meters tall with a muscular build. Even if he played rugby, he'd have no problem. With that body accelerating into Bjelab, the impact was unimaginable. Poor Bjelab lay on the grass for a long time without making a sound. It wasn't until the referee rushed over and asked if he needed a stretcher that Bjelab finally caught his breath. "I'm fine." Though badly hurt, Bjelab couldn't afford to leave the pitch. This match was crucial to his competition with that Chinese kid. Gritting his teeth, the tough guy Bjelab struggled to his feet. But poor Bjelab had no idea that this was only the beginning of his nightmare. Back on his feet, Bjelab took a free kick, accurately finding Annan on the left flank. However, by then nearly all of Hanover's defenders were packed into the backline. Trying to create something on the wing was utterly impossible. Seeing no space to break through, Annan pulled the ball back and passed it to a teammate behind him. After some circling, the ball once again landed at Bjelab's feet. Staring at the densely packed Hanover 96 defense in front of the goal, Bjelab was at a loss. He could only continue exchanging passes with Per Kruger, who had come on with him. This is the difference. Aside from wide switches and this kind of pointless possession, this clumsy Bjelab can't even make a single threatening pass. Has Magath lost his mind? Why use such an uncreative player when he has a talented Chinese kid available? Watching Schalke fail to produce any threatening attack for over 10 minutes. House from the broadcast booth on the sidelines could no longer contain himself, just like when he commentated on league matches. House sharp tongue immediately went to work. Meanwhile, on the field, Bjelab was burning with anxiety. He knew that every Schalke fan was now comparing him to the Chinese kid who had played in the first half. But he couldn't figure it out. He couldn't understand how that Chinese kid managed to deliver so many penetrating passes under those circumstances. He was trying his best, but aside from the crowded backline, he saw no gaps. And that bastard Huntelaar seemed to be working against him. He didn't make a single decent run. In the 69th minute of the match, Schalke 04, having pushed forward aggressively without producing any meaningful attack, finally showed a flaw. Bjelab, who had been constantly dribbling in search of an opportunity, made a lapse in concentration. Hanover 96's defensive midfielder Sergio Pinto seized the moment and slid in for a tackle. The tackle was extremely sudden. Bjelab had completely failed to notice Sergio Pinto charging from his side. The ball was instantly hooked away by Sergio Pinto. Having won the ball, Sergio Pinto didn't hesitate. He booted it hard towards the right flank. Hanover's speedy winger Schloff, who had been lurking near the center circle waiting for an opportunity, shot forward like an arrow from a bow. This sent Schalke into a panic. At the back, only the deep-lying center-back, Metzelder, remained, and he was still in the middle of the pitch. Moreover, his notoriously poor speed posed no threat to Schloff at all. Like the wind, Schloff raced into Schalke 04's penalty area. After rounding the rushing Neuer, Schloff slotted the ball into the empty net with his right foot. 1-3. Schalke 04, having laid siege without success, were unexpectedly caught on the counterattack by Hanover 96, who pulled one back. On the sidelines, Magath's face was darker than ever. But at that moment, Bjelab, the culprit of the goal, lying on the ground, couldn't care less about Magath's black expression. Because he realized in despair that a sharp pain was shooting through his left ankle. It seemed that the tackle had injured him. Substituted on in the second half, facing one fierce challenge after another, and now injured by a tackle. Most importantly, it seemed he had lost the comparison with Su Bai in the most miserable way. At this moment, only one phrase could describe Bjelab's agony. Who could be more miserable than me? Watching his team concede a goal, Magath, enraged on the sidelines, hurled his water bottle to the ground, muttering curses under his breath. Boss Bujlab seems injured. Already fuming, Magath turned to see Bujlab lying in the midfield, and in sheer exasperation, he slapped his own forehead. Ali Karimi, you're up. Replace him. After the team doctor came on and shook his head, Magath had no choice but to substitute Bujlab. On the stretcher, Bujlab covered his face with both hands, carried off in despair to the ambulance. A disgraceful performance. Bujlab showcased his aircraft carrier-like reaction speed to the fullest. It was his inept mistake that allowed Schalke to be pulled back a goal. His presence was a complete disaster for the once fluid Schalke 04 midfield. Of course, we still send our best wishes to the injured Bujlab. Now all Schalke 04 needs to do is hold on to their hard-earned victory in the first half. The acerbic House showed no mercy for the injured Bujlab. Even as Bujlab was carried off on a stretcher, House didn't miss the chance to berate him. With the defensive-minded Ali Karimi coming on, Schalke completely shifted from all-out attack to strategic defense. The 20-minute match quickly came to an end. Although Hannover 96 fought desperately to break through Schalke's defense afterward, they were helpless against a back line of Bundesliga champions caliber. Ultimately, the 31 scoreline held until the final whistle. After the match, Magath immediately led the team onto a plane to Frankfurt. The Bundesliga match against Frankfurt was scheduled for Sunday evening. The DFB Pokal was merely a sideshow for Magath. The priority now was the upcoming league fixture. With 1 win and 2 losses, Schalke 04, on 3 points, still languished outside the top 10. The rest of the first-team players also flew to Frankfurt that same day. On the plane, all the Schalke 04 players were fast asleep, exhausted. However, Magath and Hughes Eve had no time for sleep. With less than 3 days until Sunday, and the players needing a half-day off tomorrow due to the match, they would have only a day and a half to prepare for the Frankfurt game. Of course, a single day would have sufficed if they stuck to the original formation. But the problem was that damn Bujlab got injured for no reason. He was still in the hospital in Hanover undergoing tests, and Magath had no choice but to leave the team doctor there to look after him. "Boss, how should we handle the midfield?" Hughes Eve quietly asked Magath, holding a tactical board. Honestly, Magath didn't know how to answer. That kid Subai had indeed been impressive in this match. But now Schalke wasn't facing a second-division team like Hanover. This was Frankfurt. Last season, Frankfurt finished 8th in the league. Moreover, this season Frankfurt had been recruiting and strengthening in every position. Even Schalke 04 might not be able to withstand Frankfurt away from home. Could Subai hold up? Let's talk about it tomorrow. With that thought, Magath furrowed his brow and fell silent. Seeing the old man's expression, Hughes Eve pursed his lips and quieted down. 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Frankfurt Airport. Subai was awakened from his sleep by Hao Junmin. It was already 2 in the morning when they arrived at the hotel. Subai and Hao Junmin were assigned to the same room. As soon as they entered, they both collapsed into bed and fell asleep. But at 6 in the morning, Subai woke up as if by reflex. Hao Junmin, lying bare-chested beside him, was startled. "What are you doing so early?" Hao Junmin squinted as he watched Subai dress quickly. "Brother, how you go back to sleep? I need to train. I can't sleep past 6. Since they were in a hotel, Subai had no place to practice, so he began doing push-ups on the floor. "Damn kid, what's the point of those push-ups?" "Brother, how I can't help it. If I don't train, I feel awful all over." Subai naturally couldn't tell Hao Junmin that these push-ups counted as training time, so he brushed it off. But once he started, Hao Junmin couldn't sleep. If his junior was this diligent, and he was only 23, still within the U23 age range, he couldn't fall behind. Hao Junmin, not to be outdone, started exercising on his bed. Subai panted heavily as he trained, while Hao Junmin made the bed creak and squeak. At 10 in the morning, Magath called the team together. After a shower, Subai and Hao Junmin left the room together. But at the door, Neuer and Metzelder, who were staying next door, seemed to be blocking their way. Neuer especially kept peeking into their room. "No one's here," Neuer asked as he looked. "What are you talking about? There's no one." Subai was baffled. Suddenly, Subai understood. Damn it. Just then, Hao Junmin came out dressed. "Hi, good morning." Hao Junmin greeted Neuer with a smile. Departing from the hotel, Magath led the team onto the bus heading to the Frankfurt Commerzbank Arena. As soon as Roel saw Hao Junmin board, he happily sat next to him. "How? Great match. I watched the first half on TV." If anyone in Schalke 04 was happiest about Subai and Hao Junmin's performance, it was Roel. After all, these two were now his protégés, especially in this highly exclusive Schalke 04. He, flattered by his idol Hao Junmin, despite their familiarity, felt a bit shy. "And you're incredible." Looking at Subai behind him, Roel smiled and extended his right hand to shake Subai's. "If you get to play in the day after tomorrow's match, you've got to send me some of those killer passes." A top striker loves nothing more than a midfielder who can deliver lethal passes like Subai. Sure, unlike the shy Hao Junmin, Subai had no reservations. Roel's words echoed through the bus, reaching everyone's ears. With Bujlab's injury and Subai's dazzling performance, especially Roel's endorsement, many who had previously sided with Bujlab now turned their attention to Subai. The coach soon arrived at the Commerzbank Arena, a stadium boasting 5,200 seats. Schalke 04 would be training here throughout the day. Having just played a cup match, Magath didn't burden the players with any arduous tasks. Even the pre-training laps were skipped entirely. Though engaged in light training, many players still cast their gazes toward Magath, who was discussing tactics with Hughes Eve at the sidelines. As expected, before long, Magath instructed Hughes Eve to push over a cart loaded with yellow vests. "Everyone gather around," Hughes Eve shouted, and the players quickly crowded in front of Magath. Neuer, Metzelder, Uchida, Houds, Schmitz. One by one, names were called out by Hughes. Eve continued. "Roel, Huntelaar." It was the same starting 11 as before, minus the unfortunate Jellup. Finally, Hughes Eve smiled and turned his gaze to Subai, who stood calmly among the crowd. "Subai, that call." It drew many eyes to the back. Hearing Hughes' Eve call, Su Bai quickly stepped forward and took the starting yellow vest from Hughes. Eve hands. Starting. A 17-year-old starter. And at a Bundesliga powerhouse like Schalke 04. At that moment, many wore expressions of admiration. Everyone knew Su Bai had just turned 17. The youngest appearance record in the Bundesliga belonged to Jürgen Friedl. Ironically, Jürgen Friedl, at 17 years and 194 days old, was a substitute goalkeeper for Frankfurt. He made his debut for Frankfurt at home on March 20, 1976. That Bundesliga record had stood for 34 years. Now this long-dormant record was about to be rewritten by a boy from the Yen Kingdom. Regardless of his performance on the pitch after this match, the entire Chariot Nation would know that Schalke 04 had a 17-year-old super talent. Among the team, Hao Jianmin, who didn't get a starting spot, felt no disappointment. At this moment, he was genuinely happy for Su Bai. After announcing the starting lineup, Magath focused on guiding the main players' positioning. It wasn't until Su Bai stood on the field that Magath realized. Su Bai was truly a gift from God. Every pass was so precise. Most importantly, it was the speed of Su Bai's passes. He basically passed the ball without stopping. That was crucial. An explosive striker like Huntelaar paired with a midfielder like Su Bai was like a fish in water. And on the right, Drool was even more formidable. With his superb finishing and elusive runs, watching these 11 players on the field, Magath felt like he had traded a musket for a cannon. Boss, that kid on the field seems far more useful than Jelab. Hughes Eve, the master of the cutting remark, watched the field, while still remembering to mention poor Jelab. Magath turned to look at Hughes Eve and curled his lip. Jelab. What was he even good for? At that moment, in a distant Hanover International Hospital, poor Jelab lay on a hospital bed, painfully undergoing treatment from doctors. Suddenly, Jelab sneezed violently several times. Was someone thinking of him? In the Yen Kingdom, Duan Xian and the staff of Channel 5 were also driving to the airport. It was Friday, and they had to reach the Chariot Nation before Saturday. The reason was simple: news of the Yen Kingdom twin stars shining in the DFB Pokal had already reached the Yen Kingdom. Like an oasis suddenly appearing in a desert, desperate Yen Kingdom fans frantically searched online for any information about that match. But unfortunately, without broadcasting rights, even after scouring the entire internet, fans could only find a few photos from the scene. In the photos, Hao Jianmin had taken off his jersey and was surrounded by Schalke teammates. There were also a few pictures of Su Bai passing the ball. Yet even these sparse photos went viral on the Yen Kingdom internet. It wasn't the three Liga, it was the DFB Pokal, a proper top-tier competition. Though facing a Bundesliga team, it was still a premier event in the Chariot Nation. To continue his assist hat-trick in the DFB Pokal, especially with both Yen Kingdom twin stars on the pitch. It was like the Premier League derby between Zheng Ji and Sun Jihai in the past, an unprecedented thrill. Brother Xian, are we really going to Frankfurt? What about the Bayern match? Assistant Xiao Wang, carrying a camera, hurried after Duan Xian. Nonsense, what's there to broadcast about Bayern? The higher-ups said Schalke has announced that Su Bai and Hao Jianmin are both in the squad. Now the whole nation is waiting for their Bundesliga debuts. Why would Channel 5 broadcast Bayern when we can broadcast Schalke? Hearing Duan Xian's words, Xiao Wang was also excited. Brother Xian, do you think we'll see the twin stars in the Bundesliga? I can't wait. I don't know, but both should get playing time. Su Bai has a better chance since Schalke's midfielder is injured. Haha, heaven truly favors the Yen Kingdom. That injury came at just the right time. Brother Xian, he's injured, and you still say that? I'm just voicing the fans' sentiments. How could an upright commentator like me wish for someone's injury? Haha, in my opinion, that Labrador, or whatever, should just be out for the season, injured badly enough that when he comes back, we won't lose our hard-earned playing time. The two chatted and made their way to the boarding gate. Hey, Brother Xian, isn't that Teacher Wang? Xiao Wang pointed to a slightly plump man in a cap and sunglasses on the other side. Haha, it really is. Hey, you old rascal. Spotting an acquaintance, Duan Xian called out and waved. Seeing Duan Xian, Wang Tao quickly came over. You're going to the Chariot Nation too? Commentating on Bayern. Yes, but not Bayern. What about you? What are you going for? Hearing Duan Xian's question, Wang Tao's face showed a hint of awkwardness. I'm going to commentate on Schalke 04. Teacher Wang, what a coincidence. Brother Xian and I are too. Same flight. Xiao Wang was delighted. Wang Tao was known for being generous, and if they could go with him, they'd definitely get a good meal out of it. Ahem. I still have an hour to wait. That can't be right. The flight to Frankfurt is about to take off. Don't ask, Xiao Wang, haha. Your teacher Wang signed a contract to commentate on the three Liga youth team. He has to take a flight to Gelsenkirchen. Duan Xian caught on, and as a good friend, he couldn't resist teasing him about this amusing situation. Damn it, just laugh away. Xiao Wang then remembered a joke that had circulated online a couple of days ago. To monopolize the cake of Su Bai's matches in the Yen Kingdom, the boss of Sports Weekly spent $1 million to buy the broadcasting rights for the three Liga youth team and hired Wang Tao for commentary for several $100,000. But, unexpectedly after just one match, Su by skyrocketed. The Sports Weekly boss was so furious he coughed up blood and passed out on the spot. Alright, go prepare for your broadcast. The viewership will probably be unimaginable. Oh, what a contrast in fortunes. Looking at the smug Duan Xin, Wang Tao shook his head helplessly and sat back down. Taozi, we're off. Take your time waiting. At the end of September 2010, the fourth round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off. In several matches concluded on Saturday, Bayern Munich continued to dominate with a crushing 4-0 victory over Cologne at home. Moreover, the indomitable Borussia Dortmund also claimed a 3-0 victory over Freiburg. Surprisingly, Werder Bremen managed to draw 0-0 at home against Hoffenheim. In conclusion, the top teams from last season remained firmly in the first tier after 4 rounds. However, Schalke 04, who signed Raul this season and spent heavily on several strong reinforcements, found themselves in 12th place with 1 win and 2 losses. With only 18 teams in total, they were dangerously close to the relegation zone. Therefore, all media in the country focused their attention on the upcoming match between Schalke 04 and Eintracht Frankfurt on Sunday. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the team buses filled with players from both teams gradually arrived at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Now all media were focused on this crucial match concerning Schalke 04's ranking. The press conference venue was already packed with excited reporters. Magath walked in, slowly appearing calm amidst the chaos. Frankfurt's head coach Stefan Hohn was already seated at the podium. The Bundesliga has only a few coaches, so Magath and Hohn were familiar faces. Nodding in acknowledgement, Magath took a seat. Upon his arrival, the reporters immediately began to stir with anticipation. Seeing the chaotic press conference, Magath furrowed his brow. He knew what the reporters wanted to ask. The whole Bundesliga was aware that Schalke 04 was struggling. With poor team performance and a key midfielder injured in the last match of the DFB Pokal, everyone was eagerly waiting to see Schalke's misfortunes. Mr. Magath, with your key midfielder out due to injury, what are your chances against Frankfurt? The first reporter from the Frankfurt sports media wasted no time in asking directly. There is no saying of chances before the match, and I only know that my players will give their all against any opponent. To be honest, Magath's heart was also filled with uncertainty facing Frankfurt. It should be noted that Stefan Hohn had led a team with half a Bundesliga-level lineup to an 8th-place finish last season. Not only was his coaching ability impressive, but the players under him were also formidable. To make matters worse, this season Frankfurt had acquired 4 key players from the 3 teams relegated last season. In the first 3 rounds of the league, Frankfurt had 2 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten. Now facing Frankfurt, it was uncertain whether Schalke could secure a win. Are you implying that you plan to give it a shot with the foreign players from the last DFB Pokal match? This remark instantly elicited light laughter from the reporters at the press conference. In the last DFB Pokal match, Schalke 04 had bizarrely fielded 2 foreign players whose performance was indeed commendable. However, they were only up against Hannover 96 from the 2nd division. Moreover, it was merely a cup match lacking significant value. The difference between the Bundesliga and the 2nd division is not just a matter of 1 letter. Furthermore, the foreign players. They are notoriously from a football desert. Relying on them, Schalke was up against a strong Bundesliga team. How I utilize my players is my business, and it has nothing to do with you. Magath was evidently irritated by the reporter's unreasonable query. He wasn't known for his good temper. He shot back at the reporter from Frankfurt Sports News. Observing Magath's darkening expression, the reporters quickly shifted their focus. Mr. Hohn, are you aware of Schalke 04's foreign players? Hohn also appeared a bit awkward at this point. To be honest, the reporter was quite annoying. It was clearly a linguistic trap. Saying he knew them would be a way to help Magath, while saying he didn't know them would mean teasing old Magath alongside the others. Old Magath was known for being petty. It would be troublesome to offend him, especially since they often crossed paths. There are indeed many good players from the foreign country like Yang Chun, who led us in conquering cities for Frankfurt a few years ago, and Xiao Jiai. However, I am not very familiar with the foreign players currently in Schalke 04. Hohn cleverly sidestepped the question posed by the reporter. The chaotic press conference eventually concluded. Magath entered the locker room with a grim expression. Victory. I must secure victory in this match. Damn Frankfurt. I want them to know that Schalke 04 is not to be trifled with. Upon entering, Magath began to roar. Seeing their head coach so agitated, the Schalke players understood that their manager had been challenged at the press conference. Originally relaxed, the players now sat up straight. Su, let this damned Frankfurt reporter get to know you. I want you to completely control the midfield. Attack. No need for any defense. I want you all to attack. Magath's roar unexpectedly ignited the passion of the entire team. From that moment on, all Schalke 04 players transformed. As they exited the locker room and headed down the player tunnel, all Schalke players remained silent. Even the Frankfurt players sensed the killing intent emanating from Schalke's squad. TV5, TV5. Good evening, audience friends. This is the live broadcast of the fourth round of the Bundesliga. The match between Frankfurt at home and Schalke 04 is underway. I am your old friend Duan Xian. To support the home team Frankfurt, please send a text A to 106-622-2481. To support the away team Schalke 04, please send a text B to 106-622-2481. Fans who guess the right result may receive a special Bundesliga gift package from our program team. First, I have some good news to share. In the recently announced starting lineup, our player Su Bai made the list. At just 17 years and 59 days, Su Bai has become the youngest player in Bundesliga history to appear on the field. The players from both teams have entered the field to the stirring music of the Bundesliga. At this moment, the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena had transformed into a sea of red. Every seat of the over 50,000 capacity was filled. The home fans were singing the team anthem, waving Frankfurt flags to cheer for their team. Su Bai meanwhile held the hand of the ball boy stepping onto the Bundesliga pitch for the first time. Ding dong. System task triggered. Bundesliga debut. Task difficulty unknown. Task reward unknown. As soon as he entered the field, Su Bai heard the system's voice in his mind. This startled him. It was his first encounter with a task and reward of unknown difficulty. Su, relax, don't be nervous. Just treat it like that cup match. Watching Su Bai stand motionless, Raoul, who was behind him, thought Su Bai was feeling tense. He patted Su Bai on the shoulder and said, "Hey, not nervous, just spaced out a bit." Thanks, Raoul. Raoul's concern warmed Su Bai's heart. In his past life, Raoul was his idol. As the Prince of the Bernabeu, he had always been so elegant and lethal, especially his iconic celebration of kissing his wedding ring after scoring. It had captivated countless fans back then. Born in 1977, Raoul was now 33 years old. In the twilight of his career, after Real Madrid informed him they wouldn't renew his contract, he accepted the offer from Schalke 04, who had finished in the top 4 of the league last season and secured a Champions League spot. In his heart, he still didn't believe he was old enough to be cast aside. So to prove himself further in the Champions League, Raoul resolutely traveled to the unfamiliar land of the German automotive nation. Looking at Raoul, Su Bai silently used the perfect partner card on him in the system space. Since Hao Junmin wasn't on the field, why waste the once-per-match card usage opportunity? Let Raoul have some fun. Sure enough, after Su Bai used the card to bind with Raoul, the usually calm Raoul suddenly furrowed his brows. Soon both teams' players stood in their respective halves. The referee on the field looked down at his watch. Beep. A whistle blew. Channel 5. Channel 5. Fans in front of the TV. With the referee's whistle, the match has officially begun. First, the starting lineups. Schalke 04, wearing their traditional blue jerseys. Starting goalkeeper no. 1 Neuer. Left back no. 13 Schmitz. Center backs no. 21 Metzelder and no. For Houds. Right back no. 22 Uchida. Defensive midfielder no. 12 Pierre Kluge. At the attacking midfielder position is our young player no. 24 Su Bai. Left midfielder no. 40 Annan. Our right midfielder no. 20 Plyasikas. Forwards no. 25 Huneler and no. 7 Arol. Schalke 04 has set up in their traditional 442 formation. On the other side, Eintracht Frankfurt's starting goalkeeper no. 22 Farman. Left back no. 4 Marco Franz. Center backs no. 23 Russ and no. 24 Jung. Right back no. 14 Meyer. Single defensive midfielder no. 27 Hermann Schwegler. Attacking midfielders no. 28 Savelas and no. 31 Kittel. Left winger no. 10 Halil Altintop. Right winger no. 21 Gakas. Striker no. 20 Rod. Eintracht Frankfurt, playing at home, has set up in an aggressive 433 formation. Frankfurt will take the kickoff. Playing at home, Eintracht Frankfurt showed no intention of testing the waters from the start. Striker Rod passed the ball back instantly and sprinted fiercely toward Schalke's backline. On Schalke's side, Roll and Huntelaar charged aggressively from left and right toward Frankfurt's attacking midfielder Savelas, who had received the ball. However, the cautious Savelas had no intention of a heating clash. Facing Roll's press, he turned sideways and passed the ball to Kittel on the left. Kittel received the ball, took a big stride, and began charging straight toward Schalke's midfield. As the attacking midfielder Su Bai immediately rushed to intercept. But Su Bai's poor defensive attributes were no match for the seasoned Kittel. Kittel nudged the ball with his right foot, turned sideways in an instant. In a flash, Su Bai was easily bypassed by Kittel. After getting past Su Bai, Kittel didn't pause. He continued his rapid advance with big strides. Fortunately, before the match, Magath knew that Su Bai's defense was nearly non-existent, so Schalke's two wing midfielders stayed close to the center, ready to join the defense at any time. Seeing Subai beaten, Schalke's left midfielder Annan quickly moved to Kittle's side. Subai, undeterred, turned and chased after them. Facing the double team, Kittle had to slow down. He nudged the ball behind him with his right foot, turned smoothly, and eased the tempo of the attack. Subai still needs to work on his defense. After all, Schalke plays a 442, and as the attacking midfielder, he has defensive duties too. Of course, Subai is young, and his main role on the field right now is to attack. Watching Subai get bypassed so easily. Duan Xin quickly explained, since at this moment most fans across the country were gathered around their TVs. After stabilizing the rhythm, Kittle with the ball calmly and slowly advanced it to the center. Then, seizing the moment, he pushed the ball diagonally with his right foot to Frankfurt's left winger Halil Altintop. Like most mid to lower-tier Bundesliga teams, Frankfurt had no complex attacking tactics. Long balls and crosses were their most common approach. The lightning-fast Halil Altintop received the ball and immediately charged down the left flank. Schalke's right midfielder Plyasikas quickly closed in on him. In terms of pure speed, Plyasikas, a product of Werder Bremen's youth system, had never feared anyone. After charging for a while, Halil Altintop sensed Plyasikas' tenacity. Seeing no hope of breaking through on the flank, he turned sideways and passed the ball to attacking midfielder Tsavelas, who was rapidly advancing through the center. Tsavelas received the ball without stopping. Spotting striker Rod sprinting behind Schalke's center backs, he immediately lofted a through ball over the top. The pass was incredibly sudden. Schalke's center-back Metzelder, who had been closely marking Rod, turned around in panic, realizing he had lost control of Rod. Facing the descending ball, Rod didn't hesitate and unleashed a powerful volley. The ball shot toward Schalke 04's goal like a cannonball. At that critical moment, Schalke's goalkeeper Neuer made a diving save, stretching his right arm to its limit. He barely grazed the ball with his fingertips just as it was about to pass him. That slight touch sent the ball grazing the post and out for a goal kick. Just a minute into the match, Frankfurt's aggressive attack had sent a chill down the spines of Schalke 04's players. Watching Frankfurt's lightning-fast advance, Subai finally understood what the Bundesliga truly meant. Compared to the three Liga and Hannover 96, a mid-table Bundesliga team like Frankfurt was on a completely different level. And this was just a mid-tier team. What about Werder Bremen? Or Borussia Dortmund with their youth storm? Or the Bundesliga's supreme powerhouse, the world-class giant Bayern Munich? Ah, great shot. This was a high-quality strike. Frankfurt's 24-year-old striker Rod scored 11 goals last season. Among those 11 goals, 4 were headers. With keen instincts in the box and excellent aerial ability to contest headers. That's Rod's strength. It seems Schalke 04's defense will face significant pressure in this match. With the heroic Neuer's save, Frankfurt earned the first corner of the match. In the penalty area, players from both Frankfurt and Schalke 04 jostled together. Kittle, tasked with taking the corner, heard the referee's whistle and struck the ball hard toward the near post with his right foot.